Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, I have some breaking news on the McConnell front, meaning Mitch McConnell. It appears that he or his staff is lying, that they are trying to make us all think that he is still alive and well with a fake photo. So, I have that news that literally just popped up on my computer as I was jumping on to record. Also, it appears that Donald Trump just admitted that he requested yet another cognitive exam. So let me show you this. This comes from his failing social media site. He wrote, Maggot Hagerman, which is Maggie Haberman. She's a reporter who did a report on him for the New York Times, well known, well established, like one of the top reporters. Anyway, he said, Maggot Hagerman has covered me incorrectly for 10 years. Her book is a joke. 90% of it is fake news. She has made a living off her bad reporting and will pay the price when our multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the failing New York Times gets to court, which should not be that long. I don't mind bad press if they are right. I do mind fake reporting like what's in her boring book, and like she's done for 11 years with only one aim in mind, to have Trump lose elections. But as I sit in the Oval Office and ponder, that hasn't worked out too well. Maggot is a loser. If she ever wrote the true story about me, it would actually be quite boring, but loaded with lots of success. Also, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. I do it every 6 months, and I requested another cognitive test. The only president to do so 3 times, and I aced them all. Got every question right. Few people in Washington, D.C. could do so, including Maggot and her flunky associates. Associate Jonathan Swan, I would be willing to bet they couldn't get 50% of the questions right. Anyway, don't buy their book. It's garbage. President Donald J. Trump. I mean, beyond the fact that he writes like a 13-year-old snarky teenager who is like pissed off that a girl in school dissed her, it's ridiculous. Like, this guy is ridiculous. But beyond that, he literally just said, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. Is he saying he just did another one? Because that's the way it reads. And this was on July 11th. So this was on Saturday. So I don't know if he's talking about the one that he just did, like a month or so ago, or if he's saying he did another one. In any case, there is something clearly wrong with him. I mean, as we all know, mentally, physically, this guy is just in big trouble. Look at all the mistakes he made in Turkey, saying he was president 3 times, calling Vladimir Zelensky Putin, calling the Islamic Republic of Iran Japan. Like, other than ending in AN, what do they have in common? Like, anyway, so here's the thing. All of these people just need to go, retire, enjoy your life, because we're having issues. We all know Lindsey Graham just passed away on Saturday, Saturday night. So that kind of forced the hand of Mitch McConnell, Republican lawmaker, Senator Mitch McConnell, who has vanished for over a month now, and his staff won't tell us what's really going on, what happened to him. So Lindsey's sudden death forced him to come out, or his staff to come out with something. So they put out a photo. Okay. First of all, let me go through this and what we're hearing. On Saturday, the Daily Mail had reported that a neighbor saw McConnell days before he disappeared, days before the 911 call. They said he's in a wheelchair, he's slumped over, that he was being carried by staffers. And here's what the man told the news outlet. He said, I was able to get a good look at his face. He was pale with a blank stare and his mouth hanging open. Not the picture of health. And then there was a female neighbor who said that they carried him out on a stretcher on June 14th. So it has literally been a month. As of today, it has literally been one day shy of a month. And this woman said that staffers, quote, were obviously distraught. She said they were crying. And she said, quote, when he came out, I actually wondered if he was dead. He did not look good. He was not conscious. His eyes were closed. He had oxygen tubes strapped to his nose. I knew by his aides running in and out that it was something serious. There weren't a lot of sirens. That was the thing that was interesting. No sirens. You know when they don't use sirens? When someone's already dead. Yeah. So then the reporters have obtained the emergency calls, like the first responder calls. And they said there was CPR in progress due to cardiac arrest. That was direct quotes. So there was all this speculation for the last month about, is he brain dead? Is he deceased? Like, we need proof of life, right? So McConnell finally releases a photo on Sunday, and I'll show it to you, or I'll show you part of it. So this is part of it. He's in the photo. He was holding a newspaper. He was holding like the Washington Post or New York Times, showing the date. Okay. And then in the photo off to his right, which you can't see here, his wife, Elaine Chao, was sitting next to him. Well, Elaine Chao has been reported to be in China. It was reported that 2 days after he was taken to the hospital, she took off to China and hadn't been back and said, oh, yeah, there was no reason for me to be there. He's fine. Okay. So along with this photo that he releases, or his staff releases, he claims, or they claim, that, oh, he fell, or it's in first person. So he says, oh, I fell, I was unconscious, I didn't break anything, I don't have a tumor, I'm totally fine, but I was unconscious, I developed pneumonia in the hospital. So, I'm not going to be back anytime soon, but I'm all good. Okay. First of all, anything can be faked with AI, right? The image appeared to be real. You could see bruising on his left hand. He was sitting in a hospital bed. It looked like he was sitting on top of like an incontinence pad, but I don't know. Okay. I was like, could be real, may not be real. There was a Bulwark reporter. I forget his name right now, but anyway, he has been saying like, oh, McConnell, I've been seeing him around the Capitol, like before all this went down, and he looks like death warmed over. Like the guy looks like he is going to go any minute now. They've been wheeling him around in a wheelchair. So, everybody was like, I don't know, seems real, but we don't know. Well, then right before I jumped on today, this article comes up. MAGA senator makes bombshell claim about McConnell photo. So this is not a leftist. This is not a Democrat. Ron Johnson, who you can kind of see on your right, it's kind of blacked out, but he was on the Eric Bolling show, on a MAGA show. And according to Ron Johnson, he has been told by other people that that is an old photo of McConnell and his wife, that they are trying to pass off this old photo as brand new, which again, you could easily do with AI. Like all you have to do is upload that photo to an AI system and say, put a newspaper in his hand showing today's date. Put the New York Times in the man's hand showing, July 11th or whatever it was. So very easy to do. Very easy to do. So these people need to go. They need to learn to let go of power. Let go, move towards the light. Okay. They have this sick obsession with holding on to their power because of ego or whatever. But if he's dead, like this changes everything, because his seat is going to be available in January, but now you could have other people running, like up until August something, I forget what the date is, but other people could step in and take over. And Thomas Massey lives in his state. A lot of people are saying, oh, well, he might run. That would be a thorn in Donald Trump's side, right? So I don't know, guys. It's not looking good. It's looking like they're lying to us as usual. Would not put it past them. So, and then you got Lindsey Graham gone. So that, I mean, yeah, Republicans are in a really screwed position in the Senate right now. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have a bunch of new polling data to share with you guys. More bad news for Trump and the Republicans. So first, I have the Economist YouGov poll. This one's done every week, so it fluctuates a lot more than the monthly polls or, quarterly polls. But Donald Trump is back down again. He slipped back down to 36% approval, 59% disapproval rating. What's funny is he was just on his failing social media site today bragging about how he has a 59% approval rating, which is just such a joke. I don't know if he just literally can't read or, his staff flipped the numbers around for him. Anyway, ridiculous. And this is 11 points lower than where Joe Biden was during the same period in his term in office. And here's what's really tanking Donald Trump's numbers. This is the group that's the problem for him. So this is independent voters. So the purple line is Donald Trump's first term. The green line is his second term. And you can see, like, it's not going well. He has 51 points underwater with the independents. Almost unheard of. It probably is unheard of. Actually, I would have to go back and check, but I don't know that any other president has been this low with independents. And then check this one out. So 60% of respondents say that Donald Trump is using the presidency for his own personal gain. And that figure includes 21% of his own voters, people who just voted for him in 2024. And then look at where he is on the issues. He is decidedly underwater on every single issue. 43 points underwater on inflation and prices. And it looks like he's, underwater by double digits on almost every topic, with the exception of crime. Immigration might be right on the margin. It might be 9 points under, but yeah, it's not good. And then take a look at how far he's fallen with white males. Again, almost unbelievable. Until a few months ago, he had never, ever been underwater with white males. This is just insane. Like, those two demographic groups had always stuck with him. They were his hardcore base. And now he's almost upside down by, it looks like almost 20 points underwater with men. Even, older voters who had always been a strong constituency for him, they're down there too, maybe at, 17 points or so. It looks like more like maybe 15. And then the Guardian news outlet, they also released a poll that they had conducted, which is unusual. I have never seen a Guardian poll before, but anyway, it was conducted by a group called the Harris Company. So they surveyed 4,100 US adults, and they found that all Americans are growing concerned about the economy, regardless of political affiliation. So take a look at this chart. So you can see it says pessimism about the economy has increased for all Americans. Now, of course, Republicans were already unbelievably low, but even they're getting worse. I mean, that's a jump of 16 points for Republicans. And, 10 for independents. Democrats have jumped 9%, up to 71% are concerned. So, I mean, it's just increasing among every group since Trump launched this war, because the first part of this graph is February of this year. So since the war launched, he is making everybody more nervous. And this Harris poll broke this whole thing down by region. And what they found is that even 64% of rural voters now say the economy is getting worse. That is a total flip from when this war started. Back in February, 46% were saying, yeah, I think the economy is getting worse. So it went from 46 to 64%. Unbelievable, almost a 20 point jump. And as you guys all know, that also has been Donald Trump's hardcore base. And here's why they're admitting that they're very concerned about the economy. Even if which many are, still unwilling to admit that they made a mistake voting for Trump. So take a look at this. The Guardian Harris poll shows that these stats apply to rural voters. These are people who identify as MAGA. So this is people who identify as MAGA. It says about 56% of respondents who identified as members of the MAGA coalition said they were either having trouble meeting their debt payments or worried they would be struggling soon. The same share admitted similar troubles meeting housing payments. 57% said the same about affording health care costs. 58% claimed the same about their utility bills, 61% about affording groceries, 63% about paying for gas. So anywhere between 56 and 63% of self-identified MAGA voters are admitting that they're having trouble paying for all kinds of expenses. And then this next one, this comes from a group called Focal Data. So they show Democrats with a 7-point lead on a generic ballot question. I mean, this is just becoming the norm in basically every poll that I have looked at. If they're doing the generic ballot testing, they are showing Democrats with a lead. I mean, some, a couple are like within 2 to 3 points, but the vast majority are like 5 points or more. They're outside of the margin of error. So this is not an anomaly. This is pretty much the norm now. And check out that group's breakdown on the issues. So this is that same company, Focal Data. So his best issue remains immigration and border security, which I take issue with this because Donald Trump is definitely doing well with border security still, not so much with immigration. So I think if they had broken this down into 2 different categories, you would see a different response. But, even here, he's still underwater on that topic. I mean, he has a 41% net approval on that issue, still underwater. And then as you can see at the bottom, his worst issue is inflation and the cost of living. Only 20% approval rating. And that happens to be in every poll I've seen. That is the number one issue for poll respondents. So he's doing the worst on the most important topic to voters. And then here's the best news for Democrats. So check this next one out. So I know this is hard to read, but the Republican Party brand is now most associated with the elite class. Again, I know this font is really tiny, but basically what they're saying is in the minds of voters, people on the left, which is depicted in the blue, that's on the left side of the page in the blue, people when they give you a category, Um, so, for instance, like over on the left, you would see blue collar union workers. One says cat owners, dog owners. Those are all Hollywood stars or Hollywood actors. Those are all on the left. Those are associated with Democrats. If you look on the right and you look up at the very top, these are the categories that are associated now with the Republicans: CEOs, yacht owners, investment bankers, and billionaires. So this is really bad for the Republican Party. I mean, this is definitely not going well for them, not what you want to associated with your brand in a year where people are like starving and can't pay their bills and are pissed off about a war. So anyway, so this kind of ties in with this next bit of data that I have to share with you. This comes from Data for Progress. So let me show you guys this one. I think this is it. Yeah. So what they say is that the swing voters of this year, they have a 7-point lead on the generic ballot. And this part is the crucial part of their findings. They say that the Democrats have a 12-point lead with swing voters. So overall, with all voters, Democrats have a 7-point lead. But when it comes to swing voters in particular, they lead by 12 points over the Republican Party. And here's the thing: these swing voters want Democrats to tax the rich. So, people who say, oh, no, nobody wants that. No, that is exactly what they want. So check this out. So Data for Progress wrote this: the top policies that would move swing voters to Democrats are raising taxes on the wealthy, establishing a Medicare for all healthcare system, and banning AI from setting prices or wages based on personal data. What do you know? You don't say. So in other words, everything that progressive Democrats, that Democratic socialist candidates have been pushing for. Oh, what a shock. That's how we can win swing voters. Now, here's the good news, bad news about this group. So here's a chart for you guys. So this group really, really dislikes Donald Trump right now. Okay, 70% of them view him unfavorably. However, a majority, 58%, you might see right above him, also view the Democratic Party unfavorably. Also, they're not very plugged in. That's what Data for Progress found out. They are not plugged into the news. They're not really watching it. They're also not too enthusiastic about voting in the midterms as compared to other voters. Now, would those policies that they mentioned get them off the couch and get them engaged? Probably. But so far, they're not seeing that from the Democratic Party. And I want to leave you guys with this last bit of news, which is pretty fun. So Donald Trump is more hated than serial killers. I'm not kidding. Donald Trump is more hated than Jeffrey Dahmer, Charles Manson, and Ted Bundy. Check that out. YouGov asked people, who is the worst American in U.S. history? Donald Trump came in at the top, 20 points higher than Jeffrey freaking Epstein. Way higher than well-known serial killers. I mean, tells you how he's going to be remembered when he's gone, right? And that's what he's seeing right now with Lindsey Graham. He's got to be going, oh, shit. If they're hating on Lindsey this much, imagine what they're going to be saying about me. Yes, we will. And worse. Worse than you can imagine. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have a story for you about two very notorious MAGA men that you guys are going to recognize who were just outed for selling pardons for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Donald Trump pardons. If you guys have been following this whole MAGA shit show for like the past 10 years, maybe even not even that long, you're definitely going to remember them. You're going to remember them because they have gotten into all kinds of other legal trouble in the recent past. So check this out. Check out the latest. So Notice news outlet just published this report. So what they said is that, MAGA con artists, Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman, they are selling pardons. And evidently, these two idiots took $600 from the man you see here on your screen. This is a rapper named Boozy Badass. So anyway, so they promised Mr. Badass a pardon from Donald Trump. And the article says that, quote, the act of clemency would have wiped away his federal rap sheet and saved him from an imminent sentencing hearing for possessing a firearm as a felon. But that pardon never materialized. Now Boozy, whose legal name is Torrance Hatch, is taking legal action against Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman, two far-right political operatives and lobbyists at J.M. Berkman and Associates, to recoup half of Boozy's payment. As stipulated in the contract, notice reviewed. Now, Wall and Berkman are refusing to pay. They're claiming that, first of all, they're claiming they don't owe him this money and this wasn't part of the agreement. They're also saying they're broke. And apparently Notice has looked at text messages that they've been sending to Boozy and his attorney. And effectively they're saying, oh, we're bankrupt. We don't have any money, which I fully believe. And I'll explain why. For anybody who doesn't remember what happened with these guys recently. But according to Boozy's attorney, Boozy, I don't know. Anyway, he heard through the grapevine that Berkman and Wall had secured 9 different pardons for other people. Well, that appears to be bullshit, because Notice did some research and they said, yes, they did get one. It appears like one of their clients got a pardon from Donald Trump. It was a nursing home executive. Guy's name is Joseph Schwartz. So he did get a pardon, but there's no 9 people. It was like there weren't eight other people that they could find. Well, in a statement to Notice, Berkman said this. He said, no provision to return half the fee was ever actually agreed to. As I mentioned, though, Notice has actually reviewed the contract. It clearly says that Boozy is entitled to a partial refund. Here's what Notice wrote. So they said, Berkman and Boozy each signed a contract reviewed by Notice on September 30. The contract, meaning it was signed on September 30. The contract is riddled with typos and errors, including a provision that would allow Boozy to request a partial refund of the $600,000 fee if the lobbyists had not secured a presidential pardon by close of business on January 31st, 2025. Several months before the agreement was signed. Even so, both parties acknowledge that that date at the time was meant to be for 2026, according to Kraft, Boozy's lawyer. So it was supposed to be January 31st, 2026. They signed this contract September 30th of last year, 2025. So the dates were off, but everyone has agreed that, yes, this is legitimate, and it was just supposed to be dated a different year. Anyway, Boozy told Notice that these guys were, quote, really aggressive, and that they were talking like they had Trump on speed dial. That's a direct quote. I bet they were. Yeah, because they're desperate. So Boozy, he has now filed a claim in arbitration court. He's trying to get back at least $300,000 of this money. And here's the thing. I can't feel sorry for this guy. I mean, first of all, yeah, you are a felon in possession of a weapon. So there's that. But also, if he had done just even a cursory search online, if he had done 2 minutes of research on Berkman and Wall, he would have known these guys are full of shit. They're the biggest liars on the planet next to Trump. These are the guys who would hold press conferences and they would summon the press. Oh, we have this big story to break. Like they did one about Elizabeth Warren and tried to claim that she was having some really hot love affair with some young guy. She was cheating on her husband with some young guy. It was so stupid because everybody was like, go Elizabeth, like go Warren. Good for you. Get it, girl. Like you're getting up there. You can get some young guy, some hot young guy. Totally backfired. But of course, it was bullshit. And they've done this to so many Democrats. And then what comes out later, and they've been totally busted for this, is that they pay these people. And a lot of times, they don't even tell these people the truth. So they'll like pay a young guy, but tell him, oh, we're just going to have you act. We're going to have you pretend that you know, this is like a scene for a movie, or like they just bullshit them as well to get them, manipulate them into doing these things and lying. And some people backed out at the last minute and they were like, I figured out what it was. And they're like, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get sued, right, for defamation or something. So anyway, beyond that, the reason that they're broke is because these are the guys who were busted after the 2020 election because they were running this racist robocall scheme. They were trying to suppress the black vote for Joe Biden. So I'm sure you guys will remember this, okay? These guys are just, I mean, they're not the brightest, first of all, but they're just the most unscrupulous pieces of shit. And so, yeah, they got taken to court. I think it was the Michigan governor or Michigan AG. I can't remember which state it was, but they got busted for numerous different states that they were pulling this. And they had set up a robocall that would go to Black residents in particular, saying that, hey, if you're thinking about going out and voting, just know that if you do, you're subject to fines, and you can, if you have any warrants out against you, they literally use someone's voice, a woman's voice, saying the man is going to come after you. If you have any debts outstanding, they can come after you, blah, blah, blah. Just gross, just completely and thoroughly gross. And Wall's daddy, by the way, is an attorney. He's here in California, in my neck of the woods, and he used to be a Fox News commentator. So he used to be able to get his little boy, little Jackie, or Jacob, out of all of these messes that he got into. And then all of a sudden it got real. It got really real, and he committed a federal crime. So anyway, that's who these guys are. Now they're grifting people for Trump pardons. Because why not? I mean, that was just, the next on the line of progression with them. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share so other people can get a good laugh. Subscribe if you have not. Check to make sure you are still subscribed. And if you can donate, really, really appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So the Wall Street Journal just spoke to some voters who went for Donald Trump in 2024, and most of them are pissed off about the economy. So again, this is the Wall Street Journal. This is coming from a Trump-aligned publication, from a publication that is conservative, that is owned by Rupert Murdoch, Mr. Fox News himself. So they quoted the Cook Political Report, which found that 61% of voters disapprove of Donald Trump's handling of the economy. And then they spoke with voters who basically confirmed yeah, this is what I'm pissed off about. This is why I'm unhappy with him, because of the economy. So for instance, They spoke with a 49-year-old bus driver. It's a guy named Truman Lyon. He is from Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. He hadn't voted for a president, he said, since 2008. So this guy waits all those years, like almost 20 years, and then votes. He voted for Obama back then, 2008, waits until 2024 and votes for Donald freaking Trump. I mean, talk about having the worst timing and like just bad judgment. So anyway, he said that he thought Trump would, quote, fight harder for average Americans with the cost of living. And then he told the Wall Street Journal this. He said, bringing prices down, that should have been a priority. I don't think he's making the average American citizen the priority. And then he went on to say that he's also pissed off about the Iran war. He's mad about rising gas prices. And he said, what did he say? I'm the president of no wars. And then now Lyon is saying that he feels, quote, horrible about his vote. And he says, I regret it. So then they spoke with a retired airline captain. It's a guy from New Hampshire. His name is Jim Dubella. Now, this Dubella guy said, I'm fine. Like, I am financially secure. But he said he gave Donald Trump a grade of a C because he failed to rein in spending, and he's driving prices up with tariffs. Also because of the Iran war. He said he's directing attention away from our affordability crisis. So here's the segment they did on him. Dubella said he's angry that his home heating costs also have just increased $900 recently. So then the the Wall Street Journal spoke with another man. It's a 72-year-old Massachusetts man named John Schultz. So Schultz is a marketing consultant. He said he's also doing okay financially, but he was complaining about his daughter. So he has a 32-year-old daughter who's really struggling financially. And so he's having to help her because she's trying to start her own business, and Donald Trump's decisions are just screwing her over right now. And Schultz said he's concerned about the war. He's also concerned about the tariffs, increasing inflation. He said he's now angry at both parties because they both keep spending. And he said that, Donald Trump's tariffs that they're going and the war are going to damage our relationships with our allies. So he's pissed off about all of that. Pretty much, what every American is pissed off about at this point. So there's another Trump voter they spoke with. It was a 70-year-old named Chris Delzio. He's from Florida. He said he's also financially secure, but he's pissed off about the war. So Delzio complained to the Wall Street Journal, Trump promised to focus on America. He's not. He's focusing abroad. He's breaking his promises. And here's what Delzio told them. He said, we're going to spend the money here, no foreign wars. We're going to rebuild the country. And that's all I wanted to hear. That was music to my ears. The amount of money spent on these wars just really makes you want to cry. So Delzio is saying that, I consider myself to be a conservative, but now I'm disillusioned with both parties. So I'm probably not going to vote in the midterms. So Florida man, not going to vote in the midterms. Now, I will say the Wall Street Journal did speak with 3 Trump voters, 2024 voters, who are happy with him. So there was a woman that they spoke with, and then they also spoke with a couple. So this couple, they're semi-retired. They're from Texas, Jack and Maria Klein. And they both think, the economy is doing great. We think it's going great because our stock portfolio is up. So here they are. So Jack Klein told the Wall Street Journal that Trump has, quote, exceeded his expectations and, quote, it's been a boon to me and it sets my mind at ease and it gives me the freedom to do things like travel without concern. And then his delusional wife that you see there, She said, quote, "I think the economy is going to get much better. Not that it's bad right now. As soon as we get Iran in their place." Yeah. You know, as we're bombing them again, as we're literally hitting them with airstrikes, as they're closing the Strait of Hormuz again, and oil prices are skyrocketing. Unbelievable. And this is the issue, guys. We have two different Americas right now. This is the tale of two different Americas. Not only are we getting our news from two completely different sources that do not even remotely sound alike, that are like so from completely different worlds. But check this out. So I thought this was really interesting. I put these two articles side by side. These are both articles from last month, and these articles pretty much sum up what's going on in our country and why the Trump administration and everybody around him thinks, oh, he's doing great. The polling is just fake. Okay. If you look on the right, you'll see this was a report from June 4th. I think this was in the New York Times. I don't remember. But anyway, it says ballroom donors won $50 billion in contracts after giving to Trump project, watchdog group finds. That's on the right. About 2 weeks after that, you see this article on the left came out that's reporting that food pantries are freaking out. They don't know how they're going to help the people that are coming to them because they don't have enough resources. They don't have enough food for all of the struggling Americans. And these SNAP cuts, the food assistant cuts, are going to affect veterans, military veterans, food assistance benefits. So yeah, there are some Americans, the few, who are doing great, who have more than they need, but the vast majority are finding it harder and harder just to survive. This is what sparks revolutions. This is why people are more open to Democratic socialist candidates. Because as I pointed out in a recent live stream, we are not in this position because of socialism. We are in this position because of capitalism. We don't have veterans losing food assistance because of socialism. They're going hungry because of capitalism. So the right can scream all they want. They can fearmonger about socialism and communism and, oh, these crazy people on the left. It rings hollow. It's going to fall on deaf ears when people are seeing how their lives are imploding, how their lives are deteriorating, how their way of life is deteriorating under capitalism, and how our government has become unbelievably and thoroughly corrupted because of capitalism. So if the elites in DC want to stop the rise of socialism, they better pull their heads out of their asses and they better start addressing the needs of the masses. Stop handing more to the people who need it the least and start helping average Americans. That's how you stop socialism, by actually implementing a few socialist policies. Anyway, there you go, guys. Please share this so other people can see. Because, Donald Trump and the Republican Party are in a world of hurt, whether they admit it or not, whether they want to admit it or not. So thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So as longtime viewers know, and as I mentioned in another video recently, I give credit where credit's due. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. If someone is right about something, I'm going to say it. I'm going to admit it. So I have to give a lot of credit to Joe Scarborough. I know, shocking. Joe Scarborough, the host of Morning Joe, he did a segment about the Senate race in Michigan and how the corporate candidate, Haley Stevens, he didn't call her that. That's my words. But he was saying, how she is rightfully being called out for her almost unequivocal, insane support of Israel. Again, he didn't say it was right that she be called out, but it came up that, yeah, she's being called to the mat. People are taking issue with this. So Joe Scarborough goes on to drop a bunch of truth bombs on his MSM, his mainstream media audience. And he, just tells them things that they typically aren't going to hear. Like, they typically do not hear on MS Now or CNN, maybe a little more on CNN, but, they don't hear it from people that they trust and believe in. So what you're about to see is Scarborough basically smacking around Donnie Deutsch. He is a marketing and branding expert. How this guy ever got to be a political pundit, I don't know. But anyway, I call him Donnie Douche because he's always wrong. He always has the worst take, is always for corporate America. So check this out.
Seems to be kind of like a check. You have to. I don't know how we got here. Wherever you stand on it.
Do you really not know how we got here?
No, I really don't.
Have you not been seeing images out of Gaza for the past year? Do you really not know how we got here?
No, I don't know how we got here.
Have you not looked at the images out of Lebanon? They're flattening half of Lebanon, and none of this is working.
Thousands of people, innocent people in Yemen, in Syria, in Sudan. Somehow Israel. And by the way, Israel war is ugly. And happy stuff happens.
We're paying for those bombs. We're not paying for the bombs in Sudan. We have a say, or at least you would think we would have a say. But this administration and past administrations have told Israel they can do whatever they want to do. And Rahm Emanuel, a guy whose dad was there at the creation of Israel, who fought for Israel, Rahm Emanuel is saying the biggest mistake we have made is giving a guy like Benjamin Netanyahu a blank check. Look, and what has happened? Is Israel stronger today or weaker today? Because
I am not a Netanyahu guy. I'm talking about what I don't understand is that when a guy gets elected in New York City, when Daria Lisa gets elected.
Wait, no. You got to answer the question.
I'm answering the question. I do not believe
Is Israel stronger today?
Israel is more isolated.
Because
Israel is constantly under attack.
Because of Benjamin Netanyahu's absolutist policy.
I am not a Netanyahu guy. I feel that Israel, once again, this started when Israel got attacked. We forget that. And by the way,
who attacked them?
Who attacked Israel?
Yeah, who attacked
somebody
them?
Called Hamas.
Hamas. And who funded Hamas?
Qatar.
Why did Qatar? Thank you so much. You're just walking right down that.
Okay.
And why did Qatar fund Hamas?
Because they don't like Jews and they like Israel.
Because Benjamin Netanyahu 3 weeks earlier had told them to continue funding Hamas because Benjamin Netanyahu was the chief funder of Hamas.
So Netanyahu wanted this to happen.
No, it was Benjamin Netanyahu that was having Hamas funded by Qatar. I don't know why. I've been asking this question since the horrors of October 7th. They refuse to answer. Why do they refuse to answer? I don't know why.
Netanyahu is not the right guy, and I am not a Netanyahu guy, but that Israel has become this insanely outsized issue ahead of costs, ahead of universal health care with the Democrats. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. You could say what you want about Israel, but the fact that Israel has become the number one issue, that when they elect a candidate in New York, they're not chanting free health care. They're chanting from the river to the sea.
Okay, I have to pause it right here. I'll play the rest of it for you guys, but I just have to say, this freaking idiot, like, how good could you be at your marketing job when you don't understand that these two things are related? People in America are going, I can't afford health care. I can't afford the grocery store. I can't afford gasoline. I can't afford all these things. I'm struggling. I barely can sleep at night because I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills. And yet our country has been sending billions and billions of dollars to Israel every fucking year for a long, long time. And we're going, why? What do we get out of it? And now Americans are looking at it and going, guess what? My gasoline prices just went up. My grocery prices just went up. Guess why? Because of a freaking war that Israel dragged us into, that Israel talked Donald Trump into launching. And then they're looking at it and going, Israel gives their people free health care, and yet we don't have a health care. We can't afford it. Or if we can afford it, we can't afford anything else because all of our paycheck is going to insurance costs. And we're filing for medical bankruptcies here. But this idiot who claims to be some marketing genius can't put 2 and 2 together. Are you freaking kidding me?
This is not Israel of 1967. This is not Israel of 1973. This is not Israel of 1993. This is not Israel of 2003. This is Israel, and I have been warning for 3 years now.
I want to keep this up, guys. I'll play the rest, as I said. But look at this. Zoran Mamdani, who they keep trying to say is an anti-Semite, who, he hates Jewish people. These are the favorability ratings among Jewish adults, not all Americans, Jewish adults. If you look down in the bottom left corner, you will see this is the poll. So Zoran Mamdani has a higher favorability rating than Jewish Josh Shapiro, and higher by what? 12 points. Higher favorability by 12 points than Benjamin Netanyahu. But please tell me again how, Mamdani's just an anti-Semite. Nobody likes him. He's screwing up. He's, everybody hates him in New York. He's such a screw up. The guy has done everything he's promised. He's followed through on everything. He is doing things for the people that our elected leaders in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party especially have never lifted a finger to even try to do. So everybody can just, shut the fuck up, miss me with that, because it is just fake. So anyway, I'll play the rest.
Now that Benjamin Netanyahu's absolutist policies were ahistorical, they ignored the fact that there is always blowback in the Middle East, and that it was going to crush his support in the United States of America.
And I am horrified that innocent Gazans are getting killed. What I'm saying is that Israel, who's prosecuting a war, is under a different level of volume of attention and criticism and volume that we've never seen with any other country or religion.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Donnie douche. Maybe it's because we are funding them, as Joe Scarborough pointed out. It's our money that is allowing them to shoot children in the face, to blow up babies, to commit a genocide on our dime. That's why. And keep in mind, he made these comments. This was just this week. This was after he's, sitting there pretending to be bewildered about the backlash against Israel within days of a sitting U.S. Congress member being held at gunpoint by illegal Israeli settlers in the West Bank. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to play a video for you of Congressman Ro Khanna. He went to the West Bank and he met with a bunch of Palestinian people. When he first got there, he is pulled over by armed Israeli settlers. Take a listen to what he said.
What we're seeing and what happened here.
We were at Zanuda village. It's a village that was destroyed by Yanon Levy and his group, extremist settlers. And we were looking at an elementary school that had been razed to the ground. Other members of Congress actually had been to that exact site. And when we were there, these violent settlers start to yell at us, curse us. They tell me and the other Americans and some of the Palestinians with us, get into our van. We get into our van and we see 21, 22-year-olds brandishing M4s, kicking our tires, wiping our windows, taking video of us. This lasts about 20, 25 minutes. Our interpreter goes out, speaks to them, and they say, we don't care that they're Americans. We don't care that there's a member of Congress. Now, the IDF comes about 20 minutes into it, and I thought, okay, finally, we're going to get through, because they had blocked our van from exiting the area on the road entrance. And the IDF shockingly sides with the settlers. Now, at first, this was just my account, the security guard's account, the New York Times photographer's account. It turns out this morning, to break some news, there's actually body cameras of one of the people and video, 1 minute and 15 minutes video that just came out on X, which shows that these IDF officers were siding with the settlers and further blocked us in. And we were there 75 minutes. We had to call David Brownstein, who's the number 2 or 3 person career person at the American Embassy, who reached someone senior in the Israeli government. And finally, the police came, and then the settlers left and the IDF left. But it was a very tense situation.
So imagine that. Imagine this happening in another country. But Donnie Deutsch is saying, oh, I just don't get it. I don't understand. Why is everybody so upset at Israel? Their people are literally beating the shit out of people, holding them hostage. Americans who go over there on flotillas just to try to bring aid to Palestinians, taking them and locking them up. They beat the hell out of Chris Smalls, the Amazon guy who started the union at Amazon, because he was black. They take a sitting U.S. Congress member hostage and hold them for over an hour. I mean, an American New York Times reporter, but I don't understand. We are funding them. They are only in existence. They are only allowed to exist on this earth because of us. And yet our people go over there and get treated like this. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck these Israeli settlers. Fuck Benjamin Netanyahu and anyone else who supports this bullshit. And fuck Donnie Deutsch. Seriously, this is infuriating. And beyond, what Ro Khanna went through here, he talked about the horrors of what he witnessed in Gaza. Israeli forces and settlers just murdering Palestinians at will, no accountability, no charges ever being brought against them. So yeah, Americans don't want to be a part of this. We don't want to be funding this. And the only way it can continue, like I said, is if our government, our elected leaders allow it to continue. Israel could not continue to attack their neighbors and act as the bully of the Middle East without their bigger, stronger brother, the USA, standing behind them. It wouldn't happen. And as always, begs the question, why? Why are we doing this? Why are we so willing to do anything and everything to appease Israel, to fulfill Netanyahu's wildest genocidal dreams, his greater Israel dreams? And then according to Israel's finance minister, Smotrich, Donald Trump's representatives have secretly said that basically they hate the Palestinians. They liken them or called them Nazis. Check this out. So, and you don't have to take my word for it. This was just reported by Israel Nation news outlet. And Israel is an Israeli news outlet. So according to Smotrich, shortly after Donald Trump donor and ally Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, right after he was appointed to that position, he told Smotrich in private, quote, "I will not let 2 million Nazis live next to your children along the border fence." So this is who's been entrusted to negotiate a peace agreement, not only between Israel and the Palestinians, but between the U.S. and Iran. and Israel. This is why we're living this absolute nightmare right now. This total shit show that's going on with murdering people in the Middle East and our service members getting killed. This is why. Because this is who's in charge. So anyway, guys, there you go. Just like ignorance, hypocrisy. I don't even know. Don't even know. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you you probably never thought I was going to share. But I keep it real with you guys. As you know, I don't pull any punches. I give credit where credit is due, whether it's coming from the right, left, or center. So I have to tell you that Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing better journalism right now than mainstream media. I'm not joking. She went out and spoke with a Georgia resident. This was in Coweta, I think is how you pronounce it, Coweta County, Georgia. She spoke with the owner of this property and her daughter. Their property, their home, is being stolen from them with the excuse of eminent domain, which for anybody in another country watching or who isn't familiar with that term, eminent domain means that the government or, the county, the city, the state, whatever have you, with the federal government, actually, I believe is what it really refers to, is going to take your property for the good of the community. Like it's something that you would normally see so that they can expand roads or put something in that's going to help everyone. Okay. But this is being done for an AI data center. So not at all for the common good, only good for this company. And by the way, no one knows who this company is. They refuse to say which company is doing this to them. They won't tell anyone. So the daughter said, this is going to completely upend the politics in this county, which is a ruby red, blood red county, because all of the Republicans who are in charge there are basically giving them a big middle finger. They're actually mocking them over this. So check this out. This is just a tiny bit, and I encourage everybody to go and watch the full video. I want to say it was like 30, 45 minutes, something like that, maybe even an hour. But I just have a short couple of clips for you.
And an outcry of people against these sinners in our county already, the people that are backing up to them that didn't ask for them to be in their neighborhood. Right. And here we are 10 miles away having our home destroyed for the same centers. So it's really, it's a land grab. Okay, so Coweta County back in 2022, on average, used 7 million gallons of water per day. Okay. They created a new pump station. This new pump will allow them to suck up 27 million gallons of water per day. I did not realize that they were getting these giant tax cuts from our federal government in Georgia. I did not understand that they did not have to pay taxes on their building materials. We were able to realize that Georgia Power is not going to charge them a full commercial rate for power. So they get an incredible discount from Georgia Power, which we don't receive. Us as homeowners are seeing more and more increasing rates.
Yeah. So this AI data center is not only falsely using eminent domain laws to force these residents out of their homes. And she explained to Marjorie Taylor Greene that like this was her family home where she grew up. Her mother still lives there. Her mother was going to leave it to her child. So this would pass down through the generations. It's on this big old property. And now it's just being taken away from her against her will. She didn't want to sell. And then on top of that, this company is going to suck up all of the resources and drive up the costs for these same residents. So we're stealing your property and we're going to increase your water rates. We're going to increase your electricity rates. And then on top of that, adding insult to injury, they get a discount. The as you heard her say, these AI data centers get a discount on their electricity rates, and the residents don't get that. And then she explained later in the interview, these AI companies are trying to say, oh, well, we're going to quote unquote clean the water, right? We're going to use it, and then we're going to clean it, and then we're going to pump it back into the Georgia water system. This is something called a closed loop system. Well, there's still chemicals in the water. So residents are rightly freaking out. They're concerned, like, you're going to give us now contaminated water that potentially includes toxins that are now being introduced into our waterways and given back to us for bathing and cooking, watering our farms, feeding our animals, right? And then check out what the daughter had to say. I think her name is Ainsley. So she said that this is going to affect upcoming elections. Check this out.
Community doesn't want it. We don't need it. We didn't ask them to do this, and we didn't ask our representatives to give them the free ride either. Coweta County is historically a red county. We've always voted Republican. Almost all of our commissioners are Republican. City council, everybody, Republicans. But that is about to change. Our biggest support right now, where everybody's headed, is to vote for a Democrat for Coweta County Commissioner for the first time in a long time. And when you used to drive up these country roads, there were Trump signs everywhere. I mean, they were stapled to trees, they were on power poles, they were in people's front yards everywhere. Those signs are gone. There is not a Trump sign in this county anymore that I know of, because people have shifted. They feel betrayed by the Republican Party, which, how could you not? I mean, we voted for you and you're doing this to us.
Yep. So this county, which, as you heard, is like as blood red can be, is planning to oust Republican leaders, vote for Democrats. And this is before the data center is built. I've shared with you guys how loud these places are. I mean, you can only imagine how these residents are going to feel after they have to live next to this ungodly noise. And it's 24/7. It never stops. This is just like what I shared with you guys, why I think that James Tallarico has a good chance to win in Texas, beyond the Hispanic vote and all the people who are pissed off at Donald Trump for, what's going on with the immigration laws and all of these shootings and just people being racially profiled. On top of that, you have AI data centers. Texas is the second state, only behind, I believe it's Virginia, in the number of data centers in their state. And they're flipping. There are a bunch of them who are saying, I'm going to vote for the Democrats because they're the ones who are going to stop this. So if Democrats don't start making this their number 2 issue, I would say, right behind the economy, they're absolutely committing political malpractice. And then I want to share with you guys a clip that I just saw that this needs to be played in every ad across every county and every state for every MAGA-aligned candidate. They need to include this to show how out of touch Donald Trump and his administration are and how out of touch Republicans are in general. Take a look at this. So the person you're going to see in this clip, let me just set it up for you. This is Donald Trump's energy secretary. And they're talking about how New York just placed a moratorium. They just placed a temporary ban on any new AI data centers being built in the state of New York. So he's reacting to this, and you're just not going to believe what he says.
Hochul has it exactly backwards. Data centers are the greatest tool we have right now to stop the rise of electricity prices and ultimately to bring them back down. It's the Democrat green energy policies that have driven energy prices up in New York State actually shrunk their total electricity production. I mean, they banned fracking. They blocked a pipeline to bring natural gas, the biggest source of energy in New York. They closed the Indian Point nuclear reactor. They passed these crazy green energy mandates and an insane climate law. So the energy is expensive in New York and now sparse because of bad Democrat policies, nothing to do with data centers. In fact, that's the solution, not the problem.
Oh my God. The solution, not the problem. I mean, I don't know if that guy is just wildly ignorant and incompetent, if he really doesn't know, or if he is just one of the most brazen liars in this administration, because that is absurd. That is the most ridiculous statement I think I've heard yet. And I like how they have the split screen and they're showing him and they're showing the inside of these data centers and all of these hard drives, all of these, mainframes or whatever they are. I mean, anybody with a brain knows even just a regular computer takes a lot of power, takes a lot to cool down. Right? You have to have fans on your computer or it might overheat. The fact that this guy is trying to sell that what's going on right next to his head is like not going to run up energy costs and, we need them to bring down electricity costs. I mean, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So anyway, this just shows how little respect Donald Trump and his regime have for their own voters, because that's on Fox News. Right? And the majority of data centers are being placed in rural areas. They have to be, because you have to have enough land to house these massive facilities. So that means they are disproportionately affecting Donald Trump voters, Republican voters, and they're seeing their lives being ruined, their bills skyrocketing because of these places. And that this jackass is telling them, don't believe your own eyes, don't believe your own ears, don't believe your own dwindling bank account. I mean, it's just insulting to them. And anyway, another thing I want to show you guys in regard to the situation in Georgia. So that young woman, Ainsley, who spoke with Marjorie Taylor Greene, she said their Republican elected officials are mocking the residents. So they're putting this cartoon here online to mock them. So apparently this was after residents attended a city council meeting, I think it was, and they were voicing their concerns about this data center. And the elected officials posted this cartoon rendering of the people in the crowd, making fun of them. And she said they've started referring to themselves, some of these people, as kings and queens of the county. They post things like this online. So what you see here is the new profile picture of the county commissioner and his wife. His wife uploaded this to her Facebook page. This is her new profile picture. And she said, well, since I can no longer call myself the first lady of, because it triggers my fan club, I'll just call myself the queen. So this is what happens when you allow people with no morals and no conscience to have just unfettered power. They show their true colors when they're given complete and total power. And MAGA Republicans, when they get this unchecked power, they don't have to answer to anyone. They control everything throughout the country. They show the voters exactly who they are. They show them exactly who they are, what they care about. And it's definitely not the residents that they were elected to serve. And this young woman is actually doing something about it. She, besides talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she set up a Facebook page. She's trying to get this Reidelbach, I think that's how you say his name. That's the guy that I showed you with his wife, the queen. She's trying to get him recalled. She also has a data center referendum that she's trying to get on the ballot. So they're trying to get this to the place where voters can actually vote on this in the upcoming election. As you can see here, this is as of last week, they're only like 3,000 signatures away from meeting the amount that they need to get it on the ballot. And I was reading through the comment section. This was really funny. Somebody in the comment section said that this Reidelbach guy, he's turning Republicans into Democrats. And then another person said, yeah, him and others. So they all know, like everybody is turning against the Republicans because of this shit. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share so other people know that this is happening and it could happen in their area. Please subscribe if you have not. Donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm laughing, but this is like, we're living in one of the most absurd timelines in American history. I honestly believe that. Like, this period will be studied forever. People in the future will not believe this shit. Like, they will not believe that this stuff was true. I cannot even believe that this story is real myself, because the alky that we have in charge, the accused rapist who runs our Department of Defense, just made an announcement so outlandish, so ridiculous and laughable. It's I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. So take a look.
Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best.
That was not AI, guys. That was 100% real. He goes on to explain how, testosterone levels drop, especially after you turn 30 and you want to be at your peak and blah, blah, blah. This is insane. This is insanity. So my first question is Hegseth going to get tested? Are they going to test him? I mean, clearly he's a little low, right? That's why he's so insecure. That's why he's always trying to prove what a man he is. Maybe he got a lot of other stuff in that body. I don't know about testosterone. I'm joking and I'm speculating, but I wouldn't be shocked. And then I saw a Democratic lawmaker online make a really good point that, like, this is gender affirming care, right? When did they become proponents of gender affirming care? Could have sworn they were totally against it. And here's the thing. Everybody's testosterone levels are different. Like, yeah, there's like kind of a norm, like the doctors can look and go, oh, based on this range, this is okay. That's a little low. This is a little high, but everybody's body is different. So who's going to judge? And are you going to just pump these guys full of testosterone until they reach a level that is considered the high level mark? Like, that can cause a lot of rage. That can cause people to be really overly aggressive. It's just a basic fact. And are you going to do this for the women too? Women have testosterone in their bodies. We also have estrogen. We have progesterone. Are they going to test all of the women in the military and make sure that their levels are optimized? Or is this only for the men? Are we once again going to, give men health care that we just absolutely refuse to women, as has been the case for decades, for all of eternity? This is just craziness. The rest of the world is watching this. We are such a laughingstock. We are such a freaking joke on the world stage right now. Oh my God. It's going to take decades to rebuild the trust around the world, to rebuild people's confidence in our country, because we are just a freaking joke. Anyway, guys, there you go. There you have it. Oh my God, I just want a normal government again. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. It's Carter, classic host, locally sourced. And before we dive in, obviously, if you want to support this channel, you can go to patreon.com/locally sourced or locally sourced nh.substack.com and become a subscriber, help support the channel. Love it when we have that happen because there's no ads, no sponsors, nothing like that. Totally independently run. I like it that way. Editorial independence is a good thing. Moving on from the immediate plug is my guest today. You guys probably know him, been on the channel before. Arya Shams. He is running for New Hampshire House in Hillsborough. He's coming out of Nashua. There's an open seat in that particular primary. Well, general, I guess, at this point. And let's see here. I am losing my grip on reality. But Arya, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. I know we've been planning this for a minute, so I'm glad our schedules finally aligned and we're able to make this happen. Love watching your videos too. Think you're doing great work, so I appreciate you having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, okay, let's just talk about because obviously there's like a lot of news, and normally with guests I'd be like dead set on only sticking to like our topics, but since we've made content together before, we probably have some stuff that we want to review and how it impacts New Hampshire. But before we get there, tell people about your individual race and why you chose to run for that seat and what's sort of driving you in that particular campaign.
So I live in Nashua. I'm originally from Pelham, New Hampshire, which is right next door. It's not that far from here. A very conservative town that I grew up in. And Nashua is one of the bigger cities, second biggest city in New Hampshire. And my rep, Laura Tulersky, my ward has three reps, right? And Laura Tulersky, who is very powerful Dem that's in the state house, who is, I think she's deputy minority leader. She is running for state senate. Don't quote me on that, but she's one of the top few Dems in the house. And she's running for state senate, which is great because she's tough. And we've met a few times, and she's one of my reps. So we've met a few times, and I'm happy for her, and I'm going to be supporting her in that race. And I was approached by Paige Boschman and one or two other NH talkers who let me know that the seat was open and that they thought I'd be a good person to run. So this was never, I don't know if it was ever really in the card, at least not this early to run for office. I was still just getting my feet wet, but I think New Hampshire is a bit of a unique place. And I can say this as someone who's lived in a lot of different places, like on multiple continents in multiple states. I lived in LA for a few years in the late 2010s or whatever. And New Hampshire is a laboratory. This is a laboratory where what we're seeing slowly, I think what we're testing is community work and community organizing is, and excitement, inspiration is much more valuable per dollar. Like the millions of dollars that they're pouring into like big marketplaces like New York City and Chicago, which they might have like a big TV ad place, that money is worthless here. Like if you don't know the neighbors here, if you're not organizing on the ground here, we see that has a lot more of an effect. And I think like where I find myself here is that I'm here to shake things up. I'm here to hold people accountable for the decisions they have been making. And I know I have a whole team of like a community of people that are supporting me, and I'm in lockstep with them I think this is just one piece of the puzzle. I'll never say like running for office, like electoral politics is the answer, because I don't think that by itself, I don't think it's controversial to say by itself is going to change this system based on imperialism. But I think every tool in the toolbox is important. It's the least you can, voting is literally the least thing you can do. And I'm honored to be asked to run for this seat, and see what happens.
Yeah, totally. So what let's talk about your platform a little bit, because obviously, policy in the bag. What's like, obviously there's a certain amount of what you're going to be able to do based off of whatever committee you're assigned to, but generally speaking, when you're going to the state house, what kind of issues are you looking to kind of drill down on specifically?
I mean, I think, listen, anyone who's running for anything in New Hampshire that doesn't talk about housing is not doing their due diligence, is not living in the state. Like we're all being drowned by some form of housing issue, whether it's property taxes, whether it's rent. Like just to give you guys an example, I would be one of the very few renters if I get elected. There's only a handful of us. And again, most people are property owners. The average age is 61 years old in the New Hampshire State House, right? So when I talk about housing, even though housing is by far the most important issue here that needs to be attacked in a variety of ways, that housing is actually also affected by the fact that we have a volunteer government. This is a volunteer government. It's people who have the money or the ability to be in a room that is paying them $100 a year. I know people hate talking about that, especially like the old heads and the OGs of the party and like the state house. And it's like, no, we don't ever talk about our own pay. Like, it's time to grow up. This is tough. This is hard. That argument is meant to silence us from talking about it. Like, hey, no, this is civil, like, this is a volunteer government. You don't want to profit off of it. This is how you profit off of it. Make it for zero, and then, pay them individually to make decisions for you. And that's attached to my third biggest issue, which is the Free State Project. And the Free State Project, as it's not just going after, I don't believe in going after individuals, right? I believe in going after systems. And part of this system is that this archaic government structure has allowed it so a bunch of carpetbaggers could come here from other states, bring their ideas that got them kicked out of those states, bring them into this state and say, this freedom. Come and take your money out of your public schools, put them into a private account in New York for freedom education. So little Tommy can go ride his horse in the North Country, right? Like, this is so objectively insane. And no one speaks like the way I'm speaking to you right now. No one speaks like this inside of that state house. Why not? Like, that's the part I don't understand. And that's why I'm running, because like, it seems like there's a lot of people that feel the way I feel when, and they need someone to say it out loud.
Right. No, absolutely. I'm with you 100% on the Free State Project. That's like a huge issue that I have. And part of the thing that like bothers me so intensely about them is that they have proven very, very well that the electoralism argument and sort of like capturing a party works. Like, very well, especially when you have such a ground level, low barrier to entry set up the way we have in New Hampshire. And my personal opinion on that is I'm like, okay, if they can do it, why can't the progressive left do that? There's the only thing that stands in our way is our propensity to have infighting with each other over meaningless issues. And that's super irritating. And I think, anybody that's watching this that hasn't heard of NH Talk, Arya and I are both sort of part of that community. And I always, in my mind, I think we're in a lot of ways the sort of progressive left-wing response to that. Now, I don't want to like broadly characterize everybody in NH Talk like in that community, because we do have some former Free State people that have found themselves disillusioned with the movement itself and have joined, and because they're like, hey, we want to fight fascists, and we're basically like, hey, welcome to the party, guys. We'll hash it out. I do think your point about housing is and specifically having a renter in the state house is so important. For anybody that doesn't know the stat, it's, I believe, 73.3% of the state are homeowners. So that's almost just under 3/4 of the state are home/property owners. That means that there's basically, a little over 25% of the state that just is flat ignored. And for people that are renting, they have no equity, right? So they don't necessarily have a way to generate profit or returns based on property that they own. And therefore, they are, when you talk about not paying the legislature, right? That acts as a way to basically filter out all of the lower income people that are trying to have a say or trying to participate in their local government, like their state government. And so to me, these issues are sort of all intertwined, right? Like I don't know if that's necessarily a question, but it's sort of like a take to maybe respond to or analyze.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, what that $100 a year does effectively disqualifies any working class person. I mean, and I want people to know, like, I'm not a millionaire running for this seat. I just happen to have time. And I think that's one of the lucky things. I don't have a partner. I don't have kids. That used to be, I'm not on the same track as a lot of people who are in my generation, and that's okay now. I mean, I've come to grips that this economy sucks. Everything about everything sucks. It's very difficult, and I have to live within the means that I have. And I think this time has afforded me the ability to go and be able to spend some time in that room with those people. And I think, again, it's, for me, I'm lucky I have, I have a family business, and I have family that can help with some hours here and there. But like most people, they don't have that. They're not like, they don't have the extra time. The extra time they need to put towards like raising their kids. I don't know, like other things that adults have to do that I don't have to do at the moment. And so, yes, there's a minority of us in there. And what happens essentially, which again, I don't want people to think that like we're trying to pay out like Congress level numbers. Like, Congress gets paid like $200,000 a year. Okay. Like, I'm not trying to pay the state house that, but if you look at like just even state, like the most, red states, they believe that public service needs some type of like livable wage, because it's not a volunteer job. The reason why New Hampshire is drowning is that this place is becoming a billionaire's wonderland. Most of, and even the property owners, I'm sure it's the number of property owners, like in human being numbers, is like much lower than the 73%. It's like multiple buildings that they own, right? Multiple houses, third, fourth houses. I think what happens is, again, if you don't pay them or if you don't do something for them, there's no childcare. Like at the very least, okay, and childcare is going to be a big part of what I do too. I'm going to be a childless childcare pusher here, because I need people like me to step up to the plate and understand that like community means taking care of other people's kids too. Those are your kids as well. You know, a healthy society has people taking care of each other's kids. I don't have kids. Why can't I care about your kids? And I need some of the women, for example, in NH Talk. I need some of them in that room. Like they are seriously like some of the most inspiring people that I've met on this journey, because they are raising kids. They are doing the family thing. Some of them are single moms. They're still showing up to these things. To do that, you have to care. Like it's a requirement. There's nothing else motivating you in that moment. And that's exactly what's happening in the State House. Again, 61 years old. That's the average age of the State House. Average age of New Hampshire is 43. It's a
Right.
nursing home that can adjust our taxes. You know, that's it. They're not. How do they know what my life is? How do they know what our lives are like? They have no idea. You know.
Yeah, totally. No, I completely agree. And I mean, you know, I think I was talking to a friend recently, and I was sort of explaining the issue of how this works. My friend's not from New Hampshire, he's over in Pennsylvania. And the issue was, I was like, look, like when you don't pay your representatives, right? He's like, it creates this weird system where only the people can afford to go. And he's like, okay, well, you know, it's tell me more about it. And I was like, well, look, like, he was like, he asked me, he's like, well, what do they get out of it? And I was like, well, look, if you're making a whole bunch of passive income because you own stocks, right? You have stocks and you get interest off those stocks, and that's how you create your sort of liquid funds. If you don't really care about only making $100 a year when you have just disposable time out the wazoo, because you can go to the State House and then adjust laws in a way that saves you money from whatever passive income stream you have. So in a way, you are able to pay yourself even more by taking no money from the state. And I think that's a dynamic that people maybe don't necessarily wrap their head all the way around. And it's pretty grotesque in my opinion.
It's a really easy messaging strategy to people who are not willing to. It's like, well, and again, even the paying part, right? That can be played with, that can be messaged with. That's how I know that like it hasn't been a priority for the people, even I don't know, even on the Democratic side, I don't think, because it's really easy to message around this. You know, like, you know, we can give tax breaks instead of a payout. You know, we can make it, we can incrementally make it easier for people to serve without paying them, even if we wanted to. But
Right.
It's such a fundamental, again, it's being gate kept, like you said, it's being gate kept by people who do not need the money. So they don't see the need to start paying people. They'll be like, why would you want to pay me? I don't need the money. Don't worry about it. This guy is worth more than, 80% of New Hampshire, 90% of New Hampshire. Most of them are, you know? And I think there is, again, it sends the wrong message, I think, too. What job pays you nothing?
Yeah,
You're telling me this isn't worth minimum wage. Working
yeah, right.
state government is not a minimum wage job. What world are we living in? What dimension? You know, and that's the part I don't understand. At least if you're gonna do that, like you could easily too, like just chunk off days where they don't need to show up at Concord. The person
Right.
who lives in Concord, the rep in Concord, is getting paid more than the rep in Nashua, if you want to put it like
Yeah.
that. You know, like because I just get gas, that's it, you know, but I don't get that time. I don't get the time back, you know? So
Right.
I think, I just think these things are easily messaged if we were actually messaging them. And I think I want people to know there are people like me that aren't millionaires, that are renters, that are just like everyday people who I started as a content creator and I showed up to organize, and now I'm running for state rep and people seem to be pretty excited, and that makes me excited, and I'm not going to go there to watch a state decline. I'm going in there to bring that kind of brand in there. And really, honestly, Carter, my main goal here outside of the platforms, I want to demystify the experience. I want to literally, you see me recording content short form all the time, just bring it into me record the same stuff, but I'll be in the State House recording. I'll be like, this is what I did today. And look, it's really not that hard. We can be hanging out, going to lunch together right now, and then be voting on marijuana legalization, which I am going to put my name on because it is just cosmic if I can. So that's another story.
No, I'm with you. That one makes me so frustrated because it's like, look, my attitude is, when it comes to marijuana legalization, it's like I want to do it purely because of the criminal justice aspects of things, and then the freedom to cultivate aspect of things. Dude, Massachusetts, they've been developing an economy for it for the past decade, right? I personally think that the Massachusetts marijuana market is like the perfect example of a free market that is working, because there's so much competition that it has driven the prices down so far that it now can cost, even with the taxes added on, it can cost you less to get weed that is like 3-4 times as strong as what you could have gotten back in the 2010s on the black market, right? It doesn't even compare. So the idea that New Hampshire would suddenly be able to catch up without making a serious infrastructure investment, where you've got either you're selling weed out of every single state liquor outlet, or you're building an adjacent structure that is like the state dispensary, you won't be able to compete, because you just simply don't have the proliferation to do so, right? You're not, and the revenue generated, people always love to be like, oh, well, you can pay for school with it. And you're talking about millions of dollars that are gained in revenue versus 2.5 billion that you need in order to actually adequately fund education in the state. So it chips away at it, but it doesn't solve the problem. The real issue for me is you don't want to be sending people to jail for something like that. And you don't want to be restricting people's right to just grow a fucking plant in their yard. You know what I mean? That's really, to me, that's the core thing. If you want to live free or die, then maybe you should let people be free to grow a plant in their yard. Just saying.
No, I think there's a variety of reasons we want to legalize, right? I think when I'm using, and I agree with you, there are such common sense reasons to legalize, and the criminal justice system is one of them. It seems to be conservatives, they want to just talk about money, and I feel what other better excuse is there? Because I've made videos about this where, listen, I live in Nashua, it's the most southern city in New Hampshire. I can just drive 5 minutes down the road to Tingsboro, and once you enter Tingsboro from Daniel Webster Highway, the first two of the first 4 buildings are dispensaries, and they're not there for mass residents. I'm trying to they're not traveling there from Central Mass to those. It's all, and it's full of New Hampshire residents that's where they're making all their money, and it's just, to me, it's this is just, we are being robbed. It's just, it's over what? Everyone is doing it. We're the only state in New England not doing it. And then just look at, I went to California, obviously, for the World Cup, and the prices there are insane. I could not believe how cheap it was from even just a few years ago when I was there. I was there a few years ago living there in 2019, before COVID. And I cannot believe how cheap, and strong, the strongest stuff ever. And I'm just I'm cooked out here. I don't even know, it's crazy. So I think, you have it makes so much sense. And for some reason, part of what people love about being unique about this state is making the dumbest decisions on planet Earth. Is that they're proud of it. And it's like there's a level of pride in like vetoing cannabis expansion. It's because look at what these woke states are doing. We're not going to do that. You know, it's just so crazy to me, dude. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. But that's why I'm running ultimately, so I can yell at them inside of there instead of just at them.
Just be like, stop cutting off your nose to spite your face, kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, but to messaging, right? So this is something that genuinely I spend time thinking about this, right? We have a progressive caucus in the House. Why are we not seeing better messaging? Why is it that it seems so difficult to get a state rep that's out here willing to say what you're saying? You know what I mean? And obviously you're not there yet, so it's not like you're involved in it or like in the immediate sense. But and I know people will get super upset with me and be like, "Oh, he's attacking the progressives, whatever, is just ridiculous." And look, like I just want the institutions that say that they are what they are to be what they say that they are. You know what I mean? I don't really think that's too much of a stretch. So I'm just like, I mean, I'm curious what your take on that is, and then how you're just willing to go in and be different in that way.
I'm gonna drop a hot take here, or like maybe some hot news that I really haven't told many people, but I do not see myself joining the Progressive Caucus for reasons that we, as voters, are probably aware of, you know, and I'm not here to like drop names or any of that, but I think my general feeling about this, right, about what you just said, which is like, how are you going to be different? What's going on with the progressives? I feel like that's part of the messaging strategy too, where we're just, you know, it's the tankies and the commies and the socialists and the DSAs and the progressives, and it's like that's being done to us on purpose.
Yeah,
we're not labeling ourselves, okay? People are labeling us, and we are we're taking those labels in. I used to like question myself all the time. I think I probably lean as like a populist, but even that is like, it depends on what day of the week it is. I might be a socialist today. It might be a communist tomorrow, or an anarchist, or an accelerationist. Who knows, right? These are all these are all things meant to divide us. And this is how I feel about like anyone that labels themselves something, or if they call something like a progressive caucus. The progressive caucus doesn't get to decide if they're progressive. Okay. Like we are the ones that decide who's progressive. We're the ones that decide who's actually for something and against. We're the voters. I mean, we're the electorate. That's it. You can call yourself a unicorn for all I care. You know, like it doesn't matter what you think you are. It matters what your principles are. And those come out. You give people enough time and enough like rope, you know what they do to themselves with it, right? So to me, it always comes out. And the easiest way to move about this world is with moral clarity. That's my whole brand, which is like, I'm not afraid of people calling me stuff anymore. There are literally bombs dropping on babies right now. Don't care what you think. Don't really care what you think about me on a daily basis, you know, but I'm going to do what I think is right. And I know what's right. I'm done negotiating on what's right. That's something that I talk to people about a lot, which is like I get a lot of heat for that, but I don't care anymore, because ultimately I have to like live with myself, man. You know, like I'm sick of watching all this stuff. The most live stream genocide of our lifetimes. We're still talking about it, right? And to me, it's just for me, it's so clear now. And my sentiment really is like, everyone get in the bus. You know, or just get out of the way, because people are sick of purity politics. They want to fight. They know what they want, and I want to help them get there. I don't want to like beat around the bush anymore. And if that means not being in the progressive caucus, that's okay. You know, I've been thinking, like, what would I do if I get elected? Maybe start my own caucus. Who says I can't do that? You know, like these things are just, to me, it's, I'll work with anyone. And Carter, put me on record here, baby. I want you to hold me accountable to this. I will work with anyone that is willing to make my neighbors' lives better. You quote me on that. I will work on anyone with any party. Label yourself whatever you want. But if you're willing to help my neighbors and you're not a literal Nazi, we're in. Let's do it. Let's go.
Right. No, I mean, I think that's an incredibly well-principled position, and one that I would hope most people that are actually trying to support folks that need to just live a dignified life are willing to do. I don't really understand the propensity of elected officials to want to play inside a certain structure that has proven to be completely ineffective for many constituents in the state. When you're talking about whether it's young people or seniors that are just being completely pushed out of the state because they can't afford things, you know, I don't give even the like 0.5% of a fuck about what your personal drama issues are with some other state rep. It's so irrelevant to me. Like that means nothing to me as a constituent. I think there's a lot of people in New Hampshire that feel the exact same way. And I think there's probably a lot of them that I have major political disagreements with, really, really big ones. But that's just a through line. That you just want somebody who's willing to say, screw it. If it makes everybody's lives better, let's go for it. You know what I mean? That's generally my attitude. And, you know, from what I understand of the way things will work in Concord, and I mean, I know this has happened. I know this has been a thing. And I've heard it from a bunch of different directions. That when you get up to the state house, there's always somebody that's like, oh, well, we're going to take you under our wing and we're really going to show you how all this works. And we're going to walk you through this. And let me introduce you to all these people. And what we want you to do is we want you to sit in the back for a little while and just watch and listen. And then you'll learn how to engage with this space. You'll learn how to operate with this space. Nobody ever stops for a second and goes, maybe that's not the way we should do it, because maybe so many of the problems that we're experiencing are directly precipitant to this institutionalized knowledge, which was formed at a time before anybody that's up there now was ever holding office, right? So what it does is it forces an ideological passing of the torch over generations of representatives without any accountability for those source ideas, and nobody stopping the process and interrupting it and say, hey, wait a minute, isn't this kind of broken at this point? Shouldn't we maybe try a different way? The Democrats have been losing in Concord for, I think it's like 10 years now or something like that. We haven't had a Democratic governor for so long. And I think there was only one cycle where there was House and Senate majority. So I don't understand. It's like you're trying to convince me of what, how to lose, like that, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the record so far, and there's nothing wrong with like being honest with people. And I do want to like just clarify for your viewers too that like I'm not saying the progressives are bad people either, or like they're not progressive. It's just my general principle, my general sentiment here is that like progressives aren't a monolith either. Like I disagree with progressives on stuff, and you know I'm probably more left of them. But that being said, I think there is a lot of that what you mentioned, kind of like I wouldn't call it gatekeeping, but there's a little bit of this is like this is like my person. This is our person, and he's going to join our group, and he's going to kind of like vote along with us and do this thing. And I do sense some of that a little bit going on with, but listen, I expect that. I have a political mind, and I think like the expectation is that and I know what people are expecting of me, even like my most ardent naysayers think I will go in there and sell out, because that's what people do.
Right.
And ultimately, right. And that's the way it goes. So I think having that awareness, knowing that if the moral clarity, the moral conviction here is speaking truth to power. And my entire thing is that Democrats, a lot of the time, are the ones that are standing directly in our way, you know, and until we can understand that, like, it's not a monolith in either party, that like some of these parties are chunking into various types of it's a little bit loud over here, but various types of parties. We have to like, we shouldn't shy away from going into like instead of the one big tent, like we need more tents. Right. I genuinely believe in that. I don't like the two-party. No one likes the two-party system, but the two-party system creates a lot of BS. Right. It creates situations like we have in Maine. You know, like, let's be real. That's just happening right now. What we know about Graham Plattner now, if you went back to the primary, it's do I pick sexual assault or do I pick genocide? There's your two-party system at work, right? But if you had more representation, more of a representative government, like you had multiple parties, again, more tents, not a bigger tent, more tents, and you did something like, a representative democracy, right? The percentage of votes that you got is the percentage of power you got in the government. We would be getting so much more out of our representatives, out of our governments, and out of life, honestly. But we're stuck in this perpetual two-party system, and that we have to constantly remind ourselves of that this is a big game of collusion. You can't convince me that even again, not all the Democrats, but I know there are Democrats in the New Hampshire State House that are colluding with Republicans on stuff too, because that's what they're doing in the U.S. Congress. It's exactly what they're doing. Okay, so you can't tell me they're not doing that in New Hampshire too. They're doing it everywhere. And that's another way they tricked us, man. You know, like another way they tricked us is be like, that's a D and that's an R. And they're literally running on, I'm not the R or I'm not the D. It's so asinine. And I think, again, part of my thing, I'm not Malcolm X, dude. You know, I'm not someone who can change the world like this, right? But I want other people to see that they can do something, you know, they can be a change, they can be a difference, they can be a trendsetter, you know, and hopefully I know a lot of good first-time reps that are running that I trained with a little bit, that I spoke to. Hopefully in 2 years, that multiplies and multiplies. And to speak to what you said originally, which is we can do what the Free State did. What the Free State Project did, we can do that. If they did it, we can do it. You know, we just have to run people. And for every one person, like a Zoran Mamdani, right? Like every one of him, we have to run like 100 of us. Yeah, we have to run 100 of us until we get a Zoran. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. And I hope this is just a starting point, and I can just put more eyes on this path that I want other people in there with me. Yeah, I need people in there with me. I need people like you, Carter. I need people like NH Talk people. I need like all kinds of people that just care, right? Because right now there's no teachers in there, no nurses. I mean, there's some, it's hyperbolic, but it's mostly all just people with money. It's not working class people.
No, absolutely. I completely agree. And actually, so it's funny because you bring up Maine, and I think this is actually an interesting moment to kind of like sort of cross the discussion a little bit. So, basically, I'm not. Obviously, people know what's going on, right? If you are seeing this interview when it comes out, you can check the upload date on it. Like, you'll know what the hell was going on when we recorded this. But obviously you encounter problems with certain candidates. Now, like you casually mentioned, oh, you need somebody like me up there. I'm not going to run for a state rep at all. That's in part because my mother at one point was a state rep. I don't believe in political dynasties. So I cashed that out already. My family, my bloodline, they had their fucking shot. And my mom did pretty good work when she was there, but that's not for me anymore. I exist in a certain lane. The point that I would like to make, though, is that I think there's a danger with putting people like me up, because there's not necessarily the vetting process that goes through it. And people will see me and they'll say like, oh, well, he's a carpenter. He's well-spoken. He's, you know, he fits the working class vibe or whatever. What the fuck just happened with Graham Plattner? You know, in contrast to that, just to finish the thought, in contrast to that, you're an Iranian American. The reason why Abdul al-Sayed or Zoran Mamdani are so excellent is because the barrier to entry for them being candidates on the left in the first place is so much more infinitely challenging. It's so much higher because you're already encountering the likelihood that you will be terror jacketed. And so you need to be an immaculate candidate out of the gate anyways. You can't have anything like that in your history that you like dog it and well, like, okay, well, you know, it's he made some mistakes. He's like, you know, he's just a little guy. He's just a, you know, he's an American guy. And it's just like that, like I this is the argument for why non-white candidates should be elevated, because there's already an assumption, especially if you're Muslim, especially if you're brown, that you're already cooked. So to know that you're walking into it in the first place means that you likely don't carry the baggage that would be so detestable to everybody, right? Like, no, I don't have anything like that in my history, right? I've been married for like a decade and a half, so I don't have those kind of allegations attached to me, but I can see why there would be a lot of suspicion on something like that. Whereas like if I wanted to be a candidate, if I really wanted to do that, I would have to put years in with the DSA. You know what I mean? Like I would have to be doing just straight organizing with them in order to prove my salt. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's like an important nuance that people maybe need to be aware of, especially when you're talking about a state that's so fucking white.
I couldn't say it better myself, Carter. I mean, like that is something that, again, and everything changed after 9/11, right? Like I never felt any different. I never felt like I grew up in a very white town in a very white state. You know, I was hanging out with kids on a daily basis called Jeremy, John, Travis. We were going to pool parties. And then all of a sudden, one day, it's like the media is telling me I'm different, right? I'm much different. And that is something that I've had to carry. And yes, and that's another thing of being like weathered online. You get so much, you know, it takes so much of a beating online. You kind of grow like a bit of a spine. And I think there is a lot of truth in what you're saying. And I want to say, before I say the next part, I want to say unequivocally, I made a video about this. I've made a lot of Graham Plattner videos. Okay. Like not about Graham Plattner, but about his race and about what he represents. It's always been more than Graham Plattner, right? And I unequivocally like condemn, like that story is like there are receipts. It's, to me, it's not questionable, right? Like, so, and that's my opinion. And when it comes to that, like when it comes to him in that situation, I think we need to be very, very careful as progressives, as leftists, how we navigate this situation, right? Because two things can be true at once, right? Which is, the first thing is that this accusation is terrible, needs to be investigated, is totally believable, etc. Right? This is bad. He needs to drop out, right? That's one conversation. Right. The other conversation is what happens next. And no one is talking about that, right? Well, some people are. Right now, most people are parading, like the people that don't seem to really care about like the gravity of this situation are like, I told you so, you know, the same old people are like, I told you so. We knew from the tattoo, we knew from this, we knew from that. That's great, you know, but he wasn't popular for the tattoo, right? He wasn't popular for the stories. The same with Trump. Like, I just don't see how people aren't making the parallel here that Graham Plattner is thinking like he hasn't dropped out yet. Most people will drop out instantly, right? He hasn't dropped out yet because we have given the sign. We have given the sign that we are willing to eat this if we get what we want. And again, we have to be very careful here, because all it takes, Carter, all it takes is to just get someone with his platforms that doesn't have a Nazi tattoo, doesn't have a sexual assault allegation. His platform is what's popular. That is what won. He is a system quarterback, bro. Like and he's a terrible system quarterback at this rate. He's a third string system quarterback, and he got pantsed on live TV, right? So my thing is, like, just get a second string system quarterback, someone that doesn't have that background, and someone who won't want to genocide Palestinians. Is it that difficult? Are we talking about, is that difficult? And this is why this conversation is going to be so difficult to navigate in the coming time, because the people who are illegitimately, right? Not the people, there are a lot of people negatively affected by this, but there are people who are going to pile on because they're opportunists. And we need to be very careful about separating these messages, because the opportunists are going to say, nah, put in the AIPAC Zionist. That's the most electable person.
Right. That is my biggest fear right now.
Yes. So these two thoughts, it is important, right? And this is what moral clarity means, Carter. It's scary for me all the time to take some of these positions, because I'm going to get, again, as a Middle Easterner too, which is just as amazing, you know, like how much I've been told I hate women and black people, even though I voted for Kamala. Like it's just a crazy, just a story that is being put on us, and we're gonna have to hold the line again. And I can feel it coming, that I'm gonna have to start making nuanced videos, and it's not gonna go well at first. It never really does. But this is what holding the line is. This is what, like, having moral clarity is. It sucks. It's lonely. Like but people have to do it. While holding these two thoughts, I have to keep reiterating to people, because you know, media comprehension is not great, media literacy. But I am categorically, I condemn what Plattner did. He should drop out yesterday. Right. Okay. Like, so just so it's not a question, but there is a deeper conversation to be had here that is going to affect all of our lives. And we need to have this conversation in tandem, separately.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree. And I mean, it's generally just, it's my stance. It's the stance of this particular channel that, like, there are hard lines you do not cross. Committing, like, textbook definition rape is one of those fucking things. Sorry. You can't, that's an immediate disqualifier, right? Like, I believe in rehabilitation. I believe in people being able to find a way out of situations, but that does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that you get to fucking hold power, dude. Period. The end. Now, I also, like, I want to take it a step further a little bit, because this is something that I try to explain to people in a very roundabout way. And again, you know, I'm not going to say anything about anybody that's running for any level of office right now, whether it's a state rep or governor or, you know, national office, whatever. It's not relevant. The reason you don't see this with DSA candidates is because those candidates have to go through a separate vetting process that is democratically organized prior to them even getting the nomination. Right? They weren't picked out by an ad agency. They weren't picked out by, you know, just some sort of weird group of, you know, nebulous folks. They weren't picked out by a special moneyed interest. Like, they're picked out by a democratic organization that you have to prove yourself within. Right? And then your brethren and siblings within that organization, your comrades, they have to decide that you are worthy of that run. Right? So there are things that are far less damaging than literal sexual assault that are, in my opinion, just as disqualifying. Right? If I hear that somebody says, well, oh, I don't want to support XYZ candidate because they're not like me. You know, they don't share my identity group traits, right? That's a huge fucking red flag for me. That's an example. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that sketches me out, right? They can have a banger platform and I will probably still support them or vote for them within the context of them having that platform. But if they're like, well, that person doesn't have the same precise lived experience as me, so therefore I can't get behind them. They don't know what it's like to raise a child. They don't know what it's like to have to go and work a 12-hour day over state lines. They don't know what it's like to have to stand on the top of a roof and worry about whether or not their life is in jeopardy and if the Trump supporting coworker that they work with is going to hold that safety line for them or not. You know what I mean? Like, these are all sort of anecdotal examples, but I'm just trying to make a broader point that, like, that would be for me sort of disqualifying, right? Like, and I think that those type of characteristics, if you are engaged in a organization that requires democratic agreement, where you have to show up and you have to do work with these people, any of those traits are going to come out. They're going to be very apparent to folks like within that organization, and that will act as the filter necessary to prevent those candidates from ever making it to the stage where you could have Oppo research drop that all of a sudden just completely kneecaps the campaign and makes an entire movement that coalesced around them because they didn't know any better, because they didn't have the information on hand to be able to make an accurate judgment. It doesn't paint them as idiots or wrong. You know what I mean? So that's just like a general point that I want to impress upon people, that when we say we need better vetting, that is part of the method by which the vetting process occurs, is to be in strong coalition with a group of people. It doesn't even necessarily have to be DSA, but you need to be in a sort of a more democratically or like conversational group of people. If this, like, there's mutual aid organizations that would do this, if serve the same exact function, you know what I mean? Like, unions could serve the same exact function, right? It's about proving your worth within a broader coalition that has to make very serious progress on its own right, that earns you that position.
No, I completely agree. I mean, I'm never going to be against democratic values, you know, like the more democracy, the better, the more filtering, the better. I mean, I think it only helps. I'm for unlimited democracy, you know, and I think there's a form of that. Like, I don't know, and I feel like NH Talk, like, you know, gives a lot of power projection, and you know, for good reason. I mean, I feel like we organically, there's a lot of movement in NH Talk, and I feel like NH Talk is kind of providing a similar, more decentralized version of DSA. And I know NH Talk, again, NH Talk being it's very decentralized, right? We don't have bosses, like no one pays us, no one tells us, everything is organic. We all work for different campaigns or in different, you know, volunteers. I'm a you know, candidate. And I think, like, doing that too, I have found, is a form of vetting. Like, like being asked to run by your community organizers, or like being supported by the people that you're on the ground with, like people like, you know, Mel, you know, who does such good work. Like, she, like, constantly, she's working with progressive, she's doing mutual aid on her spare time, she's parenting, she's running the Discord, the NH Talk Discord. I mean, like, people like that are inspiring as hell. You know, they're inspiring as hell. And then when these people are like excited about you, or like are pushing you to run, I think that within itself, there is a vetting process going on there that is an organic vetting process that is probably worth more to you than, you know, any New Hampshire organization. Let's be honest. Like, unless you're politically minded, you don't know about a lot of these organizations, and it's not their fault. It's New Hampshire. You know, like it's we're spread out. They're not doing TV. We're not doing TV stuff. It's a purple state. So it's like, it's a very interesting, breakdown. And it's been a year for me, man. Like, I think for me, it's just been mind blowing how much I've learned in this year just by showing up. Like seriously, just by showing up and showing up in space. And when you're showing up in space, there's something about being with other people, and the hope hope is so much more powerful than fear, and you feel it when you're with other people. It gets exponential, and then the momentum feels palpable, and all of a sudden you feel like you're the most powerful organization, and that people are looking to have you in important rooms now, and people want to have opinions and want to do interviews with you, and do the whole shebang. And I just think there's something to be said there too, where it's like, listen, I'm considering the DSA. Let's be real. I'm considering joining the DSA too, because they represent a lot of the values that I share, right? Like and I think having that, or the Democratic Party has shown that it is important to have an organization behind you regardless. They have resources, they have tools, they have things that they can give you I was told if I don't run as a Dem, there's a certain amount of things that I'm not gonna get, that I have to take care of on my own. And so for that reason, I'm in a blue area. Why wouldn't I run as a Dem? These decisions should not be made for me that way, right? Like I should have choices. I should have choices to go to a couple different groups, maybe run on my own and still be as viable. And I think that, again, the more of these decentralized, or not, as it doesn't have to be decentralized, but the more of these groups that we have that are invested in the process, which we don't have anyone in, no one in NH Talk is I don't think anyone's really making endorsements outside of personal endorsements and stuff, but you can tell what excites the left by what NH Talk posts about, right? I mean, you can really make a direct connection there, and you can meet these people, and then all of a sudden you're running, and all of a sudden you're meeting. And this can be, it can be replicated. Is that what I ultimately want to say? Is that what we're doing here is nothing special. It's not special. We're meeting with each other. We're going to things. We're going to meetings that are already set. We're not the ones that are creating the meetings. We're bringing more people to these meetings. We're making it more viable for everyday people, for moms, neighbors, whoever.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, I think I do sort of think about the broader NH Talk community as being a more decentralized version of that sort of vetting process. So I think it's, for people that want to participate in that, it's pretty easy to, hop onto a Discord server and just join the chat. And you don't even necessarily have to start chatting. Maybe just sit there and just read it for a little bit, see what people are saying, see what the conversations are like. There's a lot that goes on in there, from very, very real, material issues relating to campaigns or policy or mutual aid, to much more theoretical debates that occur about the meaning of ideological, emphasis and whatever. I've been known to get into a few of those myself. But
the best of
it's
us do.
Yeah, it's true. It really is. But I think it's so important to have those pathways, because challenging the current structure of things is, to the point about just the very likely outcome that the Democratic Party will try to shoehorn somebody in that doesn't mimic Graham Plattner's platform 1-to-1 is super high. I'm incredibly suspicious of that. Because that's we have precedent for this. That's what Biden and Harris were in the last election. It is a nightmare for me. It is an absolute nightmare for me, because I'm just they're going to do it again, dude. They're going to do it. It's right there. It's right fucking there. And I stress about this because, to your point, it's New Hampshire is a testing ground, right? And we're very microcosmic of the broader national situation, in large part because of the way that our government is set up. So there's and I think the libertarians are doing what they can to prove that case, right? Because they're trying to look at it as sort of microcosmic in that sense, and then export the ideas outward, right? Granted, it was the most miserable face plant into a pile of horseshit that I've ever seen in my life. But Jeremy Kauffman did try to do exactly that when he went to the Libertarian National Convention and tried to basically disassemble the entire party At which point they were just like, no, we're just going to kick you and your particular state out. So weirdly good on the Libertarian Party. I can't believe I'm fucking saying that, but like good on the National Libertarian Party for doing that. That was hilarious. And those of us that don't support the Free State movement in New Hampshire were absolutely cackling from home. Super funny. Appreciated it. But I do just like, I always come back to like all of the worst ideas that you see in the United States get trial runs in New Hampshire. Like that is
For
just
sure.
a thing that happens here. And so that's why it's like, even though this isn't like a nationally oriented channel per se, I always want people to be like, maybe it's worth paying attention to every once in a while, just because of the, I think the school voucher program is a fucking incredible example of this. Like the Trump administration, Linda McMahon, they look at what's going on here in New Hampshire, like, how can we upscale that? Right? How can we take this idea and basically disseminate it to the nation at large? That decentralization and de-emphasis on government is so strong here. And they're like, well, it's the first in the nation state, and they really, they get their name out there pretty hard. And if we can just do these trial runs, then maybe, just maybe, we can export it to the whole rest of the country. And it's terrifying.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think there's this weird thing that's going to happen here. I think in the next month, I think these, like the September 8th, the late primary, we have that late primary for some of these races. And I think that's going to help some of these races in New Hampshire, because all this focus is being put on these different states. And we know the Democrats are kind of scared here for Pappas, because they're talking about, Chuck Schumer, like possibly coming out here and talking at some rallies or whatever, and like even at some meetings. And that would be just, there's an opportunity coming here is basically what I want to say for anyone on the left, anyone who's looking for hope. And again, I could be wrong. Anything can happen between now and September, but just, looking at the political, the waves going on politically. And again, just thinking about what's happening in New Hampshire, people are getting, like, the Free State Project is becoming a popular talking point for a lot of people in New Hampshire, a lot more than I've ever remembered. I mean, even me, I had heard about the Free State movement only like a year ago. But since then, I mean, and some of my most highly watched content has Free State Project notices it. So it's like, it's a very highly micro focused thing here. And I think that's another unifying thing that can be done with the progressives, along with, again, fighting the ops in our party. Because I ultimately, like, to bring this back to the Plattner thing, and again, I want to name drop our own progressive reps here that are running, that are all, whether it's Paige running against Maggie, Karishma running against Pappas, or Heath, who is leading all the progressives against the field. There's something to be said here about the platform versus the person, right? It's becoming so obvious, right, through everything that happened with Graham Plattner, and what's happening now, right, is that there is a decision to be made here for all of y'all, which is like, how far are you willing to take what's happening in Gaza? How far are you? Because listen, maybe that wasn't the entire issue in 2024. That is most of the issue today. That everything is, and if it's not, everything is related to it. The tendrils are everywhere. Whether it's affordability, I mean, again, if you are pro-ICE, you are pro-Israel. There is correlations everywhere regarding that, including in the Democratic Party. And it's important as messengers that we start clarifying to people that it's not enough to have a D in front of your name anymore. It's not. And again, people are going to come at me. I'm not going to have these conversations about vote blue no matter who, which I think is the greatest Zionist propaganda that has ever worked in this country. Vote blue no matter who. That's my opinion, and that might be a hot take. But I think generally here, against when we're talking about the money that is involved here, it is constantly on the morally abject, the negative moral space here. And we know what's right. Bombing babies out of existence isn't right. It's not right. And to behave like it's a negotiation, to behave like it's a debate is wrong within itself. And our Democratic representatives, big D representatives, have been voting in lockstep with these monsters. And we shouldn't be ashamed of saying those things because it's important for what lies ahead, like the future Plattner conversations. How far are you willing to take this? Because at a certain point, if Graham Plattner doesn't drop out, I know everyone thinks he's going to drop out, but if he doesn't drop out, that's the decision Mainers are going to have to make. You know, which hell are you willing to walk into here? And I
Right.
just, it doesn't get much worse than that. It doesn't get much more of a shit sandwich versus turd nugget than that, or whatever that, you know, the analogy is.
Yeah.
It's like the worst possible thing that could happen. So
Yeah. Well, and I mean, to your point too, like, I think, you know, I think part of the reason, I think a huge part of the reason, maybe the biggest part of the reason why Israel and what they've done in Gaza, what they've done in Lebanon, all the reason why that's so intense for people is because I think folks are finally starting to connect the dots on the military spend, right? The amount of money that we sink into the NDAA every single fucking year. And the fact that they don't have health insurance, the fact that they watched the war with Iran put their gas prices into the fucking sun, right? Like, people are now starting to actually create a legitimate correlation between the overemphasis on military funding and them not having just basic fucking provisions.
agreed.
And
Absolutely.
and to me, I think it's at that point people do start to actually understand, like, oh, these are all the same problem, right? Having like endless wars and having no health care are the same fucking problem. They're directly tied to each other because a significant portion of the money that we, like, in fact, all of it, right? If we just de-emphasized, you cut, like, I don't know, 75% of our emphasis on, you know, doing global power Pax Americana bullshit, and you're just like, yeah, we're going to invest it locally. You know what I mean? And I understand that there's sort of a danger in saying, like, down with Israel because America first, right? You're sort of leaning into like a MAGA line, but it's not about trying to be conservative. It's just about being like, hey, can we stop spending all of this money on things that don't benefit anybody other than defense contractors, right? It's just it's starting to click for people, and I think that's why there's a significant amount of sort of cross-partisan support, or lack of support, as the case may be, for the continued support to Israel.
No, I mean, spot on. And the real danger of it continuing the way it is that it's going to be people who have like very real gripes against Israel with the anti-Semites. I mean, it's ultimately you're going to force yourself into that pigeonhole because you're not dealing with what's at stake here. You're not dealing with the issue at hand. You keep pathologizing the voters. You keep pretending like it's something else. Like, hey, they're all anti-Semitic. They just hate Israel. And the more you don't deal with that, the more people start wondering if they're more like Tucker Carlson than they originally thought. And these are the questions, like, I'm seeing this in real time, man. Like my dad he's liberal. He's a lib, you know, like he's not, I wouldn't call him a leftist or a progressive. He's a lib. I mean, he is. I mean, Obama's his favorite president, you know, like the whole shebang. So like we have these conversations And he talks to me every day more and more about Tucker Carlson. He's like, Tucker Carlson said this. Tucker Carlson said that. I'm like, Dad, Tucker Carlson's an actual anti-Semite. And he's like,
Yeah.
why do I'm starting to agree with him. I'm like, I think he's agreeing with you, but I'm like explaining to him how this becomes problematic, right? You are now being flanked by Tucker Carlson on the moral subject of Israel. Tucker Carlson has the moral flank on you. And Nicholas Fuentes, to a certain extent, seems to be a little bit harsher on Israel than you for obvious reasons. But people don't get it. They're just saying like, this is the only, it's kind of like the Iran effect. I tell people like, people don't understand the nuance of the situation. They see Iran, the IRGC, as the only openly rebelling country against Israel. They see them as the only ones that are putting up any type of resistance, and they automatically think, if I root for Iran, I'm anti-imperial, I'm anti-Zionist. And no, you're not. You're rooting for an Islamic theocracy. And it's not because it's Islamic. If it was an evangelical theocracy, it would suck just as bad. We don't like theocracies, no matter what they are. This is a principle. I'm not into theocracies, like, let's get it out of here. But that's the problem now. Now I have to deal with a whole bunch of Iranians that are, softening up to the IRGC now. They're softening up to the government because, well, they're getting bombed. They're getting bombed. So like they're scared now. Like Iranians have never seen bombing in their country, So it's like, this is, for them, it's like all this talk, it's not talk anymore, it's real. And you've created a whole generation of people who are sympathetic to the IRGC now. And it's the same thing. Like you're going to create anti-Semitism and it's going to be rampant. It's going to be worse than this because you're not dealing with the issue at hand here, which is the genocide, the apartheid state. Conflating these two things is just problematic for Jewish people worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I mean, then that's the thing that always drives me just batshit insane about the sort of the pro-Israel stance of conflating Israel and Jews is that like my reading on that is I'm like, that's literally anti-Semitic. That is because
the definition.
Yeah, exactly. Is like you're demanding that Jews are unsafe anywhere but Israel, despite the fact that Israel, as a tiny nation, like the size of New Jersey, like it's like, dude, yeah, but they've painted the worst fucking target on their back, right? Like. Yeah. How many Jews in New York had rockets launched at them? How many Jews in New York died by missile attack within the past, I don't know, decade? I can't think of a single one. How many can you say in Israel? Not the same, right?
Yeah, it's not the same, no, for sure.
Right. That's just simply not the case. So the assertion that Jews are somehow safer in Israel is wrong. That's just factually incorrect if you just look at by the numbers. And then to make the assertion that it's Jews are not safe anywhere, it's like, okay, so what you're doing is you are perpetuating the notion that the entire rest of the world is anti-Semitic, and therefore what you need is you need everybody in Israel, you need all the Jews in Israel so that they can fight back against all the anti-Semites, which means that Israel is in a constant state of conflict.
Yep.
Right. Which is if they are in a constant state of conflict, then they are perpetuating conflict in other places, which is going to make those other places identify Israel as an enemy. And then they will conflate Jews and Israel. And they're not the same thing. And that terrifies me because if you create a conflation between Jews and Israel and you all of a sudden make every single Jew on the global stage Israeli and everybody hates Israel, then you are fomenting anti-Semitism everywhere but Israel. And that brings it to fruition. And it upsets me so much because I have a bunch of Jewish friends, and I'm just like, I don't want anybody to hate them because they're normal people. They're really good people. They do really good things. Yeah. Like it sickens me.
There's a lot of Jewish people in the front lines of the pro-Palestinian rallies, man. Like, this is why, like, it's important to constantly remind people that, like, Jewish people aren't a monolith. Americans aren't a monolith. Iranians aren't a monolith. Like, and to treat them that way, that is anti-Semitic. And
Right.
I always use one. I have nothing to add to what you just said, by the way. You just said it perfectly. But like one line that I like to use with people is that, like, think of it like, I mean, like, the government of Israel is telling you they're bombing babies out of existence because they're Jews, and they're getting mad that people are believing them. And this is the problem, right? You say it enough, if you say it enough, like, hey, it's because we're Jewish, that's why we're bombing them. It's because we're Jewish, that's why we're bombing them. It's for our Jewish heritage, it's for being Jewish. People will start believing you. People will look at that and be like, hey, they're telling us it's because they're Jewish. And they're still going. So, like, I guess it's true, because no one else is disputing that. There's no other Israelis disputing that. There's no American government official disputing that. They're actually perpetrating the same thing. They're saying, yeah, actually, it's because they're a Jewish homeland, because they want to be that's the other thing. Like, y'all are describing an ethno-nationalist state, like what you want Israel to be. You want it to be an ethnocracy. I mean, that's ultimately where, like, you know, you want it to be Germany in the Nazi era. That's what it was. It was an ethno state. Like, at what point were we like describing an ethno states as like a goal, you know? And I think, again, that's the messaging. The messaging is the problem here, that like there aren't enough people yelling from the mountaintops like, this is not the same thing. It's actually, people are getting so exhausted by this that they're just like, fuck it, I'll go listen to Nicholas Fuentes. At least he's giving me something on Israel, you know? Like, it's just it's crazy, it's insane.
Yeah, I'm always like,
when people put a bow on that really quick.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting to say this, you know. It's just, when it comes to, and again, this is how it comes back to every progressive versus establishment battle in this country, right? It all comes back to this. You can make it about anything you want. You can make it about Nazi tattoos. You can make it about sexual assault. You can make it about harassment. You can pathologize the voters as much as you want. But if you don't deal with the underlying issues, you're just going to keep getting the same results. The underlying issue here is like, stop genocide, affordability. You can't say, you know what, you're voting for Plattner because you are a Nazi. You're voting for Plattner because you hate black people. You're voting for Plattner because you like Palestinians more than you like black people. That's not going to work. It doesn't work anymore. You know, like, people show up for platforms. They didn't show up for Graham Plattner. And that's the one thing that I want to make clear. As much of a fucking monster as that guy is, they weren't showing up because he's a monster, right? Like, that's what the argument people are making, that are like piling on, that like, you know, Mainers are inherently monsters too because they voted for him. No, it's because he's the only one providing them what they want, and they'll take it from whoever. They'll take it from the boogeyman, or they'll take it from the Dalai Lama. It depends on who you want the messenger to be. Do you want it to be the boogeyman? Because the boogeyman will give it to them. Nicholas Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are waiting in the wings. The boogeymen are not fake. They are here and waiting, you know? So it's your choice. Who do you want to have it? And it's my belief that this establishment, when I say establishment, I have to always clarify, because there are people get pissed off think I'm talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are making the decisions at the top. Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Hakeem Jeffries, the money, right? They're not, they don't give a shit if they lose every race. They don't. As long as they hold the power, the keys of the Democratic Party, because they're getting funded by the same source that's funding the Republicans. They just want the bag.
Right.
And it's becoming so clear that they would rather lose with AIPAC candidates than win with progressives. And I think that's something we have to come to grips with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, like, there's a couple points, you know, like, one thing I always love is when people bring up the whole ethno-state thing. I'm like, hey, why don't you go ask Japan with their declining birth rates how wonderful an ethno-state has been working out for them. But like, and I think there's like, you know, I think there's a lot of value in us discussing Maine specifically, because lately I've been thinking, just generally speaking, about how I want to actually take, like, I know a pretty decent amount about New Hampshire, right? As just, it's like what I've lived here for like the vast majority of my life. I'm going to take a bunch of time to learn more about Vermont and Maine. We're going to start with Vermont and Maine, mainly because I want to be able to talk about New England as a region, right? I don't want to be 100% forever locked into just New Hampshire. I think being able to discuss the interstate relationships is important, because we are a region, and there's a certain amount of sort of like ethnic homogeneity, especially between Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine specifically. It gets a little bit different when you go down to Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut, but New England as a region itself is basically cleaved off from the entire rest of the country by New York. Right. We're just, that's how that is. You know, like the only other option we got is Canada, and Canada's like, dude, we don't want to fuck with you guys anymore. Ask Laconia Bike Week how that went for them. So, you know, it's like there's value in being able to discuss sort of the relationships and political dynamics that occur between the three states that make up northern New England. And I think that there's you know, like generally speaking, a lot of people forget just how like conservative all three of those states are, especially Vermont, dude. People really get twisted up. Like a lot of people are like very aware. They're like, oh yeah, there's the seacoast in Maine, and then the entire rest of it is like really, really drunk rednecks. You know what I mean? Like that's like the general assertion of Maine. It's like, what's a really Maine gift that I can give someone? They're like a bottle of whiskey and a fucking carton of cigarettes. That's a really Maine gift. You know what I mean? Dude. Like, and it's like, and I don't think, look, like, I'm not saying that as a slag on Maine, right? Like I hear you guys. I want you guys to do better. Holy shit. Like I really, really like coming from the Florida of the North. You know what I mean? Like I want better for you guys, just like I want better for us. You know what I mean? And like, I had an interesting interaction when I went and visited some family in Vermont over the weekend, and we were out getting dinner, and there was a server that was like, he was like, oh, well, you guys from around here, where are you from? And we were like, oh, well, we're actually from New Hampshire. He's like, stay away. You know what I mean? And I was just like, dude, like, why would you say that? Like you don't understand that like you guys have a Republican governor too, right? Like you guys are dealing with very similar problems. That was in Brattleboro, right? And people forget that Brattleboro went through their entire like defund the police thing, and now they're having serious problems in Brattleboro, right? The things that are not very like people aren't quite as aware of. And I mean, like I would actually recommend that people go check out my co-host from Thursdays, Kyle. He does a bunch of content about Brattleboro, and he actually has like some pretty serious stuff that he gets into with dynamics between right-wing people over there. But anyways, I'm sort of like getting myself off track.
Very good.
Realistically, I think the point more so is that like this is a region that experiences a degree of homogeneity that does not consider the degree to which that homogeneity hamstrings us. And I think there's a lot of sort of untapped potential in terms of progressive values throughout Maine, throughout New Hampshire, and then it's a bit more present in Vermont, right? But if there is better organization between these states, right? Vermont has a serious lack of hospital options, right? There's a lot of parts of Vermont where you have to travel 20, 30, 40 minutes just to get to an emergency room. That's fucking scary, dude. The amount of people that live in Vermont right next to Lebanon just so that they have access to Dartmouth Hitchcock is like, that's bad. That's really fucking bad. So like there's support. We deal with energy interconnectivity. You know what I mean? Previous interview on the channel is Sam Evans Brown, right? New England, there's a lot of energy needs that are ubiquitous throughout. And I'm sitting down watching the Republican debate between Sununu and Brown. And they're like, yeah, we need to solve more energy problems, but I promise you we won't put a single windmill out in off the coast of New Hampshire. And I'm like, so you just said you want more energy, but you're fucking denying wind power? Like, what the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude? Like, you can't have it both ways, right? So there needs to be like a serious reanalysis of all of this bullshit.
I completely agree. I mean, that regional, I mean, it got me like, when people were talking about like balkanization for a while, like with the Trump, like it got me thinking a lot about like regional, how do we, because listen, I talk a lot. I do have a lot of mutuals in Maine that have come from these progressive kind of conversations and like events. And they're very much like us, like and they wanted our advice. I think there was one time like they were chatting with me and Marissa about, how we dealt with like kind of the ice warehouse thing. And because there was a possibility that was coming there. And we told them, nothing secretive or anything. It was just, we talked about it a lot. We talked about it over and over and over again. We just kept talking about it. And I think one of these things too, we are having an effect on Vermont and Maine as well. Like not just Maine, I told that story, but a couple people that have reached out to us from Vermont talking about, teaming up too. And I think when it comes to New England, it is very important. Those conversations are very important. I don't have much to add to what you said. I haven't thought much about, but the truth of the matter is like with the hospital deserts and like the food deserts, that's not something that like individual states, when it comes to states like Vermont and New Hampshire, they shouldn't have to stress about that on their own. It does make a lot of sense for a lot of these regional states to work together, like to have a couple hospitals along the, New Hampshire, Vermont border, like whatever the logistic is there. But we don't ultimately like, customers are still good too for these multiple hospitals, and really going back to the whole idea right now, it seems like our establishment Dems are coming away from Medicare for all and Medicaid. And I think we need to start, again, talking about that more, because that's what's going to drive more hospitals to getting a lot of us, again, getting back to this idea where, I don't know how we're going to fix it after Maha. It's going to take a minute, but getting back into like checking your, not reacting. Like as Americans, we react to diagnosis. With diagnoses, we don't go to the doctors ahead of time because it's expensive. Right. we don't, a lot of people don't get physicals. The amount of people I know that don't get physicals by like a doctor, and listen, I get it. And because in this fucking, in this economy, but that is so detrimental to like that. Like we have a very low, life expectancy versus a lot of these other like not first world countries, but these global North countries or whatever we're calling it, these expensive countries. And I think it's becoming palpable. Like I can feel it. Like, bro, like we are in the richest country in the world, dude. Like, well, how is it that we're all suffering like this? Like, who's doing well right now? Like I don't know anyone that's doing well in terms of like, unless you are like directly profiting off of war and oil and all that stuff, insider trading, whatever. It's just no one is doing well, and I don't know how long that's gonna be before something happens, because it's not sustainable. Like this is not sustainable, the way wealth is just being extracted out of the system through pure corruption. I mean, they're not even like screwing around anymore. Like I think they insider traded over Iran like 15 times, like 15 different times. Trump came out and was like, we're working on a ceasefire. And like they insider traded off that, and they're like, oh, yeah, Iran attacked us, we're back at it. Like at that point, it's just like, it is so brazen. It's like just a run on the banks. And that's why I think, like, sometimes I think, I don't know if this is going to be a solution. Like it's going to get worse before it gets better. And sometimes I wonder if it's just going to overnight, like we're going to hear that the bubble burst, the AI bubble burst, something burst, because how is this the corruption like this? The system can't uphold this level of corruption. It's going to like, usually they give us enough to like not riot, but I don't think that's going to happen this time. They would rather round us up and throw us in prison than to like give us more. So we'll see. I hate to say that out loud. I mean, I wouldn't normally say that to people, but I'm working with hope right now. But if we are not bringing the same energy that these people are bringing to eliminating us, whether it's through lack of Medicaid, lack of SNAP, or actually literally eliminating us, I think it's going to be tough. And they responding to strength. That's the main thing. And we know what's right. Yeah, there's a level of like knowing what's right and standing 10 toes down on what you know is right, I think is going to be more important than your political experience. Like,
Yeah,
how
well, I
10
mean,
toes down are you going to go?
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, look, like the AI thing, that's not unreasonable. The actual Federal Reserve and the US Treasury are talking right now about how they are concerned about an AI bubble. And meanwhile, I'm literally seeing legislation that's, I mean, granted, I voted inexpedient to legislate, but it's like I've seen legislation go through the NH House, which is like, oh yeah, we want to create legislation that actually makes these data centers more appealing to plant in New Hampshire, because we'll demand that they operate on clean energy, and we'll do we'll have a certain minimum jobs guarantee or whatever. And I'm like, at what cost? At what cost? Like, don't try to bootstrap jobs and energy reforms on planting data centers in the state, right? And I mean, like, now granted, I have difference of opinion when it comes to like, well, what kind of data center are you talking about? Are you filling it with hard drives, or are you filling it with GPUs? Those are two very different things, right?
Sure.
Like, if you're filling it with, for like, you're doing it for like cloud storage, I'm like, I care a little bit less, right? I'm not as worried about that kind of thing, because like, it doesn't have the same energy draw, it doesn't have the same cooling costs, it doesn't, like, there's all this difference, it doesn't have the same noise problems, whatever. But like, the whole point of a data center is to, once it exists, like, you're talking about skeleton crew that runs that thing, right? So how are you going to demand minimum jobs from that, right? You know what I mean? Freaks me out that the amount of union support for the construction of data centers exists, because they're like, yeah, but it's jobs for us to build it. And I'm like, yeah, but what happens when the contract runs out, guys? You know what I mean? Like, that job's going to go away. If you're union, you totally understand that there is a lifetime on the job that you work. There's a few jobs that will exist within union structures that are sort of like, they exist in perpetuity, right? But a lot of union jobs are contract based and don't necessarily remain for the extended period of time, especially when you're talking about trades. And I know this because I do them, right? So it's just like, it's not a good plan. And I don't think that trying to tie jobs and energy at the same time as you're saying, well, we're going to permit these data centers from working, it feels very omnibus to me. You know what I mean? In this, like, oh, we'll just jam it down everybody's throat with this massive, bill that has a whole bunch of, political horse trading that goes into making it happen in order to shove it through. And then we can say, oh, well, look, it was bipartisan, and we did, we crossed the aisle and shook hands with our opposition in order to make it happen. And I'm just like, brother, shut the fuck up. You just screwed us. Like, what are you talking about? Like, take the time to get each individual piece right, and then figure out a way to, anytime you want to work with something new, deal with the complicated system that is required in order to manage the insanely complex world that we live in today. You know what I mean? Like, and that requires a lot of, learning, which is something apparently that elected officials don't want to fucking do. I don't know what to do with that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really know what to do with that. It's mostly seems like it's an ego thing most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's some of that. I think it's also moving on from the people who are being paid not to listen, and to the people who are willing to learn. Because I find that, like, I'm finding more and more that there is people out there that are hungry to learn. They just need someone they trust to learn it from. I think the biggest problem is, like, who do we trust, man? We can't trust Democrats, can't trust content creators, can't trust can't trust Republicans, who do we trust? And like, my whole thing now is like, I'm trying to build like a kind of like a trusted brand, a brand where you could not like me, okay? Like, I'm okay with that. Yeah, there are going to be people who do not like me, even allies. There are going to be a lot of allies that don't like me because of my tone and the way I go about things, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. But there are also going to be people who are being paid not to like me, right? They're being incentivized not to like me, and I'm trying to spend as little time on those people as possible, because they're being incentivized not to like me. But there are so many what do you call it? They call like the vote, like the swing voters, like in terms of like people who are like just hungry for information and don't know where to go to get that information. I find myself in that situation too when it comes to certain news things or topics where I'm not too well read about, which is, it happens. And there are people that I trust, like the gospel, that I trust what they say on it. And one day, if they're wrong, I'll deal with that. But how else am I supposed to go about this world? Because again, like we're dealing with people who on a daily basis like to tell you they're constitutional law lawyers. They'll argue FIFA laws with you, bylaws with you. They'll argue, birthright citizenship. They'll argue they knew exactly what the founding fathers in the 1700s knew. They will literally argue that with you in the comments, and wasting your time on them is what they want you to do. I'm trying more and more, and I'm just not built for this. So I'm trying to train myself to not like talk to the trolls all the time too. But there are people out there who are hungry to know more, and they need to get it, or they want to get it from people they trust. To the lack of a better phrase, they want to be told what to think sometimes. And if you are okay with that reality, that there are some people out there that are just willing to listen to, there's a lot of power in that. And the people that have been using that power have been all this time using it for bad. So try to be one of those people, an ethical propagandist. That's what I always say. There is ethical propaganda out there, and we can all be good at it. Republicans literally pay people 6 figures to sit in rooms and decide how to come up with words like trickle-down effect. There's literally a job field out there for people to come up with words like woke existed, but to bury the word. Like, again, these are all things that have been play tested by professionals, like people that get a lot of money, and it works. And we need to fight back with the same type of argument. So.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm completely with you on it, dude.
You muted?
Am I muted? I was muted. That happened. That was a real thing.
I was like, oh God, did I screw something up? Holy shit.
No. I was muted. I usually try really hard to not let that happen. But yeah, so that was I'm with you 100%. And I think that was like, I like the way you think, man. I like the cutting edge jib. You know what I mean? Yes, it's good stuff. So, okay.
Like even this conversation, Carter. Like I know that this is like I know we talk outside of here. We work together. We're colleagues. We're friends. I think like these conversations are important for people to see, because there are people that think a lot like we do, man. Like there's a lot of people out there that think like we do, and they're in these red pockets. They're isolated on the internet. The algorithms are telling them the wrong things, and they haven't seen people that look like either of us. Let's be honest, that look like either of us, that talk about the things that we talk about, like the progressive issues and the leftist issues and things that are really important, right? Like this is we can cultivate that to ourselves. And I think we are. I mean, we're trying, like it's the least we could do. So, and I think we're
trying our damnedest.
I'm happy to have you on the team, bro. Like I'm happy to be on the same team as you. I'm very happy about that.
I appreciate it greatly. So, okay, like, man, for anybody, I mean, like the likelihood that somebody's watching this, they don't know how to find you is preposterous to me, but where can people find you if they don't already know?
Really easy. It's Arya, ARYA, for the number NH. I also have a backup, which is Arya, ARYA, for FORNH. You can find me on all the websites, mostly on Instagram and TikTok, but I'm also on Facebook, and I have a website, arya4nh.com. That should be completed by hopefully tomorrow, this weekend, I imagine will be done. And that's like my campaign website, but you can find me anywhere there. Contact me, follow me, and I'm really available. I do, like, if you're trolling me, I won't answer. But if you got a question, you want to talk, like I see my DMs. I check my DMs, and I'll answer anything you got anytime you want to chat.
Yeah, and I really recommend people check Arya's stuff out, because he, as we were talking about this before we went on, and it came up a little bit, but he just went out to LA for the World Cup and was was really there and dealing with it, and there's a lot of good content that he made while he was out there, it can help expand your brain and your mind a little bit on some of the issues. And you've done a lot of really good talking about what's happening in Iran as, you know, as an Iranian American. And I think that's really important that people hear it from the source. You know, I don't want to sit here and be dictating to folks what they should think or interpret about what's happening in Iran when I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking white guy from New Hampshire. Like, why don't you go find out from an actual Iranian? You know what I mean? Maybe that's a good idea. So especially one that has the academic rigor to back up what they're saying that you do, because it's not only do you have that lived experience, but you also have the academic context to be able to speak on it. And I think that's really important.
I appreciate that big time. And the only thing I would say is that, like, the struggle Iranians face is no different than everyday Americans, right? Like, none of us are free until we're all free. And I think that's part of what I want to do, is that, like, show people that there's nuance. There's always nuance. And it's the same things can be applied to Americans. It's nothing special. It's just another shade, for lack of a better word. It's another, you know, like, that's a little bit too literal, I guess. It's just a different type of book. Right, it's a different, like, topic, but it's the same idea, man. You know, like, if I'm being straight up, it's like both governments are shooting at their citizens. Like,
right?
How much more of a parallel do you need? So,
yeah, exactly. Arya, thank you so much for coming on today. This was a really delightful conversation. I feel like I could go for so much longer, but you know, it's just
seriously, we'll do it again sometime for sure.
Absolutely, man. Looking forward to it.
All right, brother.
All right, and that does it for the show today. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is always a pleasure to talk with the homeboy. So as usual, said at the top of the show, but you can like, subscribe. If you want to support, go to Patreon, hit that shit up. Go to Substack, locally sourced nh.substack.com. Links in the description. We'll catch you guys later. Enjoy yourselves. Take care.
Hello, hello, hello. Once again, 'tis me. What's going on, folks? How are you? I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. This is the space station over here on this space. The other crew members of the space station will be trickling in shortly. Hopefully. What's going on, folks? Has it been syndicated all day? I don't know. I've been doing a little streaming on my own. I've been doing a little recording on my own. I can share that with you. I have 2 new videos out today. 2 singles that came out. This is Chad Hugo of Neptunes fame. I never listened to the Neptunes. I know Pharrell Williams is involved somehow. He's got a new song on his own with Tierra Whack and Lake Kelly 47. Tierra Whack, I did her album about a little over a week ago. Loved it. Wax Museum. So I was like, ooh, there's a new Tierra Whack song. Got to check it out. So checked out that one. And then one of my favorite bands, the Paradox, I got their t-shirt. I saw them live last year when they were opening for a band I never heard of. I got tickets to a band I never heard of for Hammerstein Ballroom so I could see them live. And I did. And I had to argue with security to go be able to get a t-shirt to support the band. And now they got a tour coming here in New York in a couple months, and I couldn't get tickets. I signed up to get texted when the tickets went live, and they were sold the fuck out already. So at least I got to see them live once before they get so huge I'll never see them again. Paradox, their new single, I kind of like that. Check it out, folks. All black band from Atlanta. Pop punk isn't dead. That's what it says on my back right now. And yeah, again, just waiting around for some of the other folks to trickle in. I was watching a video by the Vanguard talking about a video from Breaking Points where Rep. Adam Smith, who is, I guess, a Democrat. Let's see. Rep. Adam Smith, Democratic U.S. Representative from Washington State, first elected in 1997. First elected in 1997. Isn't Portland in Washington? What up, Pep? Oh, let's throw a Pep.
Yo.
How you doing, brother?
Afternoon.
So I was right. I was correct, Latino. Pharrell and Chad Hugo were the music production duo of the Neptunes.
Yeah.
When they recorded as their own band, they went by Nerd.
Yeah.
Highly confusing.
Wait, you didn't
highly
know that?
Confusing to me.
That's when Justin Timberlake slapped us when he was doing all his projects with them.
He did projects with them?
Yeah, dude. I think that I think
I
it was
thought
actually
Timbaland was the
no,
evil
Timbaland
mastermind.
did Justified, but the one before that was with Pharrell.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Like,
Okay.
I was one of those guys that, like, with my wife, where I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna even try to front. This music slaps.
So yeah, Chad Hugo has a new song out today with a rapper on there who I like, so I made a reaction to that. Pep, what's going on with you, man? What's happening?
Not too much. Doing the live feeds. Did 11 hours the other day, which was insane. But lots of fun. You know, standard stuff, covering the politics, trying not to doom her too hard with everything that's going on. But
yeah,
we're definitely in a special time, man. I actually so I just got back from therapy, and I'm not gonna go through all the stuff that we went through, but I did talk specifically about what happened last week, where they released the terrorist watch list and had DSA on there and a whole bunch of organizations and even people that I'm just like, well, familiar with them, familiar with these.
Oh yeah, do you have the list, or where can I look it up?
Here, actually, yeah. Hold on, I can pull it up on Discord here.
Put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm yelling. I don't mean to yell. I never know how loud.
Actually, your audio for some reason keeps jumping from left to right. I don't know.
Is it when I'm moving around the mic? Is that what it is?
That's probably what it is. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So I got to stay right here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a setting for that where you can get your mic to pick up like everything around you, but that might pick up like the
it'll pick up
noise.
yeah.
So you might not want to screw it.
All right, I'll just try to. By the way, it's Latino Mufune's birthday. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Latino Mufune.
Also, shout out, you created the new open to everyone Discord that you can join if you're not already in the Letter Hacks Discord, because it was the Letter Hacks. But yes, we have a This Space Discord now, thanks to Latino Mufune. Appreciate it very, very much. Okay, so let me see. You sent images on. Let me open up Discord so I can grab these.
All right, there's all three.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think I can.
Oh, so this is. How do I?
Here, I'll tell you what.
This is on a website or something? Like, where is this stuff?
This was from the White House.
It's from the White House. Okay.
Yeah.
White House. What is this? Like terrorist list?
I guess this is what you could call it, but yeah, it's not the MSPM7 thing. Oh, there we go. The updated terrorist watch list of leftist organizations would probably be the way to bring it up by itself.
Updated.
Sorry, folks, we're doing it live.
Terrorist watch list. FBI, I guess, maybe.
Is that it?
Dude, I don't know. Where'd you get these screenshots? Is my question.
Oh, I had them sent to me from somebody that I asked like about the list, and they just gave me the updated list.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
here I can share it this way.
Oh yeah, can you throw it up yourself?
Yeah, I'll just throw it up. I'm just trying to figure out. Can I hide the name? Here, I'll just do it through our communique. Because people, you don't mind if people know your Discord name, right?
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, share screen.
I mean, I could do that too.
I mean,
I got it. All right,
you got it. Here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Who's got it?
Folks, we're doing it live.
That's what I said.
Doing it live. I know. But
It starts with Adelaide, Suzanne Adelaide.
Yeah.
Amazon
so
Labor Union,
there we
Antifa.
go.
Yeah, there we go.
What up, Carlos? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Carlos, what up?
All right, so this is the updated watch list. Adelaide Suzanne, president of National Lawyers Guild, participated in the Westra America Convoy, praised Venezuela's elections. What the fuck? Amazon Labor Union, the whole union, founded by Christian Smalls. I mean, that's no fucking surprise. Antifa, which doesn't, okay.
They admit that it's decentralized, at least.
I guess. Self-described anti-fascist. I mean, all right. Asada's daughters, a Chicago-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist.
Yep.
Black Lives Matter in general.
Karen Bass is on there. That was
Karen
also
Bass.
Kinda,
That's hilarious.
If you guys
The
don't
mayor,
know, she's the mayor of
Los
LA.
Angeles.
Yeah. Ben Cohen, co-founder of Ben and Jerry's, on there.
That's crazy.
Right?
Are these
That was one
enemies
that
of the
got
state?
me where I was like, what?
Yes. Code Pink.
These are all enemies of the state?
Yes.
Perfect.
Claudia
Put me
de
in,
la
coach.
Cruz, is that the president of Mexico?
No, she's like a
Shine
leader
Bomb.
of
That's
Claudia
Shine
de la
Bomb.
Cruz. I think she's like the leader of like
PSL.
was like a candidate for the Communist Party or the Socialist Party.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
PSL.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Manolo
there it
de
is.
los
DSA.
Santos. Yeah, People's Forum. Okay, I see. Party of Socialism and Liberation, president.
There we go.
Yep.
Democratic Socialists of America. I just joined, so I'm on the
Yep.
list.
Yep.
Excellent.
No, that's where I was
Eve
like, what?
Ensler, a prominent playwright who attended the rhetoric of Neville
Coming
Roy
up to my
Singham.
favorite one.
Who is this? Neville Roy Singham and Jody Evans.
I do not know.
Equality for Flatbush, a Brooklyn-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist group.
Hold on. Oh, we're almost there.
Jody Evans, the co-founder of Code Pink,
Here it
who
goes.
married George Floyd,
George Floyd.
the dead guy who's dead.
Enemy of the
I was
state.
like,
Got it.
wait. Hold on. Can we talk about that for
Yeah.
a second?
So
the fact that a
we're
dead
gonna
man's on
label
there?
him a terrorist so that anyone who sympathizes with him or invoke his name, we could just say, "Oh, you're a terrorist. You're invoking that guy's name, who
Right.
we labeled as a fucking monster."
Kind of makes
Then-
you like wonder like why Che Guevara and like Fidel Castro and just a bunch of like historical figures aren't on there too.
Mom Donnie's on this list.
Oh yeah,
What?
Yeah, did you see Amy Goodman's on it too from Democracy
Amy
Now?
Goodman.
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for it, man.
National Network on Cuba. Ilhan Omar. Yeah, they're
Of course.
they're also going to try and arrest or deport or whatever, assassinate these folks. Hassan Piker,
Yep.
Obviously.
the People's Forum
Obviously.
in general. Again, who's this guy? Neville Roy Singham, a Shanghai-based American technology magnate who funds various left-wing activist groups.
Yeah.
Just a Chinese guy that you don't like?
That's essentially, yeah. Well, I mean, they're trying to make him out to be like the George Soros. character.
Soros. It's
Yeah.
China, actually. We don't want to use Soros
China.
because that invokes
Yeah.
anti-Semitism, and we're trying to be copacetic with Israel right now. So China, we all hate China.
Yep.
Shift our anger to China. Christian Smalls, Thousand Currents. This is fucking scary shit. That's scary shit, dude.
No,
that's evil.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah,
kidding.
I know it's like I'm being a little bit facetious, but like, yeah, it's like genuinely terrifying that they're like basically picking out like a bunch of left-wing organizations or just people that want, rights for black people, women, so on and so forth. It's like, yep, enemies of the state.
But this is what I mean. Like, this is the mob. It's just the mob. They're in charge now. So of course this is what they're gonna do. Our personal beefs and enemies, we're going to label enemies of the fucking state because we are the state. Crazy shit.
I mean, this is where I was saying this on my stream. Like, we knew this was coming, though. Like, they told us about this openly, and NSPM 7 leaking. I'm still sure that was Stephen Miller just being like, be afraid. Like, we are coming for you.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
I almost think that they wanted to test the waters to see who would freak out or who would even listen. And then when they kind of saw that there was really no unilateral response to it, that they were just like, fuck it, let's do it. Like,
I mean, why not?
Why not, dude?
No one's stopping
that. Like, this is the reason that
Chuck Schumer's
like,
not going to put up a fight.
Not there because they know that those are like the neo-lib like wine moms and like the fucking grandmas that have been going out to like the No Kings protests and stuff like that. So they're like, yeah, we don't want to necessarily bring them into this yet because then that will cause too much of a scene. But these people, they won't care too much about. I mean, how many people even knew about the DSA until like I would even say the New York wave?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think that it had any national traction. And then Hassan, obviously.
Yeah. AOC in 2018, a little bit, but it was a little bit. It was a background story to her historic win.
I thought that am I mistaken? I thought that she said that she was like caucusing with like the Justice Democrats around that time and not necessarily TSA.
I think it was a combination of both. From what I remember, I remember Fox News making a big deal about, and Ben Shapiro and them making a big deal about the DSA showing. There's a clip that went around for like a couple weeks. That was like the opening of a meeting. We talked about it last week with Black Redgar. The opening of a meeting where they were like, point of order, like, can we stop clapping because I have auditory issues. So can we like snap and whatever or do like, jazz hands and trying to make it seem like they're pussies and weak and non-threat, but also the scariest thing ever because that's what they do. They talk out both sides of their fucking mouth. Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden. He's weak. He's ineffectual, but also he's a secret communist dictator who's trying to take away your fucking rights and whatever the fuck. So
yeah, that's where I've been trying to like say like at some point we just need to just quit playing the nuh-uh game and just be like, fine, fuck you then.
Yeah,
I'm exactly whatever demon you want to make me out to be. I'm just going to sell my ideas on these people. You can like, they're always going to do this, man. Like I kind of have found myself like not challenging like right wingers and like the way that they perceive us as much because it's like, what's the point?
Oh yeah. No, I don't care. You can call me whatever you want. Like call me a communist, socialist. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, dude, they've been saying this shit for as long as I've even slightly been paying attention.
It's always disingenuous. Like they'll
they
never engage with the actual
communist.
Yeah, like Al Gore, Joe Biden, known socialist.
Kerry, Joe Biden, Obama, like all of them.
Yeah, so it's like whatever, dude. That stuff doesn't really like I don't, and I think a lot of people are sort of starting to just not care about that because they see like it doesn't
do you think
work.
that we're maybe missing an opportunity to like show those indivisible types like, hey, they're gonna call you this anyway. You might as well like take a look at like what we're doing.
I mean, I think that's happening. I think that's happening.
Think so?
I don't think they're. I don't think anyone's not trying to outreach to these wine moms and whatever, like the Jennifer Welches, it's like Dieter always talks about. There's a different a messenger for a different audience, right? Jennifer Welch is talking to the Chelsea Handler audience, the older white suburban mom audience. The Hassan Piker is talking to millennials, Gen Z.
I mean,
whatever.
he said that the reason he's wearing the suit is because it's essentially lingerie for middle-aged women when they see a dude in a nice suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that was funny to say, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but there's other sides to that, you know?
Fucking, you know, you got FD, Olay, them, Mark Lamont Hill, I think actually is probably the biggest black voice of socialism or leftism, whatever you want to call it, on the Joe Budden podcast, which is a huge podcast. Right. Being in that mix, it's infuriating. I have a clip actually from him they're talking about Jay-Z and him trying to explain, like, yeah, Jay-Z's a fucking billionaire. So I can bring this up if you want, but like
he don't care.
He's doing it in a space, a hostile space, where he's not trying to convince the motherfuckers on the panel. He's trying to convince somebody who's listening, somebody who's out there watching, going, hey, maybe this is a perspective I haven't heard, comparing Jay-Z to like
Joe
Elon Musk
Budden Network.
Yeah, dude, I didn't really know who Joe Budden was until I started like doing rap album reactions and shit and finding out, oh, he was a rapper. He was part of Slaughterhouse under like Interscope, Shady. And then just like, I don't know, I'm going to quit and fucking do podcasting. And now it's one of the biggest fucking podcasts next to Charlemagne's Breakfast Club.
Is it?
Out there. Yes, dude. Yes. There's a whole world you're not aware of.
Yeah.
And he's doing great work. I mean, Mark Lamont, doing the fucking Lord's work out there, man.
That was wild, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it goes on. There's more, but it's for 4 minutes. But it is, like I said, a different messenger for different audiences. I think Tallarico needs to learn how to fucking talk to black people, because the Jasmine Crockett shit, like, yes, she's being stubborn. Yes, she's being narcissistic.
I mean, she's being an asshole.
Absolutely.
She's being an asshole about
this. Absolutely, she's being an asshole.
I mean,
however, from her perspective,
as much as Tallarico does need to work on it a little bit, he actually does have he can speak to the religious aspects of it. See, this is where he's actually really hedging his bets here, because he is bringing up, like, there's one thing like the black community and the white community do have in common, and that's religion. And like their devotion to Christianity. If anything, I would argue that the black community is even more devoted. They actually believe, and they actually practice.
Well, I mean, it's like who you're looking at,
Well, like Baptists specifically.
Overall, I guess
these are the ones like that, like the churches that I was, that I went to with my friends, and I noticed every time. Number one, it was kind of like the Blues Brothers almost, where it was just like, damn, dude, you have a lot more fun at church. I'll say that much. Like, it's a vibe. But then there's also there is this moment where you realize, like, damn, they are so much better at conveying the message of God and Jesus, and like with like true emotion and depth, to the point where like there were times where even I was like, man, you might be bringing me back to the faith.
Sure. Look, if we were talking about like enthusiasm and shit, I think there's plenty of enthusiasm that someone like
just the way that he
Ben Dixon, I was about to say,
yeah,
Ben Dixon lays it out there. As much as some like lunatic racist guy is like, it's God's plan that Donald Trump is in the White House and that we exterminate the brown scourge from America. They have as much excitement and passion in their voices. It's just, which one do you believe? And look, on the James Tallarico, the reason I brought him up in this little thing off Mark Lamont Hill and messengers for different messages is like Jasmine Crockett's being narcissistic and selfish. However, from her perspective and the perspective of a lot of black folk, whether right or wrong, she's being yelled at to tap dance. Tap dance. Say the words that we want you to say. Go out and vote for James.
Is she as much as it's like literally party line shit though? Because like the thing
It's
is,
party line shit,
she's
but
literally
she
part
feels-
of the demographic that was saying tap dance to like DSA members and farther leftists. You know, like
vote blue matter no matter who.
Yeah, well, no, she's been a problem on that side of things. Like,
Oh,
as far
for sure.
as,
I'm not saying I'm not defending Crockett at all. I don't like Crockett. I don't like the. I'm going to make my career by Twitter
The thing
dunks.
is, Tallarico's not attacking Crockett. Like, if anything,
No.
the last few times that I've seen
he's
him
not.
speaking, he's telling them to shut the fuck up and stop attacking her. He actually, like, he was just speaking, I think it was like 2 days ago. It was like this weird. It was like a theater in the round situation. He's in the middle of the floor, and like there's people surrounding him. It was weird. Like, but he was talking specifically about how he wanted everybody to stop attacking Jasmine Crockett, and just like he even kind of said, like, can you ask nicely? There are better ways to do this. And he even said, he's like, I don't necessarily need, like, this isn't what I need to win. He's like, it would be nice to have her support, but it's like right now I'm focused on making sure that like my platform carries me, not necessarily an endorsement.
From her perspective, it's, oh, you don't think you need us, motherfucker? We'll show you that you need us. You will show. I mean, this is the one that I was thinking of, Wanda.
That
is
whole
left
"we will
reckoning.
show you" attitude is exactly what fucking put Trump into the fucking White House now.
I
and
know.
why we are dealing with fascism in the way that we are. And this is where I keep saying, now's not the time. Like, if we're gonna be playing those games in politics, at that point, there's disengage. Like, at that point, we're never gonna win. You're wasting your fucking time.
What do you mean disengage?
Just disengage.
How do you disengage?
Literally,
How?
go do anything else the way that 89 million other Americans do, because for some reason they have this,
89 million
ignorance
other
is bliss
Americans
thing.
are still going to be walking around with ICE walking down the street.
Right, but you're still going to have ICE walking
So
down
we
the
need to
street
engage.
with her attacking. Like, so right now, focusing on this is stupid. It's either Tallarico wins or not, and you get Ken Paxton. Then you get double the ICE invasion. Because I see where you're coming from with this, but realistically, the reality is going to be worse.
Attacking Crockett makes black voters mad. Period. End of story.
Yeah, nobody's attacking Crockett.
Her whether that's legitimate or not, like emotion and logic, two different things. Logically, we're supposed to all be on the same team.
About it because
He's
she's
not
also
even a
not
DSA
necessarily
candidate.
bringing up substance of, like, again, James Tallarico is not the one going out there attacking
But guess
her in
what?
the slightest.
People don't necessarily vote with logic. If they did, Al Gore would have been fucking president. People don't vote with logic. People vote with emotion.
The fact that's a bad example, Alex, because Al Gore technically did win the popular vote.
Well, why wasn't he in the fucking White House?
Because the Electoral College is a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, the Supreme
And it's
Court.
a thing. It's a reality. So this is a part of the reality, is that Crockett, dude, fuck Crockett. The black voters in Texas who are
black voters. I mean, I hate to sound shitty about this, but are they going to vote?
Are they all a
gonna
monolith?
vote blue? No, like, no, Texas doesn't have the same, like, they don't get to do what New York and Chicago does. They're not in a purple city or in a purple district or in a purple situation in the slightest. It's either you fucking buck up and vote blue no matter who where you are to try and get a better outcome and get us away from fascism, or I'm just sorry. Like, the reality is you're likely going to end up with a Ken Paxton, and then it's going to be the same bullshit that they've been dealing with in Texas forever.
First of all, Carlos, I want to hear your perspective. Me and him go back and
Yeah,
forth.
no, I see where all of this is, like, you know, coming. But like, yeah, I think that we do need to just kind of essentially like table the smaller problems between all of us, and just kind of like move forward with whatever, because like we shouldn't really go too hard on electoralism. Like, we shouldn't, it doesn't matter, like, the candidate that people are rallying behind. I don't think that that's really important fundamentally. It's more like, think of it as like a tool, right? Like, is even Tallarico winning going to like solve all the problems? Probably not.
Right.
It will bring a substantive change in the Senate, where that type of representation, because it is literally two to senators per state. That's a big change for Texas.
Of course. And like but I'm saying, like, to surrender that, not a good idea. To surrender that tool is not a good idea. But like, not to get too heavily invested on thinking that just electoralism is going to like solve the fundamental problems that we're all like, seeing. It's more like, okay, we need to push for whatever is the best outcome in terms of like these candidates that are coming out. We need to push for the best outcome as one. Whatever that candidate is, whoever is that best candidate, and just be a bit more agnostic towards the candidate and just say like, hey,
so it's
this
put
person,
the issues first, but like, so how do we, how do you choose the issues? Because like my like personal thing is I think that you can't go over 3 issues because people's attention spans just get lost after that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think that's a good strategy. I think that worked for Mamdani. It's working for some other candidates now.
Yeah, affordability.
If I, war brain, right? We're at war, as Dieter likes to point out. We're at war. Emma Vigeland, sports brain. It's all about accumulating power. Who's the most important? The most important is the president, of course, then senators, then Congress people, and then local and judges, like I'm sure. But you don't get judges without those first 3. Senators are more valuable than Congress people. We want as many Congress people as possible, but it would be great to get some senators, right? That's why people were fucking going hard for Plattner, going hard for Abdul, going hard for
I mean, now they're going hard for Troy Jackson.
And again, Troy Jackson. Like, here's the thing.
But the thing,
Talarico is not one of like.
Actually, to Carlos's point, the Troy Jackson thing is actually exactly what he was saying. How it's not even about the candidate; it's the movement.
Yes,
it's literally about the platform.
Yes.
They're voting on the platform. They're not even voting for who's.
It's the platform, not the platinum.
Figurehead.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's me. It's us, not me.
I'm actually happy about that because I'm happy to see that no momentum was lost. Well, not no, but there was definitely like, and this I said this on my own stream about how it kind of sucks that guy getting shot in Maine did make it so like people were like, all right, you know what, fuck it, I don't care who it is, Susan Collins, like we're just voting against Susan Collins
for sure. Yes, actually, which is tragically fucking ironic and whatever. Yeah. But like. That's what I was saying when the whole platinum shit went down. I'm like, dude, it's actually a bigger win if you can switch candidates this close to the fucking election and win and still win. Then it really doesn't matter if like AIPAC has or whatever, the Republican, centrist, whatever, smear any candidate, fine. We'll switch it out for another candidate and we'll still fucking win.
Hold on,
but that's the entire fucking
going back
movement.
to the Texas thing. That's where I'm saying we don't have that same luxury in Texas as you do Maine. Like that's why it is a little bit different.
I would look. I don't know the politics of the two.
Objectively, it is because it's such a red state.
Maine's
so
not
much
red,
different. If
right?
it's a purple,
Maine's purple.
Georgia's even different than this.
Yes. What I'm saying is like, I'm not caping for Croc. I'm not even caping for Talarico. Like he's not a DSA candidate. He's not like totally aligned and all these things.
I don't need him to be
kind of riding this wave of like.
I don't need him to be. I need him to be literally someone who's not going to support fascism right now and keep voting to support the fucking shit that we're doing in Iran, with Israel.
Yeah.
No, like this is about harm reduction. And I know that this was something that was like kind of being hammered on during the 2024 election with Kamala Harris, but that's exactly what this is. And even Oliemi fucking got on board with that, where it was about having an easier opponent. Kamala would have objectively been a much easier opponent to pressure into actually following our platforms, as opposed to now where we do have to now worry about being jailed for our politics.
For sure. I mean, yes.
There's a huge difference here. And this is why, like with Abdul Al-Sayed, I'm glad to see that it's like he took this, like all that angst, and he is hammering this shit. And he even said, he's just like, you know what? The harm reduction vote in Michigan did backfire on us. Let's not play these games right now. And that's why he's really gone out of his way to make his campaign like accessible to, I would say, your normies. Like the last 2 weeks I've been seeing him just go to coffee shops and just going all over the place, just to normie places, trying to, speak to people that aren't already politically with him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean that's like my big thing is normie outreach. And I know that people say that in itself is probably a waste of time, but I hard disagree, because the normies are the ones that lost us everything.
I super disagree with the idea that we shouldn't focus on normies. I'm not sure that is a mistake, because like we're not here to convert MAGA. We need to win despite them. Like I'm not here to sit and try to like convert a bunch of MAGA people. At least on the broad project of the left TM.
Did I freeze?
No, you're good. You're good.
You're good.
Did everything freeze?
You're skipping a little bit.
Oh yeah,
Are we
just
good?
a little bit.
Yeah, you just froze.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You still got audio.
Am I
We
frozen?
still got audio.
Yeah, we still got audio.
Folks.
There we go.
It might be me.
Yeah, you're coming on back.
Yeah.
I'll send you an Ethernet
It
cable.
might be me. It might be YouTube. I was having trouble streaming earlier.
No, I'm pretty sure
That's
that
all
you're pushing your
I'm
computer
keeping
to its limit.
talking to see if chat responds.
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
From
Yeah, we
my
can hear you.
end, I see two. Pep and Carlos are kind of blinking in and out of existence.
Yeah, okay. It's definitely you then, because I see both. I
Yeah.
see Pep and myself perfect.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll pull the stream up. Let's just
Maybe he just needs to
As I said, I want to send Alex an Ethernet cable because he said he was running on Wi-Fi. I was just like, ooh,
Oh, boy.
buddy. Like, I know that I had some major issues when I was just running on Wi-Fi by itself.
Yeah, when there's a massive difference when you hook up that Ethernet cable.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't seem like it should, but it does.
Oh,
because like
yeah.
I have good Wi-Fi. I like test my speeds. I have good Wi-Fi, all good. You know, whatever, super speed, super special, awesome, whatever. Because I work from home,
like the
so I have to.
1.1K or whatever.
Yeah, like I work from home, so I have to.
Yeah.
But it doesn't beat. It doesn't beat just straight connect.
No, I had to have it specially like ran down here because when I first started streaming and when I started my work from home, it was same shit where it was just like I am having interruptions at least 8 to 9 times per fucking day. This is not okay.
Yeah.
Especially when you're like with my gig, if I do like lose that, it locks me out of whatever I was doing and it could just ruin an entire day's worth of work, which is so dumb.
Nope.
All right, where's Mr.
Nope.
Alex?
$30 Ethernet cable.
Just trying to get. Yep. I mean, if you need one, man, I will send you one. I'm not even joking. I have a whole bunch of that stuff. All right, he's
All right, I
coming
think we're
home.
back. Hey, look at that. I see. All right.
All
We
right,
good?
there he is.
I'm sorry, folks.
Don't worry
that's all
about it,
good.
man. Did you hear anything that we were saying?
I kept talking because you guys looked frozen to me. So I was like, is it me?
Okay. So
Is it me? I think it might be me. This did happen. I was streaming earlier. It happened like several times.
I was just telling Carlos. I'm not even joking. I want to send you an Ethernet cable.
yeah.
It's just like I think that's your issue.
Amazing.
Yeah. Don't.
I mean, if you
Yeah,
need
don't
one,
sleep on
man,
that.
fucking hit me up privately. I'll take care of it.
Speaking of Abdul, here's a new ad he just put out. This is pretty
dude,
cute.
this is fire. Yeah,
I
watched
didn't
this
see
earlier.
this.
Oh, this is awesome.
Cost unaffordable, but your government is wasting your tax dollars abroad. 1-844-ABDUL for you. We'll get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. I'm Dr. Abdul El Sayed.
I love it.
This message.
Oh, dude, it's such
Fan-
fire.
Perfect.
I love it.
Fantastic. Him and Mamdani have been using like this a lot of nostalgia.
Yeah.
The nostalgia of people our fucking age and Americana iconography. Like Mamdani's whole campaign, all the designs were very like New York specific, like the coffee cups that you get from the street carts, like bodega. The abolish ice shit is like the icy fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like it was so good. And I think this one kind of, Islamophobia is still a thing. It's America after 9/11. So we're still kind of contending with this, obviously. And they're kind of going like, hey, this is how we appeal to white people who still might be afraid of Muslims. It's like, hey, you know what a used car salesman looks like? You know what an ad looks like? It's Abdul. I'm in a suit. It's the same kind of thing that you would see, but my name's Abdul. That's the only difference.
Well, it's also like I know I hammer this a lot, and sometimes people get annoyed by it, but it's good marketing, man.
It's
They're
really
very good at it.
I mean, I've also
half
seen
of
this
politics, man, is
this
marketing.
article
That's why
pop up
Trump is
about-
doing what he's doing. He's despite everything that man does, there's one thing that's undeniable is he's good at marketing.
Yeah.
He's good at getting
I
a
mean-
line and just running with it.
I don't know about that.
Really?
Oh, wait,
I mean,
before I forget my train of thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
So what Pep was saying, like, we cannot ignore the normies. Like, those are the people that we need to wake up, because there's a lot of people that are very either agnostic or just, you know, being part of the working class, kind of beaten, so they just don't participate. They're apathetic. Those are the people who they just check out. Like, why would you want to, like, they check out. So I think that to ignore that is a really, really big mistake. So to Pep's point, yeah, like, those are the people that we need. I don't need them to be like leftism's greatest warriors. I need them to be like active. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I need them to go to the fucking polls and vote.
Yeah. Yes. Pokemon, go to the polls, please.
Yeah. This is the people who I'm like, you know, when I jump on Pep's show or we're talking on here on this space, we're hoping people. That's why I have the vertical on my channel going right now, because I want people to trickle in and maybe hear what we're saying. Go like, okay, all right, that makes sense. You know, speaking of being here, someone who said hello earlier. Well, a lot of people said hello. Anyway, hello everyone in chat.
Hello,
we
everybody.
See you. We see you.
Just remember to hit that like button.
Hit the like button, spread the stream, let people know we're here. I think so. When it comes to normies, black folks, you know, there's some black folks who are normies too. Like, normies
I'll
is
just say this.
intersectional.
Doing the racial shit on this, it's silly, because I'm just gonna say this much.
Silly, dude.
Like,
Saying it's silly is gonna piss off black people more.
Because I'm talking like about normies that like are already feeling this stuff. I'm talking from all creeds and all walks of life. Like, this is who I'm dealing with, and it literally you can take race out of it because none of them are the same. I'm talking black women, white women, fucking Mexican men, Indian men, like white dude. Focusing on that doesn't matter when they're all feeling the same thing. They're pissed off at the cost of living. They're pissed off at just how bad Trump is doing. And trust me, man, the vibe out there, normies are pissed. And now the biggest mistake we could make is browbeating them into, why aren't you into politics more? Like, trust me, I'm adjusting from my position on this because I used to do that a lot.
Okay, I think I'm
talking about like my work situation. Like, I know, like, I'm very perceptive about like when I am around people that are not into politics, and just hearing the shit that, like, the water cooler conversations, it has shifted from maybe it'll get better to I can't wait for this motherfucker to be out of office.
I think I'm getting a little confused, because we say we the three of us say we a lot. Sometimes we are referring.
I mean, the
to
left.
The three of
I'm
us.
saying us as the left.
Yeah.
And what do we mean by the left? Are we talking about internet commentators? Are we talking about
Anybody that
politicians
literally
running for
holds
office?
that holds leftist policy that has the ability to teach somebody. This could even be like your average person that doesn't have a platform that
And
just
is
goes
just
and
talking to
engages
their
with
neighbor.
people every day.
Yeah. Lowercase L left.
Yeah,
So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, perfect. Well said. That's where I'm saying, like, that's where I'm not trying to like negate racial politics, and like that's not what I'm saying. I'm literally just saying that everybody feels this way, and it doesn't matter what your race or sex is.
But when I'm okay, when we're talking here, we're talking to an audience of however many people, our regulars who are in chat, and anyone who's stragglers who might come in, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. They understand where we're coming from. We're kind of in a little bubble here. People who already know who Sam Cedar is, people who know who these internet Hassan is, who these characters are.
Yeah.
Most people do not, right? Most people do not. I think someone coming across a clip from the space or just jumping into the chat now and seeing three faces that look white-ish, right? Me and Carlos, a little mixed, kind of talking about like racial politics don't matter.
Again, that was literally, maybe I misphrased it, but I'm just saying, like, in that context, it doesn't, because you're not talking about racial anything at that point. You're literally talking about just class shit at that point.
Dividing anybody by race is fucking illogical.
It's stupid.
It's
fucking stupid.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
However, it is a reality. It is a reality that people
it doesn't really.
But it
need to
is.
be. It's a reality in
Pep.
certain circles where it like
Pep,
this is what
it's a
I was talking about
reality in
last
as much
week,
as
man.
an ICE agent walks down the street, sees the three of us, might be looking at me and Carlos a little differently.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and I admit, like,
that's where the rubber
I have the
meets the road.
privilege of not having that, but I also have the like, this is where there's, like, I feel the outrage, like the equivalent outrage to it. You know what I mean?
I feel like this is all getting lost in translation. Like, I understand what Pep is saying. I just feel like we're losing translation here, because, like, I get what he's saying, and I get what Alex is saying. Yeah. So basically, you're saying that, like, oh, this is, like, all about mostly, like, economics. Like, a poor white person or a poor brown person is still a poor person.
Doesn't matter. Right.
Versus, like, Alex is saying, of course, there's, like, intersectionality here, like, brown people, black people, we're, like, we're viewed differently under the system of capitalism, and we're being, the outcomes, despite being the same, are obviously disproportionate against X or Y. Like, yeah, but those aren't mutually exclusive. Like, we can talk about all of them.
And on that, because you reminded me of why I was even going this way in the first place. I get lost in my own sauce a lot of times.
Don't worry about it.
Is you're talking about reaching out to normies, and I'm saying yes. And when you reach out to and not browbeating them about, like, why aren't you outraged today all day because Trump said this thing, or Pete Hegseth said this thing, or whatever, because they're not paying attention. They're going about their lives. They got things to do. They're taking their kids to school, soccer camp, whatever the fuck, right? Those people, like you're saying, need to be massaged. You don't immediately hit them. Hey, why didn't you read fucking Lenin? Did you read your Lenin yet?
No.
You know,
the way that I can speak to myself when I approach these people. It's because, like, I also have, like, I have the opposite of this, like, because ICE and, like, these, like, you know, MAGA heads would not go to somebody that has brown skin or browner skin with the same level of comfort that they do with me. I have the opposite, where, like, these assholes will just be like, hey, man, you see these Mexicans? And it's just like, I do see that there are some Mexicans, and it's, well, we got to do something about them. It's just like, no, I think that we should do something about your politics and why you might, you know, hold these prejudices against them. Like, this is a, you know, totally deeper thing. But realistically, I recognize that, like, that guy, I could just walk away from, but I could go towards the other person that heard him come up to me that was just like, that wasn't fucking cool. It's like, yeah, right. I mean, and it's also like, dude, we're politically, he would probably benefit from, you know, having healthcare, having, you know, free childcare, especially like this. This actually happened at a job I was at, and this guy was bitching about how he doesn't have childcare and he had to bring his kid to work that day. And it's just like, do you understand? Like, if you just shut up for a minute and, like, took the red hat off and didn't do this, you're just a shithead liberal, blue hair, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's
Then
like,
you
let's
would
think about it
probably
for 5
benefit from
seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's think about it for 5 seconds as to why you're complaining about taking your child to work. Just 5 seconds. Think about it.
But it's the messenger, like you're saying, like, that guy's gonna approach you because he thinks maybe you're sympathetic to that, but oops, he miscalculated and you're not.
Yeah.
Whereas he would never have approached me or Carlos with that.
I'll say this. I've actually had the opposite, like, on my side happen, where I actually, like, I was just like, oh, you know, black guy. Yeah, you hear this guy, Donald Trump, he's like, I actually like Trump. It's just like,
oh,
you've made the assumption.
Okay.
Well, shit.
Right.
It's like,
so all I'm saying is people need to be, dude, people need massages or concessions or whatever it is. Like, they need a gentler hand when being spoken to sometimes. That's all I'm saying when it comes to Tallarico and the black supporters of Crockett in Texas. There's also white supporters. There's also Hispanic supporters. There's all kinds of different supporters of Crockett. People love those videos going viral of her in the committee hearings yelling at Republicans and doing dunks and whatever.
Well, I'll admit it, because she also has, like, when she called MTG that blonde hair butch.
Oh yeah,
people love that. She printed T-shirts.
The thing is, like, she plays mean girl politics, and that's honestly what people like about her, is the fact that she has a little bit, dare I say, the Trump in her, where it's like she's willing to engage on their level, where it's like, nah, I'll get dirty, like, fuck you, like, we're not playing this nicey nice shit.
Yeah, I mean, and so look, when
shouldn't have cursing, Obama, you don't need to cuss. We can cuss on this platform. I'll work on it. Like,
it's all right. Don't worry about it.
No. Hey, I appreciate that. My mom was very much the same way, but
I apologize. I grew up with South.
Apologies, but also just you're gonna have to accept it. We're a free speech platform, and that sometimes means speaking from the heart.
Look, I think like when it comes to Crockett, 2008, right? Fucking Obama gets the nomination, needs the support of Hillary, needs Hillary's to put the backing, say, hey, all my supporters, I endorse him.
Not that time. No, actually, no, dude, after the primaries, no, there was no support from that. If anything, she actually doubled down on her racist shit at, like, going after Obama. Like, she was starting to play this, like,
after the primary, until he offered her
economy, wink, wink. It's like, what the fuck?
Until he offered her Secretary of State.
He did that after he won.
Yeah.
But
he didn't need anything from her.
Were happening before.
No, he didn't need that. Wasn't, listen, I think that you're missing, like,
I'm
thinking that he needed to bring in her contingent at that point. He didn't, because there was nothing electoral with that at all. That was a good faith thing. And on top of it, dare I say, because she had experience. Because, like, as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, there is like the reality that she was an experienced Secretary of State, or like she already had that.
No, she
already had the relationships to, like, honestly, as far as Secretary of States in the last 30 years, she was probably the best. And I hate to say that. I'm not like lib simping. I'm just being objective. Because I lived through fucking
what was the good
Rumsfeld.
What was the good you said that about Obama. He did something in good faith for her. What was that? Making her Secretary of State? He just did that out of the kindness of his heart.
Well, I mean,
and not because there was fucking
maybe
deals
there was
being
some
made.
Backroom dealing, because that's politics. But realistically,
of course, is what I'm saying.
And like, optically, it was a good move. And realistically, like, with everything that was going on in those times, like, you can argue that Obama's worst foreign policy decisions were actually made during his second administration. Plain and simple.
She was hell. It was 8 years of Bush. McCain was running. She didn't want McCain to win, but I also don't think Hillary would have had that big a problem if McCain won.
No, she
think
didn't, dude. By that point, it was irrelevant, because she was already. This is what I miss about.
But they wanted to
politics.
Wait.
Sorry.
Wait. They wanted to win, so they had to coalesce around the person who was the most popular. She wanted it to be her.
She didn't do
it was
that,
her
though.
turn, but it wasn't her. It was Barack Obama.
Right. He came out of nowhere, dude, and that pissed everybody off.
But they coalesced around him. No?
Not really.
Was it divisive
Not
until
really. No, it was
the
divisive.
election?
It was divisive up to the election. Yes. 10,000%.
Okay.
Up until that,
I
like, I remember, like, it was October during one of his last speeches when even I felt like he might have this, because I was like, I do remember, like, playing the vibes politics between July and September, which I do every time there's a presidential election. And I do remember, like, the vibes were, Hillary's got this. It's going to be Hillary. Like, damn, dude. And then up to the primaries. And then after that, everybody kept saying the same shit. Oh, man, this is risky. A black guy. Because, like, dude, you remember that movie with Chris Rock, Head of State? Like, not even 4 years before that, we had a movie that the entire premise of the movie was a black president. That's absurd. Like, and that was the whole joke. So
Yeah,
a
but
lot
you
of
also
people
had
during that
24
time
where the
saying this
president
shit.
was black.
But this is what I'm saying. The times were different at that point, and yeah, people were still fucking. They were playing that racist game. They were playing the fucking post 9/11 game because he had the Hussein Obama thing. That's why Trump loves that, because he's playing on xenophobia.
Right.
That's
my
why,
point. My point. Was look, whether or not
Carlos, have some commentary, please.
Whether or not,
I'm listening because I was asleep during that era. Okay, I was asleep.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. Was it 2008? Right when he was first. Yeah. So I think
08, 09,
like the extent of my like politics there was like, oh, who's going? Because I think that was like my first election. I was literally like 18, my first election, and I didn't even like know about primaries. I had no knowledge of any of this. I just saw, hey, there's a Democrat and there's a Republican. I don't like that. I'm voting for, like I was just basically like more like lib coded than anything. It's like I don't like the Republicans. They're not offering me anything. I'm just gonna vote Democrat. Like I'm not even gonna think about it.
I was an activist voter at that point because like Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney alone, those two people alone. Like, those were my ultimate villains, and I thought we could never do worse than that. Dick Cheney just finding out that it's like, what do you mean he owns this stake in Halliburton? What's Halliburton?
Imagine reminiscing
like
about the
contractor that took us to Iraq. It's like, we're just allowing that? And then Donald Rumsfeld's just like, hey, what's wrong with this? This is just how politics are played.
24 black president was very popular. And
the good old days
was a
where
non-zero factor.
The good old days where we were like basically like the villains were like, Dick Cheney. Yeah. Whoever thought we'd be here like reminiscing about the days where like George Bush was like the worst thing.
Dude,
and like that.
Hold on. The point I was making with bringing up Obama and Hillary at all was you're saying now me and Carlos were not tapped in. You were more tapped in than both of us. I still believe that there was an outreach, at least hey, those of you who supported Hillary.
I can see that there was an outreach because that's
those of you
politics.
who supported Hillary. Come support me. There's no bad blood between us. Here's a picture of us together. Whatever the fuck.
No, that's where I'm.
That's what happened. Needs to happen with Tallarico and Crockett. That's all.
This is different.
That's my point.
This wasn't during an election. This is where I'm saying that's a little different.
That was during an election.
No, this
2008.
I'm saying he didn't need to bring in those Hillary supporters
he
as
needed
much.
as many voters voting for him as possible.
Yeah.
No, I am wrong. No, sorry.
Joining hands.
I had to run that back. No, yeah. You're right about like joining hands with the contingent that was voting for Hillary during the primary. Sorry.
It's all right. Not during the primary. For the general.
Gotcha. No,
for the general.
All right.
Now, because this is after the primary for Crockett and Tallarico.
Right.
Sorry. That was a long way to get there.
That's where I'm saying that,
this is after the primary.
Unfortunately, because she was the loser.
Needs to reach out to Crockett.
He has, though.
People.
He has. No, see, this is what's bothering me. Is there's because I've seen this overarching, this new narrative that, like, you're not the only one saying this. I saw this on fucking Facebook, which that tells me op shit. Because the only outcome from this is disengage. It's literally to disengage black voters and have them go, well, I can't vote for Tallarico because he's not going to fucking support what I need. It's like, dude, you're about to be disenfranchised entirely. If anything, they did.
That sounds like a threat, Pep.
It's not a threat when that's what they're doing. Look at what happened in Louisiana.
Wait. I'm saying what it sounds like is a threat. What it sounds like is do what I say or else. And that's not necessarily, again, you don't like to be told what to do. Nobody likes to be told what to do. Crockett doesn't want to be told. I got it.
Fuck. How do I unban? I went to go ban this guy that was gonna
do racial slurs. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was on my way too.
Yeah, we need to unban Latino Mafuno. That was a total mistake. Because the chat moved on me and it went to Mafune.
Nick, can you handle that? Because I don't know how to do that.
Oh no! Did we?
Friendly I accidentally
fire?
banned Latino Mafune. That was that was 1000% I was trying to make sure that R didn't show up in there, and so I sped right over to it.
It's it's funny because like I was like really.
Accident. Hold on. Where's Mafude? God damn it! I need to unban.
Yeah, we're gonna need some. We're gonna need support because I've never. I've never seen that before. Like,
Nick, take care of it.
Yeah, Nick, please do.
Okay.
I've actually never been able to do that.
My point.
Well, we're banning you now.
Yeah. My point is, look, mods, handle it. I just did it. I just banned this.
Bye.
You ban them, yeah. Here, how do you unban?
Okay. Again, mods, that's what you're here for. And Nick, please get Latina Mufune back in there. Apologies. The three of us, we don't need to be clicking on shit. Okay. I saw it too, and I was also like, hey, hold up. Yes. Okay. Johnny can fix it. Thank you very much, Johnny. All I'm saying is yes. I'll give you two options. I will stipulate Crockett might be playing spoiler, and it's just like no matter what, I'm not gonna say this. I'm gonna make it seem like Talarico's a racist and not get and disincentivize people from voting. That's just like my position because she's got some kind of job lined up with a lobbying company or some shit. She's got some kind of job lined up for the lobbying company or whatever fucking K Street affiliated place.
Are you talking about
hedge fund or whatever? Crockett. Yes. Yeah. She could be that. Or she could just want some kind of fucking outreach.
What does it matter
from him?
Hold on. What does this matter? And why can't she articulate that? Why are we doing this thing where we're preemptively speaking for the black voter base in Texas and saying that Talarico isn't doing enough, so he needs to reach out to her, as opposed to the fact that this in politics, again, take the racial shit aside, the fact is she lost. She needs to, if she actually gives a shit about Democrats winning in Texas, then maybe do the fucking hard work. But
that's
this is
the problem.
This is kind of
we don't know if she gives a
grievance.
Yeah,
we don't know if she gives a shit.
Yeah, that's a problem in and of itself, and I guess it's more of a like, okay, well, if it's more of a, if you're not gonna help, then just stay out of the way, I guess.
Yeah, because she might not give a shit, and the reason she's not staying out of the way is to show I have an audience, I have people who listen to me. So hey, hedge funds, hey, lobbying groups,
this is where,
hey,
like, again,
whatever, give me a job.
But this is where, like, the attacks on Talarico from like the Black Caucus, and I'm using the fucking finger quotes because the clip that I saw, I'm not entirely sure if that's the, like, this woman could speak for the entire Black Caucus. Also, it is kind of one of these things where it's like, I don't understand exactly like where, like, we can't just recognize an obvious op. Where this is like the only outcome that comes from this is a divided fucking vote, which means
I'm stipulating she might be an op. I'm stipulating she might be an op.
I mean,
and
possibly.
We do not want this fucking guy to win. Ken Paxton.
Yeah. I mean, the op being just the capital class, right? Because that's who she presumably represents.
We watch this Ken Paxton.
They've made a lot about the reports that have come out. One in the New York Times about you acquiring properties worth.
So, Jack, can we keep this to law enforcement today?
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to answer that question.
I'd like to, we're here with the sheriffs, I'd like to keep today to law enforcement. So that's what I'm going to answer, questions about law enforcement.
Okay.
Gromer, did you want to go?
Will you answer a question about why you voted in Collin County? Clear that up.
They're talking about his like 15 houses.
Wait, so she's not required to do anything for Talarico? Then let this guy win. This is where I get sick of this shit. Not being able to recognize the harm reduction of this, where it is objectively worse for us as the American people and the people of Texas to not have Talarico win. I always hate the fact that we can have these arguments after the election and after he wins, but putting the cart before the horse is the reason that the horse never makes it to the fucking stable.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, technically, it's true. She is not required to do anything for anybody. It's just a matter of like, well, do you want to help or not? And if she does not want to help, then like,
she should get out of the way, but I don't. But she's not. I'm saying if she is someone who genuinely doesn't give a fuck and it's just like, this is a career for me and I just want to advance my career, then yeah, I'm going to stay in the middle of this. This is going to be my controversy. I'm going to sink his campaign or at least hurt it as much as I can and then be like, see, you should have went with me. I'm going over to this lobbying group. I'm going to run for governor. I'm going to run for something else, whatever it is.
Right.
And she might be a total fucking asshole for that. But as long as there's people who aren't going to vote for Tallarico because of her, then those people need to be outreached to.
Oh, well, yeah, but not because of Crockett. It's more like we just need to outreach to people.
We just need the voters.
Yeah.
That's it.
But that's where, like, yeah, and yes, the onus is on Tallarico to definitely include a,
of course,
have a broad platform. But that's where I'm saying, like, based on what I've heard from Tallarico, his platform is pretty fucking wide. Like, he casts a wide net. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people do this, like, have this perception of him, like, not doing that.
Wanda brought it up earlier, and I think there's a good clip from Left Reckoning that made me think of it and kind of exemplifies
the biggest line.
Again, I don't know why we don't have to talk about Tallarico or Crockett anymore if you don't want to, but this kind of exemplifies what I'm talking about. Check this out. We love Left Reckoning. I saw them live when they were here in New York. Great. Along with the This Is Revolution podcast.
I cannot, and I'm sorry, I cannot quit you. Every time I think I'm done, you just pull me right back in here.
Yeah.
And this one is really good. So Jasmine Crockett, let's see. Jasmine Crockett was at a conversation on a podcast in New Orleans. And
all right, so let's watch the actual clip.
But James Tallarico, Texas.
Be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on the stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And obviously, some people are not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas.
So you can't do that for Tallarico and those people?
My race and how I ran it. But the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot. It was racist. It was a racist race. It is what it is, right? But we live in America as y'all are celebrating 250, okay? We know what this country is. But let me...
and it's getting even worse. Like, the thing is, with the Supreme Court, like, this is what's bothering me. Why is it so easy for people to ignore what the Supreme Court did? Like, what
are you talking about? Dude?
Abolishing the fucking...
you think she's ignoring that?
Of the Voting Rights Act?
Do you think she's ignoring that?
It kind of seems like it, because it's not actually meeting it at its face to fucking, again, win these races so we can repeal that.
Okay. I'm going to take the idea that Crockett is, even in this thing, I'm going to endorse down ballot people to show how much my sway matters on those races so that I can lobby myself for a job. I'm going to take that version of Crockett who is lobbying for a job and put it over here. I'm going to now interpret this as Crockett who genuinely wants to see Democrats defeat Republicans and have a better country. As that interpretation, she could absolutely feel, and I don't think it's necessarily untrue, that a lot of people were making analysis and going, well, it's hard. It's hard to win in Texas statewide as a black woman. It's easier to win as a white man. That's why we're backing Talarico. Their positions aren't too dissimilar, other than him shying away a little bit more from talking about Israel and Palestine than she had.
It's fuckery either way, but it's also ignoring
yeah.
the fact that this is Texas. This would be a little different if this was New York doing this, or like even Maine.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine that she's supporting down ballot candidates, and that's a good thing. You know, you need people to like get out and vote. But like, it would have been fine, like, if she genuinely has like a problem with Talarico. I don't know what the
right.
Like, I didn't really keep up with like the politics with that. But if she really does have like a problem with Talarico, cool. Like, but don't mention.
I know, funny birthday present, Latino.
I'm sorry, that just got me. I was like, I'm so sorry.
Oh no! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
You got a band for your birthday.
And I apologize again. I tried to
Happy birthday! Bye bye.
Yo, good.
Oh my god, we just nuked Latino Mafoon on his birthday.
Dude, we all panicked because we saw what was happening.
Yeah, we all went to the freaking button because I know I saw
pretty fast, and we're just like, ah.
So,
all right.
So
yeah,
look,
sorry, back to it.
I think if she genuinely wants to help the Democrats, this analysis from Left Reckoning, analysis from you is correct. She should absolutely say,
sure.
Go vote for James Talarico. He's blah, blah, blah.
At this point, yeah, because honestly, this is where
hammering
the comes
that
in.
that the race was racist isn't necessarily incorrect, because as we're saying, is a calculation of it's easier
She's
to win
running
with
in
a white guy.
Texas. The thing is, the only one that was surprised that she was running in a racist race was her.
What?
It's the only person that was surprised that it was
She's
a
not
racist
surprised.
Race. But it sounds like she is. It
No,
sounds like
she's
going like,
making
wow,
it
it was
a
a
point.
racist race. Therefore, like, I mean, she was already in an uphill fucking battle, which sucks. Like, there's no denying how shitty this situation is and the racism that is at play here, and just how this is a good example of how backwards fucking Texas is.
Yeah. I mean, the misogyny and racism are like baked in, like that. We already recognize that. That's already already baked in.
I mean, look at the comedy scene, Alex. Like, just look at the way that the Austin comedy scene is playing these games, where they're like, that's where the guy like that was just doing that with the, even just put it like the edgelord bullshit, the R, like using the R word, the N word, and just trying to like play this racial humor bullshit. What happened with McCusker? I'm not sure if you saw that, but like McCusker's wife, like freaking out on one of the Kill Tony guys. The thing is, like, we do have to recognize that certain areas of this country still have a long time, like a long way to go.
Here's the question, though, because they said that here in New York. A Muslim can't win in New York because there's so many Jews here. But that was fucking wrong. That was a way for them to try and stop you from being enthusiastic, stop you from trying,
stop you from ignoring the fact that the Jewish contingent that lives in New York saw right through it, and they voted for Mamdani anyway.
Yes, they did, because he campaigned well.
Yeah.
She did not campaign well.
Yeah,
that was her problem. She didn't do a good campaign.
No.
That was it.
Just plain and simple.
Also, the racism and patriarchy, absolutely baked in. Misogynoir. Also, she's
I would also
I think
argue
relatively
that,
attractive,
she
and
did
people
get
hate
that position
attractive
of power. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying that, like, she already got to that position of power in the state, in the House. Like, she wasn't even just like a state House representative. She was a U.S. representative of a majority black district in Texas. I think that the problem, like, and I might be wrong about this, maybe, like, but they were talking about the gerrymander pretty openly about not even a month into Trump's like re-election. So I think that everybody in Texas kind of saw the writing on the wall with that one, and that I think that even she saw that, where she was like, "Oh shit! Well, if they do that redistricting thing, it'll be a lot harder for me to maintain my House seat. So I might as well run for Senate." I mean,
and so okay. But is she running for Senate because she wants to help the
I don't.
Democrats
I'll be honest,
at large.
I think she was running for Senate. The reason that most people, and again, take race out of it and gender out of it, she wanted power.
Yeah.
Most of these people are power hungry people. Most of them are narcissists.
Right.
Most
They're
of them
careerists.
You have to have careerists. You have to have something that is broken in you to make you want to be that powerful or in politics.
Absolutely. You have
really
to have
do.
something broken in you to want to be in front of a camera as well. For real, that's why we're all here. That's why
doing therapy over here.
to want to be
Alex.
standing in front, talking into a microphone in entertainment, politics, whatever it is. You have something to say and you think other people should hear it. There's a level of it in you. I think she's a careerist and I think she wants to climb the ladder. I also think that there are people who don't think that, who think she's a great Democrat who was sidelined unfairly because they perceived Texas. They perceived that it would be easier for a white guy to win in Texas than a black woman, which may not be incorrect. However, she was on the rise and they stopped her. The white establishment came and stopped. That is the perception, whether true or not. And again, fuck her. It's the fucking it's the people
this
that
was
she's
talked about during Kamala's campaign too.
the reason she is endorsing lower ballot candidates is to see how much her voice matters so that she can give that as a resume to whatever outfit she's going to try and get a job with, because she's not in Congress anymore. She's not going to be a senator. So she's looking for a job. She's unemployed.
No, but this is where the unsung part of this, I look at, it's like, will her and Marjorie Taylor Greene's trajectory in media and like backroom dealings be any different? I don't necessarily think so.
No, absolutely not. They're the same.
You know,
the same.
like
they have no power now outside of whatever audience they have. And her audience just happens to also, be, again, we're going to see how significant it is when it comes down to it. I think she doesn't want to give, I think her audience, or a significant portion of her audience, is one that doesn't want to see her bow to the white man. And whether legit or not, she needs to fucking pander to that audience and keep that.
I will say that. Yeah, no, that's smart.
And we'll
she can
see
do
how.
that while also saying, "Hey, Tallarico, he might not do everything
even in this
perfectly,
clip,
but
she's like, y'all can go vote for Tallarico. You don't need me to hold
but the problem
his
is, like, this is where that endorsement matters. This is actually, I have a gripe with Kat about this one with Daniel Biss, because she's like, I won't endorse Dan because he, had one dealing with J Street. Like, I think he took like $7,000 from J Street or some shit, which he did end up returning. But yeah, I have this thing with her not endorsing Daniel Biss, which we're still kind of on pins and needles whether she's just withholding, but
I think Kat is focused on other things. She's
she is. She's focused on the broader platform, and like the helping other candidates, which I'm all for, man. But this was also what I was saying. I remember saying this back to you when the election happened, was how disappointed I would be if she doesn't try to help us locally here, and how it is kind of like, all right, that carpetbagging shit definitely landed. Like
that she's like focused on.
She has to try. Yeah, dude. Like, you got it. If you genuinely care about the people of of District 9, like she kept saying she did, then she should be going and like, number one, trying to push Daniel Biss farther left. Like, she can still pressure him to do these things to earn people's votes. Like, there's no guarantee that he's going to get all that.
I think going to help other DSA candidates around the country.
No, it's a great thing.
Is also pressuring him. It's pressuring every centrist Democrat. Kamala Harris and fucking Gavin Newsom are calling up Mamdani on the phone. Like, it's helping this wave, this red communist wave. Like, this is pressuring all those motherfuckers. So look, should she come out and be like, hey, Daniel Biss, you want my endorsement? You want my people door knocking for you? Accept this platform. Or like
honestly, not even a platform. Just get him to commit to fucking voting against aid for Israel.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that was like the top one that even I had, where I'm just like, come on, man.
But also,
like,
is he reaching out to her and going like, hey, I need your endorsement?
No, he did. No, I know that his campaign did. They had dinner together, and I know that his campaign is kind of being a little wishy-washy with whether or not she will endorse.
Well, that's
or
also a
has
thing
endorsed,
too.
so-
I mean, I you know what? Now that you brought it up, I remember that picture coming out of like her having dinner with Biss like around the time of the election. Absolutely. Hey. Absolutely. Look at him. Look at him. He wants to get in on the conversation too.
Oh yeah.
He's allowed to.
There's
totally
absolutely some places where it's actually advantageous for her not to endorse it. Or, you know, I was talking to Danielle Welch, who ran here in New York, in Long Island against Tom Swazi. I asked her why, you know, if she reached out to DSA or thought about doing that. She's like, look, I agree with the entire platform. It's just people in Long Island don't want to hear the word socialist.
Yeah.
So, like,
That is how
it's
it
just strategy.
That's how it is.
At
That's
one point.
good.
So, like, maybe Biss is like, hey, you know, don't endorse me. Keep your distance because people don't.
Yeah, but DSA
like,
didn't
I don't
even
know.
endorse her.
Well, also
that was
the
weird.
time
to me.
when
Pretty weird. I'll be honest. That actually like stuck with me. Where I was like, to this day, I want to talk to the head of the Chicago DSA and ask like, why did you not endorse Cat?
I remember from her perspective, she had said in an interview, I think it was Breaking Points, she said, well, the time to reach out for their endorsement coincided with us getting indicted by the government for protesting.
That makes
So
sense.
I kind of had
Okay.
to deal with that.
Okay, that does make sense. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, honestly, this Tallarico Crockett shit, like, who cares? What else is going on this week? We got 45 minutes left, and I feel like we only talked about one thing. I was
okay.
watching this video with
It's the one subject show.
That's fair,
Yeah,
that's
there you
fair.
go.
I was watching this video with Adam Smith and Crystal Ball. Have you seen this?
Oh, dude, yeah, I watched that yesterday on my stream. That was awesome. Yeah, where he's like, stop.
I haven't watched
Stop. Oh yeah, dude, it gets heated and pretty fast too. I got to give Crystal Ball a lot of credit with this one. Like she cooked him, and
Can we watch a little bit more of this?
Yeah, totally, dude.
All right, Carlos, is that cool with you?
Yeah, of course.
Part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would
okay?
agree. Yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state and the details of how Israel is currently running, you know, their country. There are.
I don't think she's asking you about getting rid of it. She's saying, should we stop giving them our fucking
Right, this is
money?
meta as hell. Three guys watching two guys watching two guys.
Abetting in what they're doing, which is an ethnic cleansing, a genocide. And she was even charitable to him. She said, if you want to just call it war crimes, that's not even up for fucking debate. Want to have to live next to the scary Muslim man, then, you know, move back to fucking Ocean City or whatever. Yeah. You'll be safer there anyway. You won't have to go in the goddamn bomb shelter every 5 seconds.
Fucking ads. Sorry. Premium beef, pork. Been talking about Jews. Anti-Semitic? Maybe? Who knows?
I mean, it's YouTube, so.
Looks like some decent glizzies, I'll say.
There are
Right,
Arabs
now I'm
in
hungry.
Parliament.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it'll be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is
All right, can I get
American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for the Massey
But
Amendment.
what is actually your idea?
Here's an
Because
incredibly
if you're saying, you know, you don't support a
There is no
one-state
good
solution. You don't support a two-state
There
solution.
is
There
no
is
good
no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right, and I'm
no good
and I'm open.
I'll be right back. My dog's barking.
Crystal's so good at staying completely calm. He keeps talking over and I would have like, I know he's like a sitting calm person, but your instinct to be like, bro, we're on my show. Would you just fucking chill for a second? Like, hey man, let's just get back to the fact where I'm asking you questions and you're fucking answering them. So
Yeah, I mean, he is really trying to control this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the signs of a person who has some level of media training. Going up against Crystal Ball. Yeah, not a good idea. But
and he's also used to. He's used to being like, well, I'm the guest. I get to talk as much as I want. And Crystal's like, no. It's my fucking show. I asked the goddamn questions.
Oh.
There's a great book called Palestine,
Let's keep going.
1936, that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British Mandate. And you had, the Jews had been coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago.
Those are the same fuckers that are responsible for India and Pakistan drawing that.
Wait. Are we just going to glaze over that? Like, they were there a long, long time ago. Is he like trying to do like the biblical thing?
Yes.
That's not true, though. The thing is, they weren't. Like, even in the Bible, it's understood that it was technically like in the area of Iraq was where like the Jewish people in biblical times were mostly like, you know, kind of.
Well, I'm going to defer to you because I have no fucking idea about the Bible.
Me neither. Like I get so exhausted. I get so exhausted with all this like history stuff. Like, well, maybe yes, no, I don't know. They're killing people right now. They're exterminating an entire group of people. Like
because like, you know, who was here first?
Why do we care so much about the sovereignty or it's like the opposite of this. Like, this guy would probably be like, well, you know, I don't want to do land back. So it's just like a broader fucking like acknowledgement of that, where it's just like, well, we're not going to do land back. Why would they need to do land back? Like,
yeah, kind of. Sure.
It's how it comes off to me.
And they were looking for, you know, a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything. Okay. Jews said, no, we can't stay. So they started a civil war. Okay. And they fought.
Yeah.
And then, of course, 1948.
Thanks for the refresher on the history, bro.
This is such a bullshit history lesson, too. I know Crystal doesn't want to like fucking words with this guy about like the lead up to the Nakba, but
The Nakba was actually justified, Zach. You didn't know that?
Well, you know, these people, they showed up and they started calling.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy. Like, I did not know how bad this interview went.
Oh, it went on. Like, I watched the whole thing on my show. It went bad. I mean, the guy started like yelling and getting like really like up, like and it happened quickly too. I remember that, where it was like 5 minutes in, he started getting like, no, that's not what I mean. Like, it was
yeah. He said like, stop.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Well, no, but the thing is, I'm glad that she did this interview in the time that she did, because this really does show, like, this is what we will be contending with as DSA members. This is what the people that we are voting for will be contending with. So instead of doing what happened with Bernie, where like, even going back to that, I remember what really made me upset was the fact that we were expecting it, and then when it happened, nothing was done. It was just like, and there was I kind of felt powerless in that moment, where I was just like, damn,
2016?
Like, yeah, when Debbie Wasserman Schultz just made that announcement where she was just like, we're not gonna go with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
sorry,
I know I don't
like
like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I know it has to do with Bernie, but I don't remember exactly what she did, but I know she was involved.
I mean, she's also like a Zionist stooge. Like,
oh yeah, for sure, I know. But like, I remember being like that was one of the first names I remembered as getting into the news. Like, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Fuck that.
Well, it's because you could pin it on her like decision and her being the mouthpiece at that time for.
Yeah, she was like in charge of the DNC and something like that.
She was.
Yeah, she really loves the camera. Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, let me just play a little bit more of this Left Reckoning clip.
Back to Crockett, I guess.
So the racism thing is what I saw people mentioning. I gotta just dwell on the theory, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna endorse all these other people that are driven to those polls by said candidates you did endorse, should they vote for Tallarico also?
Yeah, because it seems like you don't want them to do that. And I'm sorry, it is absurd. And you know what is so insulting about all of this at this point, Matt? I mean, I'll get to the thing in a second, like the actual allegation there. But this whole fucking song and dance at this point is so ridiculous because every time we do this now, we get a bunch of people in the comments being like, "Why don't you listen to her? Why don't you listen to what she has to say?" I am. And what I'm being told right now, and what is abundantly clear, is she's saying, vote for Democrats, but do not vote for James Tallarico. It's not even just like, oh, is she not supporting him? Is she not doing enough? She's pretty much using every opportunity that she gets, and she's getting a lot of opportunities to speak, right? To make an implication.
Oh my God, this guy looks like Bam Margera.
He does. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
I just realized
Cannot unsee it now.
Yep.
Oh my God. Wow. That's hilarious.
Wow,
you called
this
it.
is leftist.
So, absolutely. She could absolutely be a problem in the media. She does still have a following of many black women. I think she could impact politics the wrong way. I think that her goal is to show how much sway she has and to go, who wants to buy this?
Mm-hmm.
And she's shopping herself out to lobbying groups, whatever it is. I think that's my interpretation. If she really is I'm trying to help the Democrats and I just think socialism is bad and I don't want to go with that, or I want to help the Democrats, but this particular guy, this race, it was fucking racist, and I had racist shit that I was dealing with behind the scenes that I don't want to talk about and expose. Then again, she's missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
And
don't say anything. I mean, like, unless it's like seriously, like, unless it's like something obviously like grave that we the voters, or I guess Texas, the voters in Texas need to know about, then like, I don't know, just I feel like there's better ways of approaching this.
There definitely is, especially like with the way that, like, this is where I was going at it with the religious aspect of Tallarico. Like, religious outreach is essentially racial outreach when you can speak to Catholics that are, Mexican Catholics or, Black Baptists. They speak the Bible, dude. Being able to tie it back to, Jesus's walk, through, the desert for his whole thing, like his, time trying to have the devil test him, which has always been one of my personal favorite stories, because I've always thought of like the different like ways that Satan would try to like make him laugh. Like, that was the way that I was just like, the ultimate test, don't laugh.
So I think we've talked about the electorate and electoral politics and whatnot going on in this situation. I'm also want to bring in the internet commentator sphere. And what this looks like aesthetically is two white guys who supported Plattner and who are talking about one lives in Texas, one does not, talking about this black woman has to do these things or she has to get out of the way. I am telling her what she needs to do. Does that not, like, it is?
But that is the podcast that you chose to listen to.
That's the podcast that they chose. Absolutely.
No, you chose to listen to that one.
For
so
sure.
Technically, you could have gone to one that had two black creators talking about this.
For sure. I mean, I can find one.
Yeah.
But my point is, like, it continues from the planet. There's a blind spot. It's from Bernie. There's a blind spot when it comes to getting excited about your favorite lefty politician. Bernie, Zoran, all of them. That is just like, get behind them. They're the best chance we got. No matter what outside noise, focus, get them in. And it can work, and I understand the urge for that kind of motivation. I mean, this is a great video. I won't play the whole thing. It's 50 minutes long, but
yeah.
Shout out BK of the Look at the Material with BK show, talking about Wesley Bell and Jasmine Crockett. These are two black politicians who are, just because they are skin folk does not mean they are kinfolk. That is an important conversation to have.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily a conversation that Sam and Emma should be talking about on the Majority Report, or
that's actually
or
I
David
totally agree with that,
Griscom,
where it's like
and
even me,
Matt
like,
Leck.
Yeah.
should be
No, it
talking
is
about
overstepping
on-
when you're trying to be like how the black community should respond to something. That's
Right.
a bridge too far.
That's
But this
that's
is
what
where,
it took
like,
an hour and a half for me to kind of.
But this is where I'm saying it's not that, because this is more politically based, because this is the wider electorate. This is where she's essentially saying, like, I think that Matt summed it up pretty well there, where it does, like, no matter how you break this down, it sounds like she's saying, do not vote for Tallarico, but vote for down ballot Democrats. Like, and that does not help. Like that,
Because
really
what
doesn't.
she's saying is vote for the ones that I'm directly endorsing, so I can look at a poll sheet and go, my endorsements helped this
That's
person
another
win.
thing. I'm glad that
and
you
then
said that. Yeah, that
I
mean,
take this to a lobbying group and I say, hire me.
Yeah, to show that she has the power.
Exactly
To
what
actually
that is.
show it. I mean, realistically, that is a good way to break this down, and that makes me even wonder, just with that one interview that we watched, where it's just like, how much of it is like me literally feeling the right vibe, where it's like, no, she's just pissed off that she lost. And like,
absolutely.
And she's pissed off that she like gave up her seat, that she like she hedged her bets and she hedged them wrong, and now she's going to be forced out of politics. Now she doesn't get the sweetheart deals with the lobbyists. Now she doesn't get to have her viral moments, on the committees. Like, I don't know, man. I'm seeing it a little bit more now, where that like it could just be. I mean, that takes it down to like the most basic like emotional fucking response, where it's just fuck them, they won.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's something we could talk about. The fucking military budget just got passed, and we're going to merge our military with Israel.
Yeah, what is it? $95 billion.
Here's Ted Cruz being asked about that.
Passed the NDA yesterday with Section 219 in it.
Another
Obviously,
Texas
pretty much
man.
the process of sort of merging the U.S. and Israeli military defense technology. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, and whether that's a good thing for the U.S.
Well, it's the defense. Hold on. I do want to preface this because people are conflating that this was the one that merges our military. It doesn't. Like, this is just merging the R&D side of things and kind of like cutting some red
With
tape,
Israel.
which is still bad. Like, make no mistake, this is still bad, but it's not the one that was actually going to merge our militaries, which that did not pass. I looked that up yesterday.
This
'cause I
is
was
like on
confused
the
about
way
it.
for that.
Like for them to reignite it, but I do know that like on this specific one that they're voting on, it's not in it. That's why I was kind of like, oh, I thought that I was like, oh, this is the one that's literally merging our two militaries. It's like,
Well, I mean, let's watch them ask the question.
It's not an honest description of what that is. Netanyahu wrote a letter to Congress saying exactly that.
We're not merging anything. That's silliness. We cooperate with our allies, and there are a lot of folks that are pushing misinformation on this issue online.
I think that's
what I was trying to avoid.
It's a particularly close alliance here that's established in this. I mean, more than any other allies. You qualified it by saying, "Oh, we need this with all our allies," but this is quite different.
We have a close alliance with Israel, a close alliance with Great Britain. We work with our allies. There's nothing unusual about allies' militaries cooperating together. And frankly, the people online who are pushing these weird conspiracy theories that frankly, a lot of this is being pushed by people who just hate Jews and hate Israel. That's not healthy. Israel is a very important ally, and we work closely with them.
What happens when our alliances, come up against each other? Israel's talking about Turkey being their next target. They're a NATO ally. I mean, what are your thoughts
Israel
on
and Turkey are not getting into a military conflict.
Thanks.
How
Not
do
up
you
to
know?
you, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How the fuck do you know?
Well, there's a reason that we never really did this. Like,
I mean, why would
it's
you, dude?
unprecedented.
This is fucking crazy. Look, I have an idea. I've had this idea for a long time. we would like the UN to actually function the way we all thought it did, right? Be an international fucking body that is above the government of every other country on earth. If you are oppressing your people, doing genocides, committing fucking war crimes, human rights violations, the UN will come and stop you. They need a monopoly of violence. The United States has the biggest military on the world, more than any other military combined, correct? Why not we cleave off half, 2/3 of our military and dedicate them to the UN? That is your military now. It is an international fighting force, and it starts without us cleaving off our military and dedicating to the UN, inspire other countries to do similar, and then create the UN army or whatever it is. If they are talking about mixing the United States military with the fucking Israeli military, then I think my idea is not so goddamn far-fetched.
No.
Does that sound like, yeah, exactly, Chuck L. The UN like in a 1966 Batman movie.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, the UN
or
is
like the Mission
basically
Impossible
useless.
movies.
Yeah, or the Mission Impossible, or any kind of movie, comic. I'm literally getting this from comic books, where like, oh, we have to make sure the UN is okay with Superman going into this country or whatever it is. Like they have any kind of fucking power at all, right? It's silly. However, I think they should have that fucking power. I think this is a way to bring, like, look, dude, we're animals on a planet, on a rock spinning through space. Eventually, this rock is going to be too poisonous for any life to exist on it. Or do we give a shit? Or are you just like, well, I'm going to live, and my kids are going to live, and their grandkids are probably going to live. But like after that, I can't think that far ahead. I don't care. Or are we all working towards the goal of like Star Trek, you know, unified world, and we're exploring space, and that's the final frontier?
I think that part of the problem is that like that kind of thinking is great, like for small groups of people, and like we can conceptualize it, but in actual like substance and, you know, trying to like generationally make accomplishments towards those goals, it has to be done so like incrementally. Like this is what pisses me off about like just even the time that I've been in politics is I have watched us move 2 steps forward, fucking 3 steps back. And it's like, I hate this cha-cha that we're fucking doing. It's really annoying. Like I watched us get gay marriage. I watched us get a black president. I watched us get legalized marijuana. These are things that when even like I was in early middle or like late middle school, early high school, I couldn't conceptualize that because I was told by all my contemporaries, by my teachers, by my parents, even that was just that's not obtainable. And I remember having that conversation with one of my teachers about like, because I was really big in Star Trek Voyager at that time. And I was just talking about like, why isn't this the goal? He's like, well, it kind of is. It's just you're probably only going to see maybe 2 things lead to that. He's like, you have to conceptualize a world that doesn't have you in it.
Right.
And, you know, just
Most
be
people
happy
can't.
with what you can accomplish. And that's why I think I have the attitude about this that I do, where I'm like, this is like specifically where I even fall in politics. I've told people this, and I'm very open about how I'm not a communist, but if communism did become a thing while I am alive, I'm more than happy to be like, hey, let's see how this goes. Let's do it. Like, fuck it. Like capitalism failed me very, very fucking bad. And honestly, I was working towards democratic socialism because I thought that was literally like what we could accomplish. Like, I want to be proven wrong. That's my big thing here, where it's just like,
I mean, look, the Star Trek like universe, whatever, that's the utopia, and we are
unless you watch Deep Space Nine and realize that it's taking our fucking world grievances into space.
We're the utopia that everybody is working towards. There are different utopias, right? Stephen Miller's version of that is different than ours, and on the road, but he'll never see it. And we'll never see ours. But on the road to get there, then you get.
Problem is, we've already seen his.
Well, his is getting into clearer focus.
Well,
And
I'm
we're
just saying,
seeing
like, for all the hyperbole out there about Nazis and shit, the thing is, like, that's exactly what he wants. Like, we've seen the Nazi experiment fail. You know.
Yeah, but he thinks he could do it right this time. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's what all
his
these guys
goal.
think.
Well, because here's the thing with a utopia, everyone has to agree, and that's never going
to happen.
That'll never happen. It'll
No.
never happen.
That's why I have, like, ever since I started getting deeper into sci-fi, I always thought that Star Trek is actually the least realistic utopian vision. I think that The Expanse has the most realistic one, where everybody on Earth is on UBI, but the thing is that then there's this sense of wanting more. So it's like, do you want to be part of like the exploration teams that go like out to the belts, or like, do you want to be a Martian?
Yeah, people have
like,
greed. People have
yes. But then it's literally political shit where it's the Martians versus Earth, because then the Martians start feeling like they're better because, you know, they've lived with the, you know, Mars gravity and like they made it work. And then the Belters feel even, you know, they're like, well, wait a minute, you're getting all the materials from us. We're going to just seize the means of production. And that's literally what starts the whole like spacing, like space guild war in The
Expanse.
The Expanse.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I went to school with the guy who's in The Expanse.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. What's it, Steven Strait?
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
His sister was in my class. This, speaking of Star Trek and the sci-fi, I think this is a good segue to show this video. I haven't watched it yet. I was saving it for y'all.
Have you ever wondered why fascists can watch something like Superman, Star Wars, and Star Trek, stories that explicitly reject their worldviews, and yet they still think they'd be the heroes in these narratives? Stephen Miller, who has made it his sole mission to dismantle civil rights era laws, is said to be a huge Star Trek fan. You know, the show about ending racism and discrimination to create a utopian Earth. That's his favorite show? So it begs the question, if these movies and shows hate fascism, why do fascists love them? In media studies, it's called reception theory. People can have different interpretations of the same message based on their cultural backgrounds. When fascists watch something like The Man of Steel, the character, not the god-awful movie, they like the iconography, the muscles, the winning battles, dominating over the impossible. That all aligns with their worldview. And this is why they can like progressive media when it's the opposite of what they believe. They're not consuming media for the story, they're consuming it for the aesthetics and the power fantasy that they can live vicariously through. If they were to dig deeper, they'd see that the themes and messages of these stories cause tension with their own outlooks. Fascists like the aesthetics, not the ethics. But that's only half the answer. Because if all of that is true, then that brings us to a bigger question. Why are they suddenly rejecting these narratives? Why do they think these stories have gone woke? Check out the full breakdown in the video below. Have you ever wondered why
I think that's a good little talking point to get us started on this. Like, it is wild to see that. I mean, this is part of the reason I have my channel the way it is, where I'm talking about movies, music, TV, and video games, because I've seen how effective they are in bringing people to the right, using this grievance of our nerd shit is now changing. It's changing because women are involved, because black people are involved where they weren't before. And you should vote for Republicans because that's the end goal. You vote for Republicans, the end. But vote for them so that they will keep those people out of the offices of Marvel and DC, as if you could legislate them, like accepting people into a writer's room. You know, you can legislate Disney out of making remakes. Please, Donald Trump, legislate Disney out of making fucking 1,000 remakes a year. Please. But they don't really care about this. They want Daily Wire to supplant Disney. They want Angel Studios or whatever to supplant Disney.
Yeah,
and
you
Disney
know what? But as a
has
Christian
been pandering
kid,
them for 30 years.
It's always gonna, like, the thing is, so this is where I am more like geared to talk about this, because like we were taught that we were at war with the secular world, right? So this is why I had things like Veggie Tales instead of Barney and like shit like that.
Exactly.
Like, but that like loses its fucking luster, and every fucking Christian kid, Catholic kid that ever went to one of these schools, we all had the same arc where we either you had it hard. You had everything secularized, like hard banned in your life, and you had to stick to Christian media and anything that was Christian media. So like you would have like your mom going through, like any before Wikipedia even. Like I remember one of our like PTA moms did this with J.R.R. Tolkien when she was just because like we had a pretty overall ban on fantasy novels, but then she was like, well, C.S. Lewis, he's a Christian author. Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, like you can read those. We're like, oh, okay. And then we were surprised one year where they were just like, surprise, J.R.R. Tolkien was a Christian. You can read this. We were like, oh shit. But then Harry Potter came out. We're like, we're burning books now. We're like, wait, what? Like we had to open the paper for that.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude. The thing is, like, but we all had a copy of Harry Potter. Like it was our contraband. That's how they got enough of them to burn, is because almost every single one of us had a copy of it.
That's crazy.
Fantastic.
Carlos, did you have any of that growing up?
I mean, very little, because like I think my parents like realized that like it just wasn't gonna fly. Like when I was younger, they used to try to like take me to church and stuff, but I think like after 12, 13, 14, they're like, this ain't happening. This ain't happening.
Now, were they like disappointed, or were they like, let him make his own decision?
Yeah, I think they like were pretty like okay, with it. Like the moment I started to like think, it's like when you start questioning stuff, it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
Like, did you get baptized or have communion or whatever?
I think I got as far as doing my first communion, and like that's as far as I got down the journey.
Interesting.
And then we like moved, and they started taking me to like this more other type of Christian church. It wasn't really Catholic. And then like fast forward 1 to 2 years, and that was like pretty much the end, because it's like, okay, well obviously like this isn't sticking, because start asking questions.
Word.
The most important one is why.
I hate that. They really hate that. I was about 17.
Yeah, so it's like you get to that point where you just like start like asking questions like, wait, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Like how does this make any sense?
I remember like the most pivotal one. I asked one of my doctrine teachers like if Jesus would understand the concept of a bullet without freaking out, because he'd be like, wait, you're doing what now to make this easier to kill each other? And he was so convinced, where he's like, no, Jesus would be a Second Amendment guy. It's just like, okay, that's
supply side Jesus.
Supply side Jesus. That's so fucking funny.
I'm selling red fucking MAGA hats out of a pickup truck.
Absolutely.
Hey, the Messiah's got to make some money, God sent me down here to save y'all, but he didn't send me down with any money.
Have you seen GOP Jesus?
I've seen so many different iterations of it, but yeah, one of my favorite.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one where it's like the Sermon on the Mount, where he pulls out the fucking AR?
No. Yeah. There's like this happened like 7 years ago. I still have the video.
That's the one, actually. The friend. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, Friend Dog Studios.
Yeah, Friend Dog Studios. Yeah.
Oh, this.
Yeah, go to YouTube.
It's so fucking funny, man.
Yeah.
Right. We'll find
go to
it.
YouTube.
Yeah, this is a good way to wrap the show today. This is fun.
I think so.
I mean, we can go another 45 if you guys.
Unfortunately, I got to bail at 6. You guys can keep going if you want to, but
I gotta go too.
Well, I'll keep going. Why not?
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, GOP Jesus. Let's see here.
Yeah, just look it up. Friend Dog Studios, I want to say.
Yep. Here we go. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
This one?
Truly great.
All right, here we go.
So excited. Yes.
So I'm gonna give you my background. My father's Christian, my mother's Jewish, father's black, mother's white. My parents had a philosophy of like, let him choose, let him, if he shows interest. They didn't really go to church or temple or whatever like regularly as anyway, so it didn't matter. And the only thing is like we would do Hanukkah every year. We'd celebrate Christmas every year. That's as close as I got. And then when I turned 13, I saw everybody else in not everybody, but a lot of people in my class having bar and bat mitzvahs. And I was like, can I have one of these? I'm Jewish. I get to, and my mom was like, sure. You want to go to temple every Saturday and learn the Torah and do basically extra homework? And I'm like, fuck no. Fuck no, I don't. I'm going to ask for money on my 13th birthday. That's as close. That's as Jewish as I get. And so it's fascinating. You said you had a doctrine teacher? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, we had a.
But I remember
we had doctrine class. We had we literally had prayer meetings. That shit was wild.
But I remember in the 90s, a lot of when like Aladdin came out and Disney was getting hit on by like Christian groups and shit. This is like I knew about Christianity from the controversies in the news of them trying to stop people from having fun, essentially. From my perspective.
Oh, I forgot to answer your question. There was like several things that like when I was a kid, they'd be like, oh, I don't know about this Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. This seems kind of weird. Like, oh, I don't know about this like rock music. Don't know about that.
I definitely got that too, but it was secular. It wasn't religious. It was my mom watching the fucking news or Oprah or Dr. Phil and being like, well, I don't know about GTA. I don't know about Eminem or South Park or whatever.
One of my favorite ones was my mom holding up my Limp Bizkit CD going like, stink finger? You don't even know what that is. You better not. And
dude, my dad
took it from me. I was like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, now I'm gonna find out what a stink finger is.
Yeah.
I had the album Chocolate Starfish, the hot dog flavored water. And my dad was like, first of all, it was the clean version. I could only have the clean version.
From Walmart, yep.
From Tower Records.
Yeah, Tower Records or Walmart,
yeah. And he was like scoffing in the car. And I was like, what? He's like, the title. And I'm like, what? What about the title? And he explained it to me. And I'm like, Dad, I wouldn't have known that had you not explained it. I thought they were literally talking about chocolate starfish and water.
My mom did that with the Blink-182.
I'm from New York. I got fucking hot dog carts on every other corner. I've seen hot dog water.
You're like,
I know
hot
what
dog water. It's hot dog water. Yeah.
Yes. I didn't know they were talking about cum until you told me, Dad. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Dad. That's incredible.
Well, let's check out GOP Jesus.
This is so
Market
funny.
supply side Jesus.
Yeah.
Truly I say unto you, whoever welcomes one of these little ones in my name might be letting in a murderer or a drug. Let's get her to a detention center, so we can.
It's like it's also crazy that this was 7 years ago and not much has changed.
Nothing.
I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. And behold, now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done that. Do unto others as you suspect they might want to do unto you. What has a man profited?
Now that's a real one. That's a real one. Do
What
unto
you
others
might
as you
suspect. Damn, dude. Oh, this is fire.
Again.
Oh, no.
I don't see
we
the
lose
chat
him?
moving.
Damn it. Yeah, Alex, I think you froze.
Oh, we lost him.
Did we lose you again?
Nothing's happened.
Oh, you're back. You're back.
Oh,
You're back. You're back.
I might be.
That's it. I'm sending him that Ethernet. I'm literally I'm putting together a care package for Alex or something.
Oh,
You know
no.
what? We've got to get him on that.
Oh, wait. Is he? Oh, no, he's gone.
Oh. Well, he's taking over the show, so I guess no matter what, we do got to finish that.
We do. I mean, I can. Let's give him like a second because I can.
Definitely give him a sec.
I can finish it.
Man, I'm surprised that your parents gave you that much free. Like, did your parents like split from religion then? Like, or were they just not ever really that into it?
I mean, I guess not, because if not, like they would be a little bit more like, because they are Christian. They're still Christian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like they're just not like churchgoers or anything like that anymore because, well, the kids have left the coop, like the nest. There's no like, it's just them. And
wait, so they don't go to church?
Not really.
Really?
but they're-
See, that's
yeah,
weird. My mom
they're,
got
like,
really
private.
involved in the church after like we were out of the house because she had nothing else to do. I hate to say,
Yeah.
So she almost quadrupled down. Oh man, Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
jealous
very
of that.
weird. Like it's very
Yeah.
weird because like they're Christian like privately, and they'll they're obviously like they read their Bible by themselves, like they kind of study or whatever by themselves, but they're not like churchy in that way, and like maybe they never were. They just like tried to see if I was gonna go in that direction, but
So we used to call like this is where the condescending assholes that like my Christianity produced, the ones that we were like anytime that there was a born again Christian, we would get really condescending with them, and then we would also do this thing where we would be like, "Oh, you're just a Christian of convenience. You don't actually believe in the tenets of Jesus Christ." And then you would see the same people saying this, and it's like you're cheating on your wife.
yeah, of course. Okay.
What are you doing?
Of course.
I can't. That's one thing I'll say is we had a disturbing amount of pastors and youth group leaders go on apology tours where they would come to our chapel every Wednesday and like we would have like somebody speak, but we had so many of these dudes that were like, so I just want to say that I'm a pastor over at Christ Community Church, and I have sinned. I did betray my wife, and I did sleep with a 14-year-old girl. It's just like,
Hey man, hold on. Yeah. What?
And that was a real one, by the way.
Oh
Like,
my
this guy,
God.
and then he ended it by saying that if it wasn't for my addiction to pornography, then I would
course.
have never done this. It's just like,
Of course, no
And they see
self-responsibility.
themselves as the heroes.
oh,
Even
yeah,
of
that was the
course.
thing.
in
This guy is now a pastor at that church again because we're a forgiveness type of church.
because it's the same thing that the girl was talking about in that video. Why do they identify with Star Trek? Why do they identify with Jesus? Why do they identify with any kind of religion that promotes helping others, selflessness? Because they see it, well, he's the most powerful. He's the
Yeah,
son of God.
like
God
if
can do
I
anything.
may, like I think it's like for these type of people, it's not fundamentally about Christianity. That's just a vehicle. That's just a vehicle. The actual teachings or the actual whatever you can maybe derive from what Jesus said about feeding the poor or whatever, that has nothing to do with anything. Like the book, nothing. It's just a vehicle for them to say like, X, Y, and Z, or in this case, fascism. It's a vehicle. It's a vehicle for them. That's
Yes.
it.
Absolutely.
You got that clip so we could
I got the clip. I could
Yes.
throw it
all
up.
right. Yeah. No, I this is one of those rare times where I'm like, I don't care. We're watching the rest of it, but then I
Let's
gotta
keep
go.
going.
Whole world, but lose his soul. A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye, but ignore the plank in your own? Because of her email. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. You want
I mean,
perfect. No. Sell all the possessions that you have and give the money to a solid mutual fund. By this, they will know that you are my disciples. That you say, Merry Christmas! Christ! Christmas! That's my name in there, and I put it in there because I wanted it in there. We can all celebrate Big Boy Jesus' birthday time. Okay.
That's the rules.
Surely you can heal me.
My child, of course I could. But who would pay for it?
I don't understand. I don't have any money.
Yes, it is a sad story, but it does not make me responsible. It is easy for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. The richer, the better, really. Maybe get a solid gold house, just to be sure. Love your neighbor. Unless you're better than your neighbor. Then tell them that they're weird, and you do not want to bake them a cake. You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say to you, any man who looks upon a woman with lust in his heart should go ahead and do what he's got to do.
Lord, your followers grow hungry, and we have only this fish and bread.
Oh, sweet.
It just takes off.
That's great.
Oh, dude, no. I love how they end it with regular Jesus. Like,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, that's funny. That's great, man. That was
Those are the-
fantastic.
That's the shit right there. Like that ending again, that ending right there. You have a clever way of rejecting God's law in order to uphold your own teachings. Yes, it's Mark 7:9. This is the shit that, as a Christian, like it got me out of it. Where I would challenge them on these things. Where I'm just like, you do understand, like, you keep telling me that, like, it wasn't leftism at that point, but they kept saying like communism. Like this goes way fucking, back to the days of like high school and Bush. And they're just saying the commies. And like, I had somebody that was way smarter than me say, well, Jesus would have been a communist because these are what the tenets of communism are and Marxism. And this is what Jesus is about. And that was the first time I ever got interested in Karl Marx and just being like, that's interesting. Really? Yeah.
Interesting. See, I went to schools that were communists, that were like founded by socialists and communists.
Lucky.
Dude, I didn't know. Look, I'm a little kid. I didn't know that the whole country has like different curriculums and different counties and shit. I thought we're all learning the same shit. I thought the attitudes were the same. That like, oh, religion is something that people do, but not everyone's religious, and mostly we kind of know that they're fairy tales and whatever. I didn't know. Oh, no, there are groups who like hardcore believe this shit's real, or at least are saying that they believe it's real, so that they can use that as a way to attack things they just don't like. I did not know how impactful the Christianity still was.
To segue for my outro here, I actually am about to go do something that was completely sinful by my school's ways, and that's play some Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm gonna go roll for a new character. I'm very excited to go do this, but unfortunately that means I have to leave you guys. But I appreciate you running the show. Fantastic job today, Alex. Carlos was awesome. Vibing today with you guys. Real quick, I'm gonna do my plugs if you don't mind. You guys can follow me at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. I stream daily. 4 p.m., 2 p.m. on Wednesdays, and then we do a fun late show on Thursdays. And also Fridays, I do a little wrap up at the end of my YouTube show. I go exclusively to Twitch, and we have a 420 friendly just hang session. We watched DBZ Abridged on the last one. Completely ripped. So that was one of my favorite shows I think I've ever done. So nice. But like I said, guys, I really appreciate it. I will catch you guys next week.
All right, take care, Pep.
Night, guys.
Take care.
Carlos, you want to do yours?
Yeah, I mean, really quick, I'm A Difficult Truth. I do the news, I do the politics on my own show, A Difficult Truth. Pretty much A Difficult Truth on every single social media. I want to say Bluesky, YouTube, Twitch. Those are like the main ones. And here on this space every Tuesday at 7 p.m. So that's my plug.
Right after my show.
Exactly.
I lead right into A Difficult Truth so you can get some actual news.
Exactly.
And also, announcement, this space social, the Discord that we have, is having its very first election. Anyone who wants to join the server for free is eligible to vote. So hop on into the Discord, folks. Grab that link in the chat. Maybe we can figure out how to get that link into the description of the streams. But until then, it's in the chat with Latino Mufune, whose birthday it is. Carlos, thank you so much for hanging out.
Appreciate it. Heck yeah, it was
go,
awesome.
Go get dinner. Do whatever you gotta do.
Appreciate that.
Can I remove? There we go. Okay. All right. And now you got me until my fucking internet crashes yet again. I'm going to be hanging out for the next 40 minutes, and that's going to be the end of this space streams today. So what do I want to do? Well, let's popped up this clip from AOC. She's talking about Mitch McConnell. And I'm going to play this clip as I hit the bathroom real quick.
McConnell in more than 5 weeks. We don't know when he'll be back. Should he resign?
I mean, if Senator McConnell is not capable of as basic a task as answering a letter to Governor Beshear, I think that conveys a very disturbing inability to fulfill his duties. The governor has asked the senator a very simple question and request weeks ago to simply provide an update on his health. And Senator McConnell nor his staff have provided that. And I think that at a certain point, we have to be asking where he is. I understand that people have a right to medical privacy and to deal with their issues, but we do not have the right to disappear from our jobs without explanation. I don't think any American has ever experienced the ability to just leave your job for over a month with no explanation to your employer. And we are accountable to the public. And we sign up for, while there's some measure of privacy, we also sign up to give up a small measure and some measure of privacy because we sign up to be accountable to the American people. And I think that the inability to be transparent is disturbing to everyone, regardless of your party or background.
I mean, she's correct. She's correct. Just first of all, love the messaging of bringing it back to like, hey, most people don't get to take a month off work because she's not feeling well. You know what I mean? CTG? No, she does not take APAC money. I think that's great messaging, bringing it back to everyday working people and bringing it back to this is not acceptable for anyone. No one could just take a month off work. Maybe you should be able to, but you can't now. And no one else can. Why is it okay for Mitch McConnell? It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. I'm just looking at like what's trending. Because like what's going on? Like what's going on right now? A lot of stuff happened this week. Odyssey came out this week. A lot of Odyssey talk. And you know what? I think that's a good segment to have. So, hey, yo, what up, Boku? What's going on? What's going on? I'm gonna put a time code in here. 507 8. Let's see. And I think this is a good video for all of us to watch together and experience together and talk about bigotry, prejudice, and again, what we're hinting at there with talk about Star Trek and conservatives enjoying progressive media. This is not necessarily even progressive media. The Odyssey, especially directed by Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is a fucking libertarian. He is a Republican. He is not of the left. He is more normal, though. He is a more normal conservative in that he's not like outwardly bigoted, right? Which upsets people like Elon Musk. So let's watch Lil Bill talk about the Odyssey a little bit.
Oh, what it do, what it go. It's time for a special Quiet Storm edition of the Bill Joyner Show. I wanted to get on here and rap with y'all. Well, I mean, I guess technically by the time y'all see it, it will be the morning show, but whatever. I'm recording it at night, so I'm calling it the Quiet Storm. Anyway, I wanted to get on here and rap with y'all. I guess this is part 2 of me talking about, this Odyssey discourse. It has now been that movie came out on Friday? Did they have midnight screenings around where? Well, anyway, point being is that opening weekend has come and gone for the latest Nolan flick. Whenever Christopher Nolan drops a film, it's like if Future drops an album or Kendrick or somebody else, all the cinephiles, the earth stops. You dig what I'm saying? And goes to go check that joint out. And the reviews have gotten back, and critics and audiences alike agree that it's hitting. It slaps. You feel what I'm saying? Across the board, scores are, overwhelmed. Well, maybe not. But yeah, pretty much generally positive, right? Casting of Lupita Nyong'o and Elliot Page, and what basically turned out to be bit roles. Again, if you actually had to sit in, you know, a literature class in high school or college, you feel me? If you actually paid attention, then you would know that they were going to be bit characters all along anyway, in the grander picture, in the grander scheme of things, right? But, you know, of course, niggas were bitching and moaning about that casting, whatever the case may be. And really, the most interesting thing about it is this, right? So I'm not going to give y'all a review of the movie. I'm going to keep this as spoiler-free as possible. Matter of fact, I'm not even necessarily going to talk about the movie itself. I will say that I enjoyed it. You feel me? I enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed any other Christopher Nolan films that I enjoyed. Specifically, I really enjoyed Oppenheimer when it came out. I enjoyed Dunkirk, Inception. I think those have to be my favorite Chris Nolan. Memento, got to be my favorite Chris Nolan films. But
my opinion, Chris Nolan made 3 great movies, and they all had Batman.
I have said this before. I don't remember where I said this. I may have said it in that Batman video that I reposted on Maine a couple of days ago, that I made 3 years ago, I think now. But Chris Nolan's politics, his personal politics, even though I don't ever recall him like, you know, coming out and saying, you know, oh, well, I believe this, I believe that, whatever. It's very clear in his art. Remember how we keep saying that there's no such thing as apolitical media, right? It's very clear that Chris...
That's right. There is no such thing as apolitical media. Everything is political. Everything.
Nolan has very right-wing coded personal politics, right? I would not be surprised to hear Chris Nolan describe himself as a libertarian. You feel what I'm saying? Specifically, what makes me say that are Oppenheimer and the TDK trilogy, right? The TDK trilogy especially has some very, you know, even some low-key fascist coded themes to it, right? And, you know, the pushback that I always get with that is, oh, well, you know, again, go watch the video that I did about the Dark Knight trilogy, because I talk about, you know, specifically the Dark Knight in the context of the Bush administration, right? You notice, so this is how I interpret it, right? And this is the reason.
All right, Bill goes on a long thing here. But I want to let him cook. Because look, if you don't know about the Dark Knight trilogy, yes, it is low-key fascist, but libertarian as hell. We're going to have a surveillance state so I can catch the Joker, who's a terrorist. We're going to justify the Patriot Act, which is Batman using all the cameras in Gotham, everyone's cell phone as a radar, so they can find the Joker. That's the Patriot Act. Then in Dark Knight Rises, we're going to extend that further and start locking up people that we deem terrorists, like mob bosses and mafia goons, right? We're seeing now, we talked about it earlier, the extent of that with, labeling everyone that the Trump administration doesn't like as terrorists. DSA, Code Pink, Amy Goodman, these fucks. So, and low key, high key, the premise of, where is it? Motherfucker, this shit. Ben Shapiro's movie with Jonathan Majors called Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels. The plot of that movie is left-wing activists on college campuses get infiltrated by a terrorist organization. That is the same plot. That is the same plot as Bane, terrorist, shows up with the League of Assassins, terrorist organization, to Gotham City and ignites vaguely left-wing sleeping giant that's in the city of the Occupy movement, right? There's not even showing of a protest in the movie, or that there is already an established left-wing group that is trying to equalize wealth disparities. It's just Bane shows up, starts spouting this populist nonsense, or to him nonsense, but Bane doesn't believe it. Bane's just using it to galvanize the people around him, right?
and it works. Oh, these people are so swept up in their hatred of the rich that they're going to fight each other and not fight the actual problem. You know what I mean? You merely adopted the abuse of carceral estates, but me, I was born in it, molded by it. Exactly, Ghost Dog.
Reason why I say I would not be surprised to see Chris Nolan describe himself as a libertarian. That it's very clear that he is suspicious of big government, right? It's very clear that he is suspicious of, a centralized government, especially when there are people in place, people in power who he perceives to be incompetent, right? Bush, comma George has entered the chat. Feel me? However, it's also very clear that I don't think that Nolan's issue is necessarily with surveillance, but again, with who has, power over that surveillance, right? If it's somebody like his version of Bruce Wayne, you get what I'm saying? One of those great men, right? Somebody who is not only competent enough, but is, has enough self-control, has enough discipline to not be completely corrupted by that level of power, then all right, you feel what I'm saying? Because then we get into, The Dark Knight Rises, and it's very clear to me that Nolan is just as suspicious of, the huddled and unwashed masses not having the capacity, you feel what I'm saying, to act in their own best interest. Again.
Right, exactly. Like, people are so swept up by his rhetoric of making things equal and helping the little guy, and people are unjustly locked up and we're going to free them, that they forget, but who's saying this? It's this masked lunatic who walked into our city and threatened us with a nuke.
And you need a great man to step in and to basically right the ship, because the average regular everyday ass nigga can't be trusted to see the bigger picture. You feel what I'm saying? They fall hook, line, and sinker.
And you need an army of cops. I mean, the end of that movie is pretty stark in what Nolan's belief is. You need an army of cops directed by not a government official. Jim Gordon kind of rallies them, but Jim Gordon's taking orders from the Batman, from one of those great men. I will point out, resident comic book fan, Bruce Wayne, comic book Bruce Wayne is not Nolan's Bruce Wayne. Comic Bruce Wayne is a class trader, is giving his money to organizations to help the people. Just putting it out there.
You feel what I'm saying? For, a charismatic leader like Bane, who himself is just an agent of a higher power. It's me, Austin. Oh, son of a bitch. You feel what I'm saying? All my wrestling heads get that reference. But yeah. And again, so if we want to use the context argument for TDK, then we got to use the context argument for what is that? A cat or a? Okay, yeah, it's a cat. Ain't nothing impressive. I thought that was some type of impressive wildlife. But anyway,
At Farmers, we're making insurance simple
Man,
and
these fucking ads, bro. But yeah, he cooking. Like, Nolan is libertarian. The messages of these Batman movies are essentially, can't trust the government because they're incompetent or corrupt, and you need a great man to shift that. A great white billionaire man. Let's keep going.
That based off of the way that he depicts Bane, because again, remember when The Dark Knight Rises came out, it was in the context of Occupy Wall Street, right? And so if we're going to interpret so my point being, if we're going to make the argument that TDK is Nolan's commentary on the Bush administration and on the Patriot Act, then again, if it's good for the goose, then it's good for the gander. Then TDR is his commentary on the Occupy Wall Street movement, right? So again, it's clear to me, and then this gets into the Oppenheimer thing. It's clear that, and I had said that I interpreted Oppenheimer as Nolan. I feel like Nolan, there's a lot of Nolan's own assessment of himself.
I couldn't get through Oppenheimer. It was start and stop, too many fucking cuts. Like, it was, and couldn't get through it.
I believe he projects onto his Robert Oppenheimer. You understand what I'm saying? The misunderstood, the, tortured genius, again, the great man, you feel what I'm saying? Heavy as the head. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, it's so hard, being one of, the chosen few to write the history of mankind. All of these lives are in my hand. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't ask for this responsibility. I did not ask for the power that my pen wields. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, my point being is that it's very clear from his art, right, that Chris Nolan has some very right-wing coded politics. Again,
I will say, Boku, like, I am not a Chris Nolan fan. I like the Batman movies because they're Batman movies. I literally just watched The Prestige a couple weeks ago with my wife. It was fine. Like, to me, that's an M. Night Shyamalan movie, because if you know the twist going in, my thing is with Shyamalan, if your movie falls apart because of the twist, then it's not a good movie. It was just about the magic trick of doing a big twist, So I feel like, and Interstellar's all right. I liked it. It's fine as like his own version of 2001: A Space Odyssey for sure. Tenet, I did not watch Tenet either. But I went to go see The Odyssey this weekend, and I really fucking enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much I would have watched it again. Check out my review for The Odyssey from this weekend right there. And this is essentially the plot. Odysseus walks somewhere and goes, I have an idea. And all of his men are going, shit, here we go again, because we're going to die. That's the movie. But yeah, let's keep going with this. I love Bill's analysis.
And with an element of fascism to it. Again, great men. You feel what I'm saying? For those of y'all who don't know what great men theory is I forget who put it forward. It's stupid. So don't even worry about who put it forward. But basically, it's the argument that history is dictated by a handful of, larger than life folk, while the rest of us, are basically just NPCs, right? There's a lot of parallels with it between, Aristotle and the whole, master-slave dichotomy, which itself was the inspiration behind Nietzsche's thoughts on nihilism. You feel what I'm saying? And on the Übermensch, which itself was a very heavy influence. You understand what I'm saying? The foundation of objectivism. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, there you have it, nigga. But I say all of that now to make this point, is that the niggas that are bitching about this movie, I think I saw FD describe it at one point as Graham Plantner the movie, which yeah, I see a lot of that. I see a lot of that in this movie, right? Again, from a self-proclaimed enlightened centrist who's really just, a Republican in disguise. That's all an enlightened centrist really is a Republican in disguise, right? Perspective. You feel me? And so the fact that so many niggas are missing that about this movie, the fact that so many niggas, you understand what I'm saying, have missed so much of Nolan's politics over the years, and then really started bitching about the fact that there's a black woman and a trans man in this film, I think it makes it clear that these niggas have no real politic beyond bigotry. I don't know. This is just more evidence on the pile. I don't see how you argue otherwise. If you actually sat down and watched the film and you are still bitching about how woke it is, you understand what I'm saying? Then I have no recourse at this point.
Yeah, because really, dude, like, again, that was a criticism I had. No spoilers, but like the lesson or theme of the movie is like, don't do war crimes. That's bad when anyone does it. And I'm not being specific, and I'm both siding the hell out of everything. It's just people should talk to each other more and like trust each other a little more. And oh man, today's world, folks, we don't hang out with each other enough. Like, it's fucking boomer shit. It's a great movie, but like him, especially because he always tries to nail a point home and he thinks it's fucking profound, and it's super not. It's as profound as Spielberg's Disclosure Day, which also came out and I think bombed, which was, everyone just got to talk to each other more. And if we communicate, then we can get over some of these hurdles. No, because some people are just focused on the bigotry, and that's it. That's it. Even the people who would like your message would love your movie, but you happen to put a black woman as Helen of Troy. That's it. She's not even in the movie that much. Not as if that would make a difference. I hate when people say that. She's not even in the movie that much. Doesn't matter. They don't want to see a black person at all. They don't want to know. Like, dude, if Elliot Page was an unknown actor, they wouldn't even really know, right? They're not looking to clock trans men. They're looking to clock trans women. No, I haven't seen Obsession, but I'm going to when it's available at home, and I'm excited to see it. It doesn't matter how much they're in the movie. It matters that they're in it at all, right? And again, if Elliot Page was an unknown actor, it would just be about Lupita Nyong'o, because they wouldn't be able to tell that was a trans man. Now, news articles would still be written and they'd still get pissed, but it's because they were attracted to Ellen Page or Elliot Page when they were Ellen. I'm sorry if I'm misgendering. They were attracted to Kitty Pryde from the X-Men. They were attracted to Juno, from Juno. They were attracted to them, and now they feel weird about it and they hate it. They go to anger. They have no politics other than bigotry. I think this is a good point that Bill is making here.
But to assume that what woke means to you is exactly what we have been saying woke means to you since you niggas co-opted it, is that woke is just code for everything and everybody, you feel what I'm saying, that makes you uncomfortable because it challenges your primacy atop the racial hierarchy. You feel what I'm saying? All woke means is there's too many colored folk in my entertainment media. You understand what I'm saying? There's too many queer folk, you understand what I'm saying, on my television screen. That's all that shit means. You understand what I'm saying? Because again, it's very clear. If you are, such a cinephile as you claim to be, it's very clear what Nolan's politics are and have been. You understand what I'm saying?
But I mean, it's just like that other video. It's just like that other video we just watched. Matter of fact, let me bring that up here, because I think this is a good illustration. Here. Where is it? Here we go.
Have you ever wondered why fascists
love progressive media? Why? Because they look at just the surface level. This is layers of a story: plot, context, subtext, theme. They do not look for a theme. That is what Bill's talking about. The theme of the Dark Knight trilogy, the theme of Interstellar, very much. Interstellar, watch that movie again, dude. Matthew McConaughey, salt of the earth farmer, is frustrated with schools not really teaching science and math and STEM policies anymore. They're teaching about like inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion, racism, all these things. And he's mad his daughter's not getting a good education. He's mad his world is dying, and they're just still trying to figure out how to be nice to each other. He's going at the government. He's going at public schools. He's going at education. He's super libertarian, because it's up to one of these great men, Matthew McConaughey, to teach his daughter science so that she can eventually grow up and fix the problem, because she figures out wormholes or whatever the fuck. That's the theme. And the subtext as well. They can't get past the plot. What's the plot? Because they're surface level. They see it's skin deep with them.
I feel like I said, something similar about One Battle After Another last year. Is that it's very clear that
I fucking hated One Battle After Another. That shit sucked. Terrible movie.
Film was made by a. There's an old saying, right?
Centrist.
Is that when I was young, I thought with my heart.
In this course, you'll get AI skills.
Fucking commercials, man. Fucking commercials. Taking over everything. But he's making good points here. I'm enjoying this. When I was young, I think with my heart. Let's keep going.
There's an old saying, right? Is that when I was young, I thought with my heart, so I became a communist. Then I got old and I thought with my head, so I became a capitalist, right? It's very clear that that movie was written by somebody with that perspective. You understand what I'm saying? A old, jaded, former white, radically left-leaning person who has now gravitated toward centrism. You feel what I'm saying? And now looks back at their former self, looks at, all the other, old hippies and whatever, and said, look at how dumb they are. Look at, you understand what I'm saying? Very clear where they're coming from, right? So again, it's very clear to me where Nolan falls. Somewhere in that, social liberal, fiscal conservative sector of the political spectrum. You understand what I'm saying? Very clear to me that that's where he falls. No government, we don't like big government, but we do like great men. You feel what I'm saying? If only the government could be ran by a great man. If only the government could be ran by one, benevolent dictator. You understand what I'm saying? If only we could raise, Joseph Braz from the grave. You understand what I'm saying? Have a benevolent dictator like Joseph Braz or Ho Chi Minh. You feel what I'm saying? To lead us into the prom. Well, I guess those are left wing, left wing benevolent dictators, right? It says a lot that I can't think of any right wing ones, right? If only we could raise, Julius Caesar or some shit from the grave. You dig what I'm saying? If only we had, great men. You dig what I'm saying? To take charge of the. If only.
Well, speaking of Caesar, Nolan does evoke Caesar in The Dark Knight, right? Caesar was elected by the people to take charge in a time of great crisis. A city would elect a leader. And then who points it out? The hooker, the working class woman says, well, no, actually, no, it's not. It's not the hooker. It's Rachel Dawes, also working class, but, upper class lawyer. She points out, well, the last person they did that with was Caesar, and he never gave up his power. And then you get the famous line, you die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. And I think that's what Nolan did. He lived long enough and he's seeing himself become a villain here.
Elon Musk could buy himself, into the presidency. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, that I just wanted to get on here and rap with y'all and say that at this point, what do you got to bitch about? At this point, what do you got to bitch about? You can't say historical accuracy because again, we talking about a woman who hatched from an egg after her father, who is a god, by the way. You understand what I'm saying? Gods who are, raceless. Her father, who is a god, who disguised himself as what, a goose, a duck, or some shit, and then raped the woman, and then she hatched from an egg. Oh yeah, obviously she's blonde hair and blue eyed. You understand what I'm saying? What y'all got to bitch about? Ain't about historical accuracy. Because like I said before, if that be the case, why didn't y'all bitch about this when the German John got cast as Helen, who, if you really want to go there, then she should have been Greek. You feel what I'm saying? Now y'all want to use Greek people as a shield, as a buffer against your own bullshit bigotry. Nah, nigga, y'all want to say nothing about it's about historical. So what y'all got to bitch about at this point? Nothing. So yeah, there y'all have it.
Yeah, man. I always appreciate Bill's takes. Shout out Lil Bill and his barbershop. Folks, that's the end of that Odyssey segment. Again, go see it. It's a great movie. It's and extra points is it'll make the fascists mad the more money it makes. So that's probably endorsement enough to go see the Odyssey. All right, let me put in here. All right, now we're just hanging out because that was the last thing I really wanted to talk about and watch with y'all. All these other things are too long. I don't know. Let's see. Again, what's going on in the world, chat? I know in about an hour there's leftist mafia starting. Oh, there's another video about the Odyssey. Fucking Hassan Asmongold was mad. That's hilarious. Poor Asmongold. Elon Musk shocking interview. Andrew Schultz loses co-host. Joe Rogan's friend mass divorce. Uh-oh. I mean, you know what? We can check out American Redact. See what's going on here. So is this for real?
Become a leader in learning.
Oh God, with this, is this for real that Akash is not coming back to what's it called? Not useful idiots. Flagrant, was that his thing? Andrew Schultz's podcast? That's really funny.
Wife, someone called her a gold digger or something.
Oh, it was a whole thing online. So
it was a big thing.
Yeah, there's this community of people online who don't really like women, and it's like their whole identity is women are awful. And then my wife is like me. She says crazy things. I don't care what she says. They're all jokes. I know it. And we don't get offended by jokes.
How do you and your husband split finances? We don't. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money.
All right, so it's been around 2 months since Akash Singh officially quit the Flagrant podcast that he co-hosted with Andrew Schultz, and ever since then, it's beginning to seem like quitting Flagrant wasn't really his decision in the first place. Like a lot of people think his wife, Jasleen, was actually the one who ultimately convinced or outright pressured him to walk away from the show. Because after she humiliated him in front of the entire world last year, she's now claiming that she was digitally SA'd by everyone who criticized her for being a terrible wife, which is obviously absurd because the majority of people online were simply just reacting to what she put online herself. Like she was really the only reason that whole situation
Is this Love Island? Almost. That's really funny. That's really funny. So I didn't know that he actually quit the show. And let's see what Andrew has to say. Again, get me on Vanguard. Campaign to get me on Vanguard, or get me on Leftist Mafia again. Both. I want to talk to everybody. I knew this motherfucker a little bit. I knew him growing up. I was friends with his brother, and it pissed me off to no extent that his brother, who has mental health issues like I do, it's one of the things we bonded over, you're going to advocate for an administration who's not going to help your brother, who's going to actively hurt. They want to warehouse people with mental illness. They want to warehouse them. Do you want to warehouse Greg, Andrew? Because I don't think you do. Or maybe I'm wrong. And you're just like, yeah, Greg's causing me more trouble than it's worth. I'm not going to be able to take care of him when my parents go. So maybe we just put him in a facility somewhere. I don't know.
Akash Singh to quit the Flagrant podcast, which was literally the only thing that made him famous in the first place.
As I'm sure you guys are aware, our boy Akash, he really went through it earlier this year. The experience has put things in perspective for him. And he has made the decision to focus all of his energy on stand-up. He is going to be stepping away from the pod. It is bittersweet. You know, we wish that he did not want to do that.
So now fast forward to today, and it honestly seems like this guy is just spiraling out of control, both mentally and physically. Because after quitting the podcast, he essentially went into hiding and only emerged for the comedy sets he did on tour. But just recently, he actually showed face to promote some of his tour dates, and sadly enough, it appears that he may be Bert Kreischerifying himself in real time. I mean, he just looks drastically dead.
Am I frozen again? Am I good? Are we all right? Look, it keeps happening. It keeps happening. I know. Sorry, Jet. Look, it's been happening all day. Internet in and out. Just not just on my computer. It's happening on my work computer. Happened in the other rooms around the house. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, let's just keep it. Yeah, we're gonna keep hanging out a little bit.
Successful comedy podcasts in the world, all because his wife told him to. So because of that, Jasleen Singh might just be one of the biggest gaslighters the world's ever seen. I mean, she even got Akash to unfollow Andrew Schultz on Instagram recently. Like, that's how much she's convinced him into believing that Schultz and everyone criticizing her is in the wrong. And a lot of people attribute that unfollowing to the Charlemagne and Andrew Schultz podcast that they did together, where they joked about never letting your wife on the internet after you're already killing it on there.
That's crazy. I mean, again, look, Akash had a choice to make. Do you want to keep your career going, which seems to just be like a laughing monkey on a symbol, like clapping monkey on Andrew Schultz's show, or are you really a comedian and you're gonna go do stand-up? Like, what are you doing? Are you his bitch boy, or you were stand-up comedian on your own? And maybe she called his bluff and he's going out and doing a tour and he's trying to sell tickets. And it's like, well, you're actually not that big on your own, dude. And he knew that, but he has to look big for his wife or else she's going to bail and then he'll look even worse. It's all about surface level.
Keep your wife off the internet. Why does your wife have a microphone in her face? Do not allow your wife to start a motherfucking podcast, bro. Yes. Okay, there can be one entertainer in this family, and it shall be me.
But that little clip isn't the sole reason why Akash unfollowed Andrew Schultz on IG, quit Flagrant, and didn't even have the decency to show up for a final farewell podcast to close that chapter. In fact, Andrew Schultz and Akash Singh's wife have actually had a long history of tension between each other. Like, Jasleen hasn't liked Andrew Schultz for a very long time, and I believe she just used that clip as justification for her husband to finally cut ties with his longtime friend and co-worker, who, might I just add, was there years before Akash ever even met Jasleen. I mean, Akash Singh and Andrew Schultz became friends way before either of them even tasted a lick of success in the comedy world. So when Akash met Jasleen like 6 or 7 years after becoming friends with Schultz, Schultz pretty much just kept it real with Akash whenever Jasleen stepped out of line. But being the succubus that Jasleen is, she's always just resorted to painting Andrew Schultz as the enemy. She even told Akash that Andrew wasn't going to be invited to their big Indian wedding back in 2019, which
bro, that I don't know, man. Coming at, like, now I'm looking at American Redact sideways. Like, what do you mean succubus, dude? They were fucking horribly disrespectful to her. She had every right to be like, fuck these people. I don't care how long you know them. You're gonna let them talk to me like that, bro? I'm watching The Ultimatum. The Ultimatum literally has a situation like that going on right now. It's no good. But folks, that's going to do it for today. That's this space. I'm sorry I'm cutting in and out. That's why I'm just going to cut it. I'm going to cut it here. We're doing it live. I appreciate y'all watching. Come tune in next Monday. Spread the word. Let people know we're here. Spread clips. There's lots of clips on the channel. Let me show y'all. Again, here's my channel, but here's this space. Again, shout out Jet. Shout out Nick. Shout out everyone cutting clips, making videos, mostly Jet. All the mods, Latina Mufune with the Discord. Like, there are tons of clips and videos to send people. There's shorts, lots of shorts to send people. Put it on Facebook, spread it around, let people know. And again, thanks for the hang. Appreciate you, Ghost Dog. Appreciate you, Boku. Appreciate you, Etch. Everyone, for the hang, for the good times.
people hanging out with me on my stream when I was going in and out all the time. So thank you very much. Love y'all. Let me put the glasses on to end this. I don't know if Nick is back yet. If he is, he can end it. If not, I'll do it. We'll do it live.